If you're listening to the replay of this live, be sure to punch that like and subscribe button. And make sure you let me know and drop it below your 2 cents as I go throughout the live. Be sure to help support the channel by hitting the Cash App at 2 Cents Boxing or hitting that heart with the $sign in it and leaving a special thanks in the comments below. Hi, welcome to the channel. I'm Jay, and this is our 2 cents. We talk everything box, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion. In today's live, we will be talking about some of the fights coming up this weekend. Bill Haney trying to avoid the Norman fight, and she lied on Javante Tank Davis is what I'm hearing. But before we do that, make sure you punch that like and subscribe button. And make sure you let me know and drop it below your 2 cents as we go throughout the live today. Now, I was over there on Deem's live listening to Tay Jones on the panel, but I had to come and start my live. So what I want to do, let me know if y'all can hear it. We're going to rock and listen because I really want to hear what Tay Jones got to say. Put one if you can hear it.
You want to act like it's Tank fans worrying about Urban No, we just know how much y'all tried to spin propaganda against our guy, saying they would never do catch weights. Meanwhile, do a catch weight. Ryan Garcia, Tank is an exhibition. Meanwhile, you fight Ryan Garcia. It's just a lot of hypocrisy.
Okay, I guess Tay not talking no more. But I want to let a couple more people roll up in here before I touch on the Devin Haney subject. So because this is what I got videos about this. Y'all remember when I did the video? Y'all remember when I did this video? I put this video out and I said it's about to be a lot of capping going on, y'all. I told y'all this about to be a lot of capping going on. Sit back, grab your popcorn, and let's watch what happens. I did a whole video. Listen. So that's from my understanding. This is what's going on, right? I've been kind of busy all day, so I've been in and out the YouTube boxing streets, but I've been paying attention, right? And I was just listening to Deem on his live. So apparently, Bill Haney comes out and says that he wants Brian Norman Jr. to quote unquote sign up for drug testing while he's on vacation. I don't know exactly what he wants him to do while he's on vacation. If y'all know in the chat, let me know if you're gonna fill me in on some parts, right? And no, the Normans are like, bruh, we're gonna sign up August 1st, and we're gonna start on August 1st. Whatever we need to do, we're gonna do it when we get off of vacation so we can get this fight started. And so I'm like, what are we even talking about? What are we even talking about? Bill Haney is on the internet. Bill. Why are you on the internet with this? You couldn't text him? You couldn't call him? Because at this point, I'm of the belief that Bill Haney is doing this for attention. Because it's either one or two things to me, right? Either they're gonna cap up into the fight and each fight somebody else because of whatever circumstances they come up with, or they're gonna cap to sell the fight and then make the fight at the end of all of this. Either way, it's gonna be a lot of capping going on because this makes absolutely no sense what's going on right now. And that's why as a fan, I ignore shit like this, but as a content creator, I gotta come and bring it to y'all and just point it out because it don't make sense to me. The man said August 1st. It's July 18th. And you all over the internet on the Boxing Voice going back and forth with fans because what? And as soon as somebody get on there that's making some type of sense, you getting upset, your phone dropping. You like, can we get somebody else on here? I'm tired of answering the same question over and over. No, you're not answering the same question. You're not answering it all. You mean you getting tired of being asked the same question over and over because you're not answering? Because it don't make sense to nobody. Everybody like, Bill, why you can't wait 2 weeks? So now everybody like, oh well, Bill just trying to get out the fight. And this is where I call cap. Because if you do this 2 weeks before the fight and you tell somebody and give them an ultimatum, if you don't do this by this time, I'm dropping out of the fight. That is cap. You know you're not about to bully nobody, Bill. You know you're not about to punk nobody, Bill, into doing what you want them to do. Remember, Turkey don't have no A-side. It ain't no A-side privilege over there, Bill. And you're not even the champion. How you gonna get on the internet? That's the first red flag. I want y'all to keep track of these red flags. How you gonna get on the internet? One, on the internet. You ain't call them, you ain't text them. How are you going to demand that somebody do something right now versus them doing it in 2 weeks like they already told you they was gonna do? That's the next red flag. How you gonna give them an ultimatum and say if they don't do it, you're gonna pull out of the fight? That's the third red flag in this whole situation. But the fact that the fight is only verbally agreed to is another red flag. Are you really pulling out of the fight if it's only verbally agreed to? I'm just asking. Can you pull like that? You're not really pulling out. You just changing your mind. See, people like, oh, he pulling out the fight. No, he's changing his mind. He ain't. They ain't signed nothing yet. They haven't really said nothing yet. And if he really didn't want the fight, why would he take it? And if he wants to get out of the fight, why would you do something so obvious that you're trying to get out of the fight? Unless you just want attention. Unless you, please tell me if this makes sense, bro. Let me know I'm not overthinking it. It's no reason for Bill Haney or Brian Norman. Brian Norman, y'all on vacation and you all on the internet talking about this, man. Listen, this is why this stuff is not real. Because I wouldn't even entertain it. I wouldn't even entertain it. I'd be like, pull out the fight then. I'm the champion. Pull out the fight, Bill. What happens if Bill pull out the fight? What happened if Devin Haney pull out the fight? Like what? Like why is this such a I don't get it. Like what makes you what leverage does Bill Haney have to force Brian Norman to do something that he wants him to do? What leverage does Bill have to do that? He's not in any position to ask it to tell anybody to do anything. He is the challenger. Not only is he the challenger, he's associated with somebody where it ain't no A side. You do whatever he say. He the A side. Turkey the A side. That's who the A side. They're like, oh, Turkey got rid of the A side, B side. No, Turkey ain't get rid of the A side, B side. He's just the A side. Turkey's the A side. Y'all fight in the size ring. Turkey say fight in. Y'all fight where Turkey say fight. He's the A side. But I'm just trying to understand why you feel like getting on the internet and threatening Brian the Normans about starting some drug testing that they say they're going to start in 2 weeks. But if they don't do it by tomorrow, you're going to drop out the fight. What leverage do you have to do any of that? And that's what I'm saying. This is why none of this makes sense. None of this makes sense, y'all. But it's Friday, it's ladies' night. I'm gonna drop the link to all the ladies that want to come on the panel. I know Deem live right now. So it's a lot of people over on Deem's channel. He got Tay Jones up there. But I don't think Deem usually live at this time. So I mean, if Bill didn't want the fight, he should have just said he didn't want the fight. Like seriously. And I don't think anybody would have been tripping. I wouldn't. But like, why would the hell would y'all want him to take a fight like that right now? I don't think he should take the fight, actually. Get out the fight, Bill. I don't think he should fight Brian Norman right now. Let's see what Devin is really at mentally. That's what I think they should do. But when the fight started being talked about, it was so much glaze. It was unbelievable. Man, Devin daring to be great. He fighting the best welterweight, the 47 division. Man, we got to give Devin all the credit. What? See, y'all shouldn't have did all that hyping and all that glazing. Now it's backfiring. Y'all gotta stop lying and exaggerating and be honest. Y'all gotta stop all the exaggerating. Y'all gotta stop all the lying and just be objective and honest. That's it. You can have your opinions, you can have your criticisms, but just be objective and honest. See, can't nobody come back to me and be like, "Oh, you did it." No, because I'm always objective and honest. You may not agree, that's cool, but I'm not sitting here just overglazing nobody. And if he gonna pull out the fight, pull out the fight. We don't need this. And that's what I'm saying. Why were y'all even doing a face off that early? A press conference. Why didn't you discuss the drug testing protocols and how you wanted things to be done and when y'all quote unquote verbally agreed? And Bill, you cannot dictate other people being drug tested. Whatever. Hey, if I say I'm gonna sign up August 1st, I'm gonna sign up August 1st, and we gonna move forward. Just because you feel like Ryan Garcia cheated you, that don't mean you can go around here one accusing every other people, everybody steroids. You can't be doing that. People cry and complain. You ain't got no proof. You can't be putting that jacket on people. You can't just be saying that. You gotta have proof. You can't just be accusing everybody of cheating. Shout out Key with the T in the building. What's going on, Key?
Hey, hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up?
I've been having some crazy, crazy issues today with my feed being slow. Girl, girl,
What's
I
the T?
look, man, because if you recall, I had said I was like, man, remember we were in the chat 2 cents, and I'm like, man, something about this fight it just don't seem right. And I said I kept hearing I thought it was supposed to be Shakur. Because Devin was at Shakur's last fight with Zapata. So I'm like, I thought it was supposed to be Shakur. I'm not sure why this fight is going on. And lo and behold, 2 cents, they are really doing everything to pull out of this fight. And remember, I had said, was it over the weekend? I was like, man, I've been watching Brian Norman's film and I think Devin can box him at bay, but I was like, yo, I just seen 7 different ways that Brian Norman beats him. Remember, I was saying all that, and I'm like, I don't know what made them take this fight. And now it all makes sense. And if this fight, because I'm still holding out hope. I'm still
Wait,
because I think,
what makes sense? Because I think it's all cap. You know how I feel about it from the
yeah.
jump. Like it's not because it just doesn't make logical sense, right? To put Devin in a position in a fight with Brian Norman, like to me, unless they see something that everybody is missing, or they know something that everybody we don't know about Devin, to me, even if I was a diehard Devin fan, I would say no. Do not put him in the ring with Brian Norman yet. Let's get him another fight so we can see where he's at mentally. Why would you want to just go throw him in there with Brian Norman, right? So they're like, oh, well, he was forced to, he had to take it. Why are you forced? Just say no. And that force aspect of it is making me kind of like feel some type of way about Turkey. Like, why are they saying he was forced? I don't understand that. How are you forced? He don't have to take a fight, and I think people would understand if he didn't.
No, absolutely. That's why I think it's all been capped. That's what I'm viewing it as because I always heard Shakur Stevenson. But I knew it was something going on when they came up with that lie about Rolly. When Rolly came out and said that Devin them had offered him I think it was like less than 1 million to fight. This was after the Ryan Garcia fight. And so
Mhm.
I'm like, man, I wonder if because they've always made fun of Rolly and they've always made fun of Tank fighting Rolly. So I'm like, man, why would they offer him that? That's like y'all been talking so much crap about Rolly for so long. Why not just fight? You know what I'm saying? That'd be an easy win. He's the WBA interim then. And now we fast forward to this, but at that press conference, when Devin was in front of Brian and Devin was doing all that, you know what I'm saying all that stuff, and Brian was looking him square in his eyes and he just did not flinch. I saw it right there. And that's when I
Yeah.
started watching more film on Brian and I said, I don't know. I don't know about this for Devin. This is gonna be tough because Brian is more explosive than Devin. I saw it. If Devin, you remember when Devin would do them angles where he'll try to turn when he'll turn his opponents.
Mm-hmm.
Brian goes to the right, so
Yep.
he would be right in Devin's face.
Yep.
Then
It's
I
a
was looking
horrible
at
type of matchup, Key.
yes, and I was looking at the feet placement, and I'm like, yo, Devin, and I was comparing it to Ramirez because we all saw Devin running around the ring, and I said, yo, Brian is gonna cut that ring off. And if Brian land one of them uppercuts, oh my God. Oh my God. This was a bad matchup, Queen. This was such a bad matchup.
I don't think it's happening though, Key. I think we might go through all this and then they each fight somebody else.
But wouldn't that be okay? Okay, let me play devil's advocate. Who needs who more? Does Brian need Devin more, a name like Devin Haney on his record? Or does Devin need Brian more? Because I think it'll probably come down to that.
I think that Brian Norman can continue on because you got to think Devin Haney hasn't even fought at 147 yet.
True.
So it's not like nobody's really like, I don't want to use the word relevant, but nobody's like above anything at 47 right now. Like it's like they're all on the same even playing field, so to speak. So it's no rush to make that fight right now. You know what I'm saying? Like it's they've created a little demand and a buzz for it, but it's really no rush to make that fight right now. And if anything, Devin would need to fight Brian Norman because he has to prove that he's okay and he can compete at a high level. He has to prove the last fight was a fluke. He has to prove he could become a champion again so he can have some leverage in the division. Like he has more that he needs to do versus Brian just getting his name on the resume. Because Brian can go fight a Rolly or Ryan. There's other names he can go get on his resume besides Devin Haney, who to a lot of people is damaged goods anyway.
Yes, absolutely. That's why I said I don't know why he wouldn't go after Rolly first. But that Shakur Stevenson makes sense. But if Shakur goes
Oh
up,
wait, you think Shakur's going to 147
yes,
pounds?
I do. Yes, I do. Because remember, last year, was it or maybe a year and a half ago, Shakur Stevenson grandfather came on Mill City Boxing and said that every year and a half Shakur has to move up because of his body frame. Then afterwards, Shakur was looking out of weight when he called out Tank Davis in that video where he was topless. And then remember me and you had a bet going on, and we said, man, who finna go to 140 quicker, Keyshawn or Shakur? Because remember,
Mhm.
Keyshawn had said that he was, I think he weighed 143 or 144 prior to him getting the belt off of old boy. And so I'm not surprised that Keyshawn missed weight with Edwin De Los Santos because we already had that bet. Like which one of them is gonna go up. I do believe because I okay. 147, as I talked about today, is wide open for the most part, especially
Yeah.
with Boots out the way. PBC is gonna be busy with Mario Barrio, especially after the Pacquiao fight tomorrow. And Rolly, they're gonna make sure that they guys is taken care of. That leaves Brian Norman Jr. Shakur Stevenson could potentially go up there, huh?
Go ahead.
Shakur Stevenson could potentially go up there and do it because he's a bigger guy. Now, as far as 140 go, will he skip 140? It's too many bangers for me at 140 for Shakur. You
I
got
think the
get you
more
got
Shakur go up, the more he food, Key. The
you
more
said if
Shakur go up,
he
the more he food.
yeah, true. True.
Did you
I
see
mean,
him?
yeah.
Did you see there's a pay to fight? He wasn't even punch. He was punching Zepeda with the side of his fist, like kind of slapping. He couldn't even just continuously like punch. You know what I'm saying? Like his hands is messed up.
Yes, that is
I
true.
don't
That
see
is
him going to
true.
47 key. I don't see it.
Well, now he got two people that's calling for him, Devin Haney and Connor Ben. And the Connor Ben and Chris Eubank fight fell through. So rematch, thank God. But that fell through. So
He is not about to
let's
fight Conor Ben. If he go to
let's see.
47, he duck tank. Period.
Well, let's see because he talked. Well, I will say the saving grace is Shakur Stevenson did say that he wants to fight Tank still, and we all want that fight. So I'm praying that we still get that fight. But I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if this fight with Brian Norman Jr. falls through and Devin and Shakur get into it, and next thing you know, they get signed up for the fight. I promise you. I would not be surprised, 2 cents. Like, because that's where
When
I'm
you
at
want to
with
see
it.
that, and this
Yes, I would.
and This is my thing though, right? Shakur Stevenson goes to 47 and fight Devin. Everybody gonna be talking about how great of a fight it is. And I just think it's hypocritical because y'all don't ever want to see people moving up and fighting. Y'all think that's weight bullying and all. And to me, that only confirms that Devin is a weight bully for sure. Because all these contemporaries you had, you're gonna wait till you move up two divisions to and bring them with you to fight. Does that not confirm weight bullying, Key?
Absolutely, absolutely. And we can say the same thing if Shakur does it as well. If Shakur
So
goes up to one, if Shakur and Devin fight, it will be at a catch weight at 144, 145, knowing them two. I don't know if they will stay at the full 147. And I wouldn't be surprised if that fight happens. And I definitely will be calling Shakur a weight bully because man, come on now. Come on now, that's definitely two weight classes. But I'm done with the Haneys. I cannot believe they pulling this. What do you think of the jacket now? Like since we had the show, now it's even worse. 2 cents where people are literally calling him a PED user. They're really saying that Brian is cycling, and this is a bullying tactic and a PR tactic that Bill Haney did to make it seem as though they are right to walk away from this fight. 2 cents. I don't like that. What do you think about that?
and that's what I was saying too, like which makes me feel give it like a red flag vibe because it doesn't make sense that you're doing this, especially understanding that they said August 1st they was gonna start doing whatever the fuck you talking about. So it's July 18th. 2 weeks, Bill. You're telling me you can't wait 2 weeks, so you coming out and you're using the media to bully and try to slander this man. And I wasn't aware that people were falling for it. I feel like I see a lot of people being like, nah, Bill, you just trying to get out this fight. And I feel like, Bill, you knew if you came out at this time and pulled what you were pulling, that people were going to say you were just trying to get out of this fight. But maybe not. Maybe he felt like I'm gonna come out and say this, and then everybody gonna start attacking the Normans and put the public pressure on it to do it today. But you give somebody an ultimatum, they usually not finna agree with you or do what you talking about. On top of Bill Haney, Key having no leverage to even be doing this because they
Yeah,
could just
yeah.
be like, we don't got so okay, pull out the fight then. He don't got no leverage. He not the money. He not the A side. He not the champion. You're not in a
Yeah.
position to be doing this. So I don't even understand why you're doing it. You're not even in a position to be doing this. So I don't know why you did it, and I don't know why you thought it would work.
Yeah, and then not to, and that is true. That's what I brought up. I was like, dang, who's the champion here? Like, and I didn't like the way that they cornered him. How Bill's been cornering the Normans. But like you had said, when this first happened, because remember, when it at first I was like, man, Devin and I said Bill and Brian Sr. is real nice. Remember, I said he wasn't disrespectful at first. And they were
Hmm.
like, yeah, we gonna fight. Yeah, we gonna meet in due time. Your son this, my son that. And I'm like, okay, well, Bill is being nice. And you were like, it's an act, key. And I'm like, no, maybe I'm gonna give. That's why I said I'm done with the Haney's. Because I'm like, I'm sitting here taking up for him. And 2 cents the whole time telling me, nah, it's an act, key. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. I'm like, nah, 2 cents. They gonna be, I've never seen Bill be nice like this, but no, I think they gonna really pull it off, later on down the road or something. I didn't know a week later, you know what I'm saying? The PED, first it was the whispers. You know what I'm saying? Of sign. Remember, Bill said this about 3 weeks ago about Brian them, or 2 weeks ago. And then I
Hmm.
was like, okay, what's going on? Then the fight is announced. They do the press conference, which we all said was, wait a minute, why y'all doing a press conference 4 months out? That don't even make sense. Why you're at the same time promoting the Berlanga and Shakur fight? That didn't make sense at all. But okay, we'll go with it. And then a day later, boom, D-Day happens. And all of a sudden, this jacket, and now it's grown louder and louder. And now people are just running with it, and I don't think that that's fair to Brian at all. And neither one of these guys are really like I enjoy Brian Norman. I've always said I felt like he's one of the rogue boxers that I have that will upset a lot of people at 147. But I didn't know that so I have no dog in this fight, but I didn't know that Bill Nim was gonna do this 2 cents. Like this is crazy. And now, unfortunately, this jacket is gonna remain on Brian's Jr.'s, you know what I'm saying, boxing career for the foreseeable future. Because now he puts on another. Now people are literally, I literally watched a video, and this is why I was talking about it for so long. I literally watched a video on Twitter of someone dissecting Brian's fight with old boy in Japan and literally saying, look, it don't even look like he hit him and he just falls out. Did he take a dive, or is Brian on that Superman juice? That's why he don't want to take the test. I'm like, wow. Wow. Is that serious? This is what, and now you got bloggers with a substantial amount of following also putting this jacket on Brian, and it's unwarranted. It's so unfair, 2 cents, in my opinion. Now
It's the
every time if he
propaganda,
don't,
but that's ugh, that's sick. That's sick.
it is now every time Brian, so whoever he fight, let's say that they put somebody else, a Hispanic or somebody else in front of him, and he knock him out, it's gonna be the same thing, 2 cents. Okay,
But
is that
it's
the
not gonna last.
PEDs?
It's not gonna last. It's not like he's refusing, Key. He's just starting August 1st. So that's why
Mm,
I get what you're saying, but I don't think it's gonna get to that because it's not like he's saying, no, I'm not gonna do it, right? Bill is like, no, forget August 1st. I need you to start tomorrow. If you don't do it by tomorrow,
mm,
right? And that's
mm-hmm.
why I'm like, none of this makes sense. If he gonna start in 2 weeks, what are you talking about? Let me see. Hold on, because we got the biggest Devin Johnson bouncer in here right now. Fly frequency. Norman Jr. on the same stuff. What you be telling me? Has he tested positive fly frequency? Ain't that what you say? You can't just be going around putting those jackets on fighters. Ain't that what you tell me? Fly frequency. Hmm? So I know you're not going around putting that jacket on a fighter, and he ain't tested for nothing. Flying. I know you're not doing that frequent. Not you. But
I
yeah.
knew it.
So I mean, and so then he gonna start testing on the first. Then what? Then what everybody gonna say? See, that's why
Exactly.
none of this makes any sense. That's why none of this makes any sense at all because
Mm-hmm.
it don't even make sense for you to try to get out the fight. You see what I'm saying? That like this ain't a
Yeah.
good strategy to try to get out the fight. So I
But you were
don't
right
know.
though. You were right. I was being naive with the Haneys. I was like, no, he just being nice and da da da. From the get go, you was like, it's Cap Key. Nope, don't buy into it. I'm like, nah. I think that they're serious. You know that they being respectful and everything. And boy, man, hindsight is
Bill,
2020 for real.
Bill is a textbook capper, man. But what did I say? I knew you went even better. Didn't I say that they was gonna use this 365/24 testing stuff to duck fights?
Yes, and that's what scares me, 2 cents, because who else are they going to be doing that to in the division? See, that's another thing that can follow and hurt Devin as well. And I heard something on Deem's channel. Shout out to Deem. He had a guy on there. I don't know, Jones or something like that. That's familiar with the Norman's camp, and he mentioned that there are
Takedown.
a couple of. Okay, yes. He mentioned that there are a couple of other fighters on 365. He said Devin, Canelo, Oscar Valdez, and it was somebody else. And I thought about it and I said, wait a minute. Outside of Devin, all of them pop dirty. Isn't that interesting?
Wait, say that again one more time.
So Tay said on there on his show that there were a couple of other fighters that do 365 testing. Canelo, Oscar Valdez, Devin Haney, and it was one more other person. But just with those three that I can recall, Devin is the only one that didn't pop dirty. So I'm
Yeah.
like, that's really, really interesting. So
Because they joined the 365 after they popped dirty to kind of prove, like, see, I'm clean. But we've
Yes.
already did the deep dive in the 365 and what that really even means. And this is the thing about the 365 that Bill don't be telling you. Um, I forgot what I was watching, but he said that Devin had been tested in this excessive amount of times, like 40 times. Something crazy he's saying, and I don't know if he's lying or not, but the thing is, they follow you everywhere and it's very evasive in your life. I think they follow you everywhere. They got to know everywhere you at and this and that. So if they want to pop up and test you, like, I think it's one of those situations, which is why I believe people don't do it. Not necessarily because they're cheating, but because of one, how much it costs, and two, the evasiveness of it. I want to chill on my off time. I don't want to have to be worrying about no drug testing, not because I'm cheating, but because I'm not working right now. You know what I'm saying?
I
So
wonder, but isn't that when something like that costs like 30 some $1,000 or
more than that, Key.
wow, no, it's not worth it because you could literally and I got this from that play that one dude eat shoot more dates more plates or something like that. He does bodybuilding when that whole Ryan Garcia thing was popping off. And I would never forget in that video, all you gotta do is look it up with Devin and Ryan from last year. He said in that video that you could easily buy a drug test from Florida. And I forgot what type of panel, but he said it tests for everything, the same stuff that the bigger companies like Avada will test for. And it's half a fraction of the price. So literally, if I was the boxers, if you want to do 365 testing, and I'm not one of these fighters like a Devin Haney or you know what I'm saying, the rest of them that can command at least a million or two for a fight, you only making 50 or $30,000. You know them small purses we be seeing with some of these fighters.
Mm-hmm.
That's the type of test that you would use. Like you don't have to give everything to Vada. They're not the equal. They're not the end all be all. You feel me? Like it so that never
Mm-hmm.
made sense to me of why there's so much emphasis on Vada when there's a plethora of others because all of these places have gotten very strict with their drug testing rules. And body in Florida is bodybuilder central. And so if they are having these tests and popping these dudes dirty, boxing can use it too. Yeah, I know, you know what I'm saying, but boxing can use that too because that means that it's showing the PED usage that way. And how do we even test for the PEDs that's not even detectable that I
Well,
keep hearing so much about?
I keep saying this because this a whole nother rabbit hole as far as Bada and this and that. Like, it's an illusion, Key. Um, they want you to. The only people really, I'm about to say this. The only people worried about the fighters using steroids for real is the fans. Are the other fighters worried about other fighters using steroids? Of course they are, but at the same time, they understand that people are using steroids. These fighters know what's going on. They know what's up with these certain strength and conditioning coaches and what they really doing. They really know what's going on. If they really wanted to clean up boxing, Key, and they really didn't want people cheating, Key, no way they would have ever let Victor Conti and his friends in the sport. No way the drug testing, just like you mentioned, would be so expensive. They would continuously look for cheaper alternatives. But they don't do that because they can always fall back on something's too expensive. VADA is a voluntary organization. It's not even mandatory. So the fact that you got all of those things in place, and then if you pop, you got to prove I did it intentionally. Like, it's all of these things in place where there's no strict on the testing, there's no zero time, there's none of that. It's all these loopholes you can get through to be able to cheat. It's all an illusion, Key. Now you got Bill Haney taking advantage of that and using it to try to control narratives and duck fights.
Yeah, yeah. And I wonder what's gonna happen in the future if this fight doesn't go through. I wonder what's gonna happen. How many other fighters? Because this also builds into the persona of what Bill has been putting together with Dev called Debo Haney. And so, and using the Debo from Friday, you know what I'm saying? Now to rep when he refers to Devin. So now it's gonna look like if this fight falls through, they're going to clamor, and the pages that support Team Haney are gonna get behind Devin and say, okay, Brian is a duck. He was scared. Oh, y'all need to focus on what he gonna do. You know, it's gonna build up that persona more that that Devin wants all the smoke and is willing to fight everybody, but look at what y'all fighters is doing. Because remember, he already came out against Boots and said, we offer Boots a fight. What did he say? I think he said he wanted to fight Boots. They said yes to a fight with Boots, but Boots wanted to fight him at 152 and he can't go up that high. And I'm like, that don't even sound right.
That's the
Boots
thing, Key.
wouldn't that
Not
don't
to cut
Boots
you
wouldn't
off.
even need to go ahead.
Why? And this is what I'm saying. This is why Bill and Devin are cooked, Key, and they can no longer control the narrative, and they're not gonna get away with this shit no more because you knew that Jerron Boots in his move to 154 pounds, and he was nice enough to say he'll fight you at a catch weight of 152. You only offered that man a fight to offer that man a fight, bro. You already know he was not going back to 147. So why are you even talking to him if you can't go up that high?
That's the that's the $1 million question. That's the million, but that's what they it goes into that persona. Remember, he came out
Okay,
with the
very
list.
key.
He came out
Yep.
with that list from everybody from 135 to 147. Then he started putting up that Debo picture of Haney, saying Debo Haney. So I think that's where they're trying to rebrand Devin to as being the boogeyman of the Debo and that he's coming for all the smoke. And his toughest, if he is trying to go for a title run at 140, 147, he's gonna have to see Brian Norman. You know what I'm saying? So I'm curious to see how this is, what they gonna try to do because they can't use age, they can't age him. Brian is younger than him. He's only getting better. You know what I'm saying? After that close fight he had with Albright, and then after that, when he got in the ring with Santillion, remember he was like a 12-1 underdog and beat had that boy mama praying and no disrespect to Santillion mama, but good lord, everybody saw the beating that Brian did. Everybody thought it was a fluke. What'd he do? Came out, did it again. Then he went to Japan, did it again. We can't say that, you know what I'm saying? That's still
Yeah.
gonna be his toughest fight. Like the boy is getting
Rolly.
better and better.
Don't forget Rolly. Listen, all of those fights for Devin Haney are gonna be tough fights, Key. All of them gonna be his toughest fight. The Ryan rematch gonna be his toughest fight. Rolly gonna be a tough fight. Brian Norman gonna be a tough fight. It's no easy fights. That's why he trying to bring up 135 pounders and be a weight bully. And even we don't even know how that's gonna work out for him. But it doesn't make sense. And I don't understand why everybody started bouncing up and down on his Johnson when he came out with this list that got three different weight classes on it.
Hey, did you recall that list? Not to cut you off. Did he have Matias on that list? Asking
Oh,
for a friend.
I don't think
Hmm?
so. I don't think Matias was on the list.
Me neither. I'm gonna sip my tea because
You know
he
what I'm
had
saying?
Tio. He called. They was clowning Tio, but for some odd reason, the only person that's willing to fight that's been actively calling for Superdale Matias besides Puello is Gary Antoine Russell. I want everybody to think about that. That's interesting to me, 2 cents. Because
Yep.
remember, Devin them said that Matias ducked him. Remember?
Oh, with the call
Yes. And now
right
out of
after the fight.
everybody, you
Right
don't have
after the
them on the
fight.
list. Mm.
Mm. See, they gonna see this the thing. The Haneys is losing motion. They losing their motion right now. And the attention that they're getting is not like the attention they were getting before. So if Devin don't make a move, I feel like he's gonna lose all of that because Bill can only get away with capping for so much longer, right? Like it's you're not doing the Ryan rematch, so you already losing people because that's what people was anticipating and waiting and following you for. So now you're not doing the rematch. So then they say you fighting Brian Norman. And did you see the glaze when they said they was having that fight? Devin daring to be great. Oh, Devin, see Devin, the only one that's taking the tough fights. Devin, it went into over glaze mode. And then now you're appearing as if you're trying to get out of the fight. It's all backfiring. So all the capping they do moving forward, in my opinion, is going to backfire because if they don't do it, people not gonna be cool with that.
That is true. That is well. The thing is, how long can they keep up with the charade? And
One
that's
more
what's
fight.
gonna be because you know who I have as a when outside of Brian, another person that I have my eye on that I think can upset a couple people algorithms at 147 is that Chakram guy that fought on Boots undercard who stopped old boy.
Yeah, yeah.
He's another one that I wouldn't put Devin up in there with him right now. That
You wouldn't
Chakram
put him
guy.
in there with no 47 pounders, key. That's why he trying to fight Shakur Stevenson. He's food. If the further Devin go up, he's food. The further Shakur Stevenson go up, he's food.
So
They
do you
food,
think?
key.
So do you think that? I think,
Because who was Shakur
man,
Stevenson? If he fight Devin at 47, who else Shakur gonna fight at 47? Brian Norman?
no,
Rose?
that's a tough fight for him.
Ryan? I think Ryan beat Shakur Stevenson at 47.
I would. What this means? So then, you know what? These boys really are weight bullies, low key.
Yeah. Because their skill level it doesn't match their size. You feel what I'm saying? Like they don't got no power. They don't got chins like that. I mean, I guess Devin got a chin, but they don't got, you know what I'm saying? They, at 47, them people up them fighters up there punching and hit, they don't that's not gonna work. Can you imagine Shakur Stevenson fighting Conor Ben really?
What would you say if that fight got made?
It would
Hell,
never
because
happen.
Eddie playing around with his weight. The man he just fluctuating with his weight right now. So what would you say if he fought Shakur Stevenson?
I would say Conor Ben is going to beat Shakur Stevenson. I doubt Shakur Stevenson fights an explosive power puncher at 147 pounds. I doubt he does that. He barely do it at 35. Five frequency. This is the all female panel right now. You're gonna have to come back and cap later.
Oh my. Hey, frequent. You
You
know
really
he gonna
think
have
that
his cap on. You know frequent finna come up here going off, girl.
it ain't nothing? It ain't no making. It ain't no excusing this stuff that Bill Haney and Devin doing. They just BSing around, man. It don't even make sense. We're not gonna cry that every fighter is on PEDs because y'all got played by Ryan. That's not how that works.
But the interesting thing is that from what again, I'm only going off of what that gentleman said on Deem's panel. Um, that it wasn't even it was like an agreement and a term sheet. That's what how it was described. It sounded like a term sheet. And so the dates and everything was for August 1st. But if this is the second time that um bill negotiation methods have been called out as suspect because you let Ryan get away with so much last year and you accepted the money, and then now with Brian Norman you're trying to change an agreement that was already made previously around the 12th and move it. You know what I'm saying? Like that stuff should have been handled right then and there. Okay, the same day that we agreed to a fight, you got to start testing. Then you can call out BS like that. But why by it being a gap in between all of this, and it's only 13 days. He only has 13 days left until he gets into camp and do it. That makes everything look so suspect on the Haney part. And remember,
Yeah.
Brian just fought. I think when Upper did the number, I think he said like what 17 days ago or so. Brian fought Juneteenth weekend. So that was what? I know he was in Japan, so it came on like at a funny hour in the middle of the night, kind of.
Right, right, right. That
You
was
know what I'm
like
saying?
that wasn't that long ago. About a month ago, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like 3, 4 weeks ago. So I mean, the man just fought. Is he even cleared to fight again? Oh Lord, I
I
don't
mean,
know.
he got to be just doing this for attention, Key. Like they got to be just doing it either to sell the fight or to whatever. But it's just for attention because you see how it don't make sense. It don't make sense. Like we can't make sense of it. So you can't even really argue with nobody about it because it don't make sense. Like why would you come out here and do all this 2 weeks before he about to start? Like relax.
Not frequent is not a hate train, friend, because 2 Cents called it. I was the one giving Devin them the benefit of the doubt. 2 Cents to tell you. And she was like, he is capped. And I was like, no, I think they being nice. I think it's this, I think it's that. It's not no hate train. 2 Cent called it from the day of when everything from the initial conversation of all of them just being nice and that they was gonna fight later down the line, all the way up until now. And I just said I didn't know it was gonna be Brian when the fight was announced. I said because I heard Shakur. I didn't know it was gonna be Brian. But 2 Cents called it every step of the way. And now it's
They
confirmed.
don't listen to me,
Tay
Key.
Jones
They don't listen.
confirmed it that it was Shakur. 2 Cents. That guy on Deem's channel, he confirmed that it was originally Shakur. I said I knew it. But that says a lot that Shakur and Devin is willing to fight at a catch weight like that of
And it also
144.
say how much the court was capping in about getting the tank fight. You see what I'm saying? Like it's just cap all around. Shakur sat on that interview and said, "I'm willing to go to PBC," and everybody knew he was. You see, it's not working no more, Key. Because as soon as he said that, everybody was like, "Yeah, whatever. We'll see what you say after the fight." They're not getting these reactions that they would normally get from people because y'all have capped so much that we don't care no more.
That is true. That is true. I'm over it. I can't defend it no more. I was giving them the benefit of the doubt and I can't. It's clear as day, and just don't be surprised if this fight fall through if we get Devin versus Shakur. Now, I will say this though, 2 Cents. If we get Devin versus Shakur, then in my eyes, Devin ducked Africa. Period. We all know that
How?
Africa,
He in 140.
because Africa has been calling Devin out and wanting to fight, and they got into it the day of Shakur and them fight. Devin and Africa was into it outside of the event. Like there's a video floating around of it of them going back and forth and Africa like, why you don't want to fight me? What's up? You know what I'm saying? And so in my mind, you would pick Shakur, a 135 fighter, instead of Africa. And Africa's on record saying that IBF title weight is hurting him, getting down to shrinking down them last, you know what I'm saying, not being able to hydrate that full 10 pounds and everything. That's more of his speed. So in my mind, I think he ducked Africa because you're gonna take Shakur over Africa. Nah, I don't like that.
I don't like that he's trying to fight neither one of them for real
Yeah,
because
true.
I thought that was frowned upon. Because when Tank was fighting Roach, that was the biggest key. Was that not in the whole? Did I not have to debate that point in the whole debate that I
Yes.
won but got overturned? I had to debate the point that the 5 pound weight difference was not a big deal. But now it's cool.
Yes, yes, it's cool now. Oh, and Roach is another one. He did a live video in which he said that he wants to face the winner. So after he called out Tio, I don't know if y'all know, but he called out Tio a couple weeks ago. He said after he's done with Tank, he's coming for Tio's belt. But now he wants to fight Devin or Brian Norman Jr. at 147. So I'm like, yo, is any of these guys fighting in their real weight?
Heck no. Roach
My
for sure
goodness.
Roach for sure is way bullying. He for sure shrinking himself down. Um, Shakur Stevenson, I guess his frame could get him to 147, but I don't know who he will fight there. Maybe he gonna come back down, but I just don't see him staying there.
I don't think it'll be wise on Shakur part. If I'm Shakur and his team, I'm saying because you got Maritala, you got Tank. Both of those are big fights. I don't think it'll make sense. And well, they finna have the W is it the WBO belt that fight coming up, I think what in September or so soon. So you got a lot of, it's I don't think it'll be wise for Shakur to move up. I don't think if that rumor is true, which, like I said, I heard it and I told y'all about it. And then the Tay Jones guy on Deem's panel came out and confirmed it. And I'm like, I heard Shakur. I'm still trying to figure
So
out.
how was he next? And why is he not next? You feel what I'm saying? Like, what you mean he was next? What happened to him being next?
I think, okay. Here's my hypothesis. Here's my theory. Excuse me. Here's my theory. My conspiracy theory. I think it was Turkey. I ain't even finna stunt to you. I think it was Turkey, friend. Like I think Turkey kind of bullied Devin into that fight. Here's my theory. This is what I think is going on. I think that Turkey wants Devin to be beat so that he can still put on the Devin versus Ryan Garcia fight next year. I think he's trying to show that Devin is not that good. The reason why I think that, right, is because after the Ryan and Rolly fight, Turkey was team Ryan. He was talking to Ryan. He told Ryan, "Don't worry, we gonna get you back." And Ryan had to get surgery. And then all of a sudden, Bill came. But remember, Bill at the last presser, not the Brian Norman one, the one with Ramirez, Turkey didn't even let Bill come up on the stage a couple times. Remember that? We were
Yeah, yep.
asking like, dang, where is Bill?
And I made a video about that because that shit wasn't cool. And everybody kept
Exactly.
saying, well, Devin need to talk for himself and Devin need to speak for himself. And I said, I don't care if I agree with that. That's not nobody else's place to make that happen. If
Yeah.
everybody else is up there, then Bill should be up there. It's nobody's place to say, oh, well, you can't come up here because Devin needs to talk for himself. That's not nobody's place to do.
Yeah. And that's why I
That's
said I don't think Turkey cared for Devin. No disrespect, frequent y'all, Devin fans that's up in here, but I don't think that he really cared for him like that, 2 cents. I think I wouldn't be surprised if this is set up
hold on, let me
because
get this
I
super
heard
chat.
too. I'll go ahead.
Shout out to Planet 619 with the 499 in the super chat. He says nobody is going to tap dance to the Haney's demands after they took that Cambosis deal. They set a bad precedent for themselves. Folks, peep that. Planet 619. And I said the same exact thing. Listen, when they was talking about that Cambosis deal and they was talking about how he did this and took that, I said, you should never do that. You should never devalue yourself like that because moving forward, everybody's gonna continuously do that to you from now on.
Yes, yes,
You took the deal and then you became a superstar and you just on top of the world. No. You did all that to fight Cambosis, bro. Yeah,
exactly.
but look who you know what I'm saying? Like people don't understand that. Like they act like they don't get it or they don't I don't know.
Right, and look at that comment. He said that um um Turkey told Matias who he was gonna fight next, and I'm hearing a little murmur. I'm hearing little whispers that um that Matias is gonna be set up for Gary Antoine. You see what I'm saying? So look at how how Dalton Smith, Turkey pulled Dalton up in the Matias was looking crazy, like what? And then he said you're gonna fight him next. And Matias was like, okay, I'll fight anybody. You know what I'm saying?
But
That
what do
was
you think
just
about this though, Key?
uh-huh.
Because one, let me say two things, right? What do you think about Turkey talking about now all of a sudden it's this thing where he talking about no tune-ups, no more tune-ups. And what do you think about these fighters no longer having autonomy, Key?
Mm. I think is
People
what you I think is Mm-hmm.
People wanted so bad for these fighters to not have a choice.
Yeah. I think is what you called about a few months ago, when we were talking about all the stuff that was going on with then named TKO, and they were having all of these tournaments everywhere and they were trying to change the rules of boxing, and you were like, this sounds like Gladiator.
No, Hunger
I
Games.
think the Hunger Games, yes. I think that is feeding into that 2 cents. I think that with him being able, first of all, I think he's trying to get first dibs on all these fights to box out all the other promoters. That's why all these fighters are looking surprised when he do it. Like, yo, what's going on here? This wasn't a part of the plan. And so he's strong arming these fighters. And then I also think that, he got a lot of slack because outside of the Chris Eubank Jr. fight, and versus Connor being main event, a lot of people were complaining about his fight cards. And so he maybe
Yeah, I'm
doesn't
complaining about
want,
the Eubank fight. I got some complaints about that. Go ahead.
but yeah, so I think that people just were like criticizing him too much and he was taking a hit financially. But there's no such thing as, unless that fighter is like if they find somebody that's like 23 and 15, or you know what I'm saying, but anything can happen in boxing. Hell, we saw it with Jaime Munguia versus Bruno Saras. You can't say that
Hmm.
all these fights are tune-ups, because they gonna one of these fights gonna upset the algorithm, and
Hmm.
mess up everybody parlays and everything. So I think it's a little bit of both. But salute to the queen, Jab Boxing. How you doing, girl?
I am good. Y'all can hear me?
Shout out
Oh,
Jab
good.
Queen Boxing in the building. What up,
What is
Jab Queen?
up?
You
What
ain't been
is
up
up?
here in a minute, girl.
And you ain't been on Friday. Don't do me like that. I missed one Friday, but yeah, I was listening, and then I had to finish my little video because he done made me mad all over again with this Brian
Oh
Norman stuff,
man, what's your
man.
2 cents? What you got?
Oh my God, I could just slap Bill to sleep. Um, First of all, I don't know if y'all got a chance to see the interview that he did with the Boxing Voice this morning, where he was very upset, and rightfully so, because Ness was being just a little messy, asking Turkey about, if Brian signed up for VADA tests. And so when Brian Norman Sr. came back on, he was like, why the hell you wouldn't ask me something like that? Why would you wait and ask Turkey when I was basically up here with you before he came up here, or the day before? Why you ain't just ask me? So apparently, and this is what I'm learning all day, I've been reading, there is a separation between 365 and regular VADA. And I didn't realize that
Oh
until
yeah.
I went to their website, and there's like a little itty bitty tab at the top that you can click, and obviously yours truly, Devin Haney, is the only motherfucker on there. So
Oh,
then I
break
had to do
that
some
down
more
for me, Jab Queen. See, y'all experts on
huh?
the. Break
Listen,
that
man,
down for me. The
we but
365. What is the difference?
we've
This is what
already
I'm still
go ahead.
reading. There is apparently 365 now, which is a thing which, as y'all remember, was not a thing. And Manager Marty did this whole segment on that. It was not a thing a few months ago, y'all. So we are not crazy. All of a sudden now there is this little tab at the top, like I said, with 365 testing. You click it, and the only fighter there is Devin. Now, here is where it gets interesting. It says that Devin was enrolled since November of 2024, right? But if you just go to Google and you type in when did Devin enroll in 365 testing, it says he enrolled after his fight with Ryan. Don't April come after November?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a conflict there with their information. They need to go ahead and figure that out and write that back down. I don't know what they're going to do about that. But it shows that he didn't enroll until after, but I guess they backdated it to November. Girl, it is a mess. So then I started reading some more. And because I really went there to verify if there was an actual thing called 365 testing, and I saw Bill's tweets, and then I saw Devin's tweets telling Brian Norman Jr. they don't care about his vacation, just take the test, and Bada can go anywhere. Those tests are expensive. They can cost anywhere up to $20,000, depending on how often you test, right? So I was like, well, damn, how can Bill and Devin afford to be 365 testing so long? And behold, Victor Conti is sponsoring their VADA test through the SNAP program. So they don't pay, which is probably why they're the only people listed under the 365 testing.
Exactly.
You understand what I'm
Exactly.
you picking up what I'm putting down? So he's running around here accusing Brian Norman Jr. of not wanting to enroll in VADA. And Brian Norman Sr., rightfully so, was pissed off. Because he like, yo, what are y'all trying to insinuate? And I've said this from the conception of this fight. I said they are going to try and wiggle their way out of this fight. Trust me, Bill is sweating bullets trying to figure a way out of this fight. And maybe he's found it. Because they're on this whole smear campaign. They on X-Child telling him what is he afraid of, why he's scared, what he got to hide, all kind of goofy shit. We are in July. Their fight is not until November. On the VADA website, it literally says 8 weeks prior to a fight. July puts us at 16 plus weeks. What are we rushing for? So I was just on a tangent.
And he said he was signing up August 1st. He said he was signing up August 1st.
He said he was going to sign up August 1st. They're telling now they up there saying the boy's cycling. Child, it is a mess. So we're going to see how this all pans out. But that's what I was doing. I was reading and just trying to figure out what the hell Bill talking about.
We're not talking about nothing. It don't make no sense.
But yeah, I mean, so obviously we know with VADA, they can pop up on you anytime they want to and come take your urine. Mainly it's urine. It's really nothing else. They don't do blood. So they can pop up on you anywhere in the world, which is what Devin basically said in his last tweet. Well, the one I saw.
It's very evasive. That's why people don't want to sign up for that shit.
Yeah, well, not only that, I mean, fighters, they know that they have to sign up for some sort of VADA when they're getting ready to fight. My main issue was, why are y'all rushing this boy to sign up right now? It's July. Y'all don't fight until November. Turkey's cards are all over the place. He has too many hands in the fire, for one. Number two, you already had a damn face-off for a fight in November. Who's going to remember that? What's going on?
Exactly. And why didn't you mention this when you, quote-unquote, verbally agreed?
I don't know, but Brian Norman Sr. said the same thing. He said, I'm just finding out right now that there's a difference between VADA and 365 testing. And really, there is not, y'all. They created that shit so that Devin would look like a fool.
It just sounds good.
Wait a minute, but I thought that Nonito was on it. No? Is that a different one?
Let me ask y'all a question.
Nonito Donaire, hold on. Nonito Donaire and Devin Haney are the only ones on it. Nonito Donaire, he did his, I think, in like years ago. I don't think he did it recently, but him, obviously, his husband, and Devin are the only two boxers who have ever enrolled in that, which I find odd since it's, been around, so they claim, but they're the only two boxers who have ever enrolled in that. And I believe they were both sponsored by Snack.
Because who can afford that, y'all?
I'm damn sure ain't afford nothing like that.
It don't make sense. What is 24/7 365? The name just sounds like a scam. 24/7 365. What does that even mean? Why do you need to say 24/7 and 365 at the same? You don't.
Okay, sounding like a 7-Eleven. But from what I read, it's no difference, bro. It's just something I think that they created for Devin ass, if you ask me, to make him seem superior to the rest of the fighters. Because if you read it, there's nothing on there underneath 365. It just has a picture of Devin Haney.
Y'all know what it means? I'm gonna tell you what it means. This is what Margaret Sanger said it means. It means you can be tested outside of the normal 8 weeks. That's it. That's it. It means if we might not test you in those 8 weeks we normally test you, maybe we do 16 weeks. Then that's 24/7 365. It doesn't mean we're actually doing this year round. It just means we're doing it outside of the 8-week window that we normally do it. Does that make sense?
That makes a lot of sense, because that could be why Bill accused them of cycling.
Right. But he's just doing it to get attention, because why wasn't you saying none of this before? Like, that should have been the first thing you brought up if that's how you felt before you made this fight and made it clear that you're not finna be playing that. You know what I'm saying? Don't wait and try to use it because it's coming off as some type of tactic you using.
Well,
it's not genuine.
And I said the same thing. I said, well, why we didn't hear all of this foolishness with the Ramirez fight? Where
Exactly.
was all these accusations and this insistence of VADA testing 365? Because on that website again, I don't see Ramirez ass up there as enrolled in 365. Nothing.
And
So
he
wait,
signed up
so
for it. Go ahead, Key.
do y'all think that do y'all think it's a scam? I'm like, yo, I didn't even know all this stuff went into it. So was this a scam all along? Like they was capping pretty much the whole time?
Hold on, Key. Let me answer that for you real
Go
quick.
ahead. Cause I'm just confuzzled.
There you go. Yes, capping the whole time. Think about it. How long has Vic Vada been involved in boxing? And you've only had how many people sign up for this program?
Two. I have something though that I want to say to Key's question. I do, because I don't know if we believe Turkey or not, or who, whatever the chain of events. But Brian Norman Sr. said that they called him first when they got a hold of that list and said, "Do you want to fight Devin Haney?" So he said, "Yeah." He agreed, and he was like, "Well, we're gonna bring it to him now," because they were trying to find Devin another fight. So they said, "Well, since you put out this little punk ass list, we'll make this fight." So since the inception of that fight, and I don't know if you listened to Coach Malachi, and shout out to him, they were both on there, and Brian Norman Sr. got mad and he outed Bill. He was like, "Nigga, you've been calling around ever since this fight got made, trying to get out of this fight." And that's when him and Bill got into it, talking about the other mama and all that other kind of stuff. But he put it out there. He was like, "You call," I forgot the name he said you talked to. He said, "But you've been calling around trying to get out of this fight since you heard the fight got made. You know, y'all run around here like you big stuff." He was like, "But you didn't even know about the fight until, Turkey called y'all and said, 'Do y'all want this fight?'" They can't back down because they're going to look like what Bill really is, just a clout chaser. So they got to find another way to get out of this fight. I do not believe that Devin Haney truly wants to fight Brian Norman Jr. I don't think that it's a smart fight for him to take at this time anyway. He has a lot of mental demons that he needs to work out, whether his fans want to admit it or not. The boy is shell shocked. Is psychologically damaged. Did you see how he looked when damn Edgar Berlanga got his head whooped? He looked terrified,
Hmm.
like somebody's about to jump out the ring and whoop him next.
Well, let me ask y'all a question though. Can they get out of this fight? What are the implications of get out of this fight with Turkey?
Probably just in the doghouse with Turkey. I don't think there are any sort of legal ramifications. But I think that unless they want to be, they don't want to be on Turkey's shit list with Teofimo Lopez, they have no choice really outside of trying to smear this young man. And this is to me a backup plan, because in the event that Devin does get whipped, they done already started the smear campaign, which is what I think that they will be doing from now on, which is why Devin is probably going to have a hard time getting fights of any value with anybody, because if they start these smear campaigns with anybody that they think is a threat, who's going to want to deal with all of that?
Exactly. And that's exactly and I told y'all they got the 365 to weaponize it. You
But
said it.
both
Who's
Yep.
gonna want to deal with y'all?
I
Yep.
agree with
And
what both of you guys are saying. My thing is this, like I said, there's gonna come a time when the charade is going to be up, and
yep.
I'm wondering if it's going to happen after, because okay, you said the statement of how to get out this fight. Well, technically, from what I'm hearing, by all accounts, it appears that the contractual part starts August 1st. We're 13 days away. So this is like the perfect time, because there's no obligation. This is what it sounded like to me. Not from y'all, but from what Bill and everybody, from what Bill and them was been saying. It appears that there's no contractual obligation until August 1st. There's 13 days away. So you could pull out of this fight and not face any legal ramifications. You get what I'm saying, as far as paying money back, paying for trainers and all that other stuff. You can slide on by. And then
But
of
King, if he
course,
do that, he cannot listen. I don't think you can afford to do that with Turkey. I would think, right? He getting in the ring, telling people who they gonna fight next. You think you can pull out of something 13 days before and it be cool?
no, but I wouldn't be. No, I no. But you remember, I'm under the theory. My theory is that Turkey setting up Devin anyway. I'm not gonna lie to you.
That's crazy, man. I mean, he don't fight Norman, and then what? Like Turkey just gonna be like, all right, cool, I can let you fight Shakur Stevenson. He
Well, the
not trying
next
to.
person is
I
Shakur.
don't even think Turkey would even put on a fight like that, Keith. Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney. That ain't what Turkey trying to see.
You know what? Not to mention, Turkey is really on Tank's. Is calling for Tank right now. So I don't know. So is Devin caught up? I mean, does he? Is it inevitable that he needs to go through with this fight?
I think they gonna fight. I mean, I think they gonna fight or they not, but I don't think he finna get out of it like this is what I'm saying. If they not gonna fight, I don't think this is how he gonna get out of it. I think it's just cap, in my opinion. Because like you said, it's 2 weeks before. Why would you wait till now? Why would you do something that looks so obvious to try to get out the fight?
Yeah.
You know everybody gonna be saying you trying to get out the fight. I feel like that's what he want people to think. I feel like he wants us to think he's trying to get out of the fight.
Well, we think that because it's true. Like I said, Bill don't want this fight to begin with. He was capping, and unfortunately, he capped his way in between a rock and a hard place. Which I said anyway that Devin really has nowhere to go but up. I said before that list was stupid. Why do you still have 135 pounders on that list? What is wrong with you? You need to be focusing on the second half of that list, the Brian Norman Jr.'s, the Rolly Romero's, the Connor Benns, because you need to go up, up, up where you belong. You don't need to be even looking at no 135 pounders.
Mhm.
Well, that well, Tank fought a 130 pounder who's now calling for the winner of Brian and Devin. But let
I
people
saw
tell
that.
you, Tank is bogus. But Devin, he's chasing greatness with that list. So
Sure, you're right. Devin ain't
Nah,
chasing
man.
shit, but I ass whooping.
Mr. Gregg say the Haneys have a huge concern about Brian's punching power. They barely got past Ryan's left hook, and now they are to face a fighter with power again if they fight Norman Jr. And to me, this is the issue of fighters not having autonomy, right? Why is Devin Haney being forced to fight a Norman fight if everybody can visibly see that most likely he's mentally not ready?
man,
I think I can. I think I can answer that. And I don't know their real financial situation. I do know that he sold his house. I do know that his
oh,
father's
so that
family.
was true. That was
Oh
true.
yes. Oh, that's 100% true.
Wow.
Bill and then moved to New York. They said it was to put their younger daughter through college or whatever the case may be, but they downsized from a house to a condo now. I believe Devin also lives in a condo now, so it could be money issues. I don't know, but with DHP never putting on their own fights, they people say it's in conjunction with whatever promotional company. Somehow they always need a promotional company. I think that they have to take the biggest money fights to sustain their lifestyle. And this will be the biggest money fight for them at that weight class because the other champions or the other fighters are busy. Anybody got time to play with Bill and Devin? Tio don't
Well,
want to fight.
they're
That's
not taking it
obvious.
though. They're trying to get out of it.
Well, because they didn't really want it to begin with. They wanted clout chase, keep their name relevant, and they were hoping, like I said, they were hoping to go after Shakur. But Shakur had the Zepeda fight. Maybe that's why he was at the Zepeda fight asking Zepeda coach, who win it? Who win it?
That's
Who
why. That's
knows?
why Keith said the same thing. But I'm like, hell no. Why would Shakur go up and fight Devin Haney? To me,
I
The
that's
told
same
you,
reason he asked.
Shakur. I told you 2 cents. I heard Shakur first, not Brian. Remember, I said this fight does not make sense to me. Like I heard Shakur.
Well, Shakur said he wanted to go fight Conor Ben at 147, so fight Devin instead.
He did,
But
but
let me
he
ask y'all
he's
something.
open to it. Yeah.
Do y'all think that Turkey would put Shakur Stevenson And if he put Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney on the Riyadh card, it's only to shit on them and complain about something. That's the opposite of what Turkey want to see.
Yo, that is, you know what? That is a boring fight.
You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Think about that. Shakur
he was
Stevenson and
impressed.
Devin Haney.
He was impressed
He
with
was
his fight against Zepeda.
But remember, Zepeda's a come forward. Zepeda gonna throw down regardless. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
that fight was gonna be entertaining because Zepeda got that style to make it entertaining. Shakur is a better counter puncher than he is offensive, from what I see. And Devin is a better shoot. I don't know what Devin is right now. Um, mm,
See, but this what y'all not realizing, flying frequency. You talking about Shakur said he wouldn't fight Devin at 147. Yes, he
it'll be at a
would.
catch
If
weight.
Turkey told him. If Turkey said you're fighting Devin next, Shakur's fighting Devin next, bro. Those fighters don't have no more autonomy.
That's
They
what I
gotta do
just
what
said
Turkey tell
before.
them to do. That's what y'all
Mhm.
wanted so bad. Y'all wanted the best to fight the best, so there you have it.
It'll be at a catch weight though. It'll be at 144. It
Mm-mm.
wouldn't be the
Still,
full 147 against Devin. It'll be at a catch weight.
Why do you
Because
think
who
he's gonna catch it?
um because I can't see Devin I mean Shakur wanting to go up 2 weight classes like that and then not want to come back down and at least compete at 135 or 140. Who was it that just said that they needed a rehydration clause, y'all?
they said that they was gonna put a rehydration clause on Conor Ben, and apparently that's a good idea. That's what the
For
streets was
Shakur,
saying.
right?
Yeah, Shakur's gonna go to 47, fight Conor Ben, and put a rehydration clause on him.
Okay. So then Shakur fight Devin at 144. They both gonna blow up big. I
Yeah.
really could see that being a play, y'all. I don't know why, because I heard Shakur and I'm like,
You
yo,
think so, Key?
I really think that that would be one of the plays. They wanted Shakur.
I just
He
think
was
that
at that fight,
if
front and center, watching everything that Shakur was
if
doing. Two
Devin
cents.
Haney pulls up Shakur and fight him, the boxing community should be in an uproar.
You know that's not gonna happen.
Well, I'll
No,
tell you
y'all
what.
should be in an
I
uproar.
think Shakur beats the shit out of Devin Haney. I
Well,
think
I
he's
don't know
faster.
about that.
Mhm. I think
Shakur
he's
beat the shit
faster.
out
He's
of
more
Devin Haney.
explosive. Well,
Who? No, Shakur
not
is
like
not.
that. I'm telling you. I think Shakur beats Haney. I think so. He was too eager to get in that ring after his fight. Who was that fight he got in? He jumped in the ring with like a hungry dog. We know Shakur only
Oh,
act that way if he
Loma
think he could
after
beat you.
the Loma fight.
He only act that way if he think he could beat you. Y'all know that.
That's a good point. That's a good point. But Devin gonna be bigger than that. He gonna be way bigger than him.
Well,
Well, at least Devin don't have to worry about getting knocked out by Shakur, though.
this is true too. This is true.
Yeah, that's gonna be. That's You think the fight gonna be exciting, Jab Queen?
Nah, I'm going to sleep. But
I think that the
I'll
best
probably be
fight,
the
I
only one
think
going to sleep during that
Africa.
fight.
I think Africa would be a better fight, y'all. What do y'all think?
Oh, that's a good one.
That's why I said if he fights Shakur, he ducked Africa because Africa was pressing him at the Shakur and Zepeda fight.
Africa need to press
But
Tio or
but
need to
that
give
means
my
Devin
my
think he
boy
can beat
Gary
Shakur.
Antoine a fight.
But Devin must think he can beat Shakur, just like Shakur think he could beat him if that's who he want to fight. You
They're
feel what I'm
both pillow
saying?
fisted, so it ain't anybody getting hurt. They both pillow fisted. Mm-hmm.
Who got more knockouts, Africa or Africa or Devin? Which one got more knockouts?
And what
That's
are
a
we
Because
good
talking about
Africa
question.
just put
knockouts?
on a good performance with Cambosis. So
Sure did.
who got a better knockout percent? That's who Devin need. Because I don't even think. Okay, what about Connor Ben and Devin? They both have 147.
I said that before too. I don't see why not.
That's the same reason you don't want him to fight Brian Norman.
Why?
Connor really ain't got no. I mean, he went tooth and nail with what's his
But
name?
Conor ain't had that pop since he stopped the eggs. Shout out Jupe in the building. What's going on, Jupe?
Now you didn't have to say that too soon. You didn't have to say that.
Hey ladies, how y'all doing?
What's
What
going
up,
on,
Jupe?
Jude?
Hey, Queen.
Hey, how y'all doing?
We
I
good. We
texted you.
good.
I just had to join in. I'm like, I have some good conversation up here. It's all ladies. I had to jump on.
Yeah, of course.
um,
What you got for the show? What's your 2 cents?
I'm just listening to the conversation, and I think it's so weird because, like, okay, I hear all this stuff going on with Haney and Brian Norman, but now we're discussing like him potentially fighting Shakur, which I guess was on his list. He had a whole bunch of people on his list. But what's like confusing me is like I don't understand. Like, so we're going from Shakur, so possibly Shakur or Hitchens, which is also at 140. But like everyone was just going crazy over Tank fighting Roach in the first place, even though Roach is like 130, but he's bigger, right? There's
Mm-hmm.
so many options at 147. So Brian Norman is a good fight. He's a champion. That's a belt. Like, I mean, I remember his whole deal was like, I'm champion. I was undisputed. You know, I'm all about legacy and belts and stuff like that. So of course, you know, and then he still has a reach advantage over Brian. So I'm not understanding like why would you be why is he even looking at Hitchens or Shakur or
Who got a
anyone?
reach advantage?
Huh?
Who got a reach advantage?
Say it one more time.
Who has a reach advantage?
I think Haney. I think Haney has a reach advantage over Norman.
No, he don't. Brian Norman is 72, Devin 71.
Oh, they okay. He just looked bigger when they were like bigger.
That's why
They
everybody says he
did.
looks
Did you
bigger.
see his neck, Jupe? Devin neck even was bigger
Yeah,
than
Devin looks
Brian.
so much bigger, and I'm sitting here
Yeah,
like,
he did
wow,
look bigger
okay.
than him.
But I already knew he was a big kid. But I just feel like I just feel like the whole goalpost moves. And even though he's the bigger guy, he's moving up and he's still the bigger guy. Like I don't understand like why he gets the pass, but anyone else even looks at anyone like you know in a lower weight class. It's a problem. And this whole thing with Norman, I don't get that either because if I get it, he has the right to really be careful about PEDs and making sure he's covered. I am 100% with him on that. But that's why you decide these things ahead of time. So if I think 16 weeks of like 8 weeks is normally more than enough, but 16 weeks of body testing, whatever drug testing, is beyond sufficient. So I don't know. I just think that it's a lot of weird stuff going on with that camp. I don't know why they're pulling this out of nowhere all of a sudden. And I mean, I'm a Shakur fan and a Haney fan. I like Haney too, but I'm not interested in seeing Haney versus Shakur. And honestly, now I'm not even as interested in seeing Haney versus Hitchens. I want to see Hitchens unified with other guys at 140. I want Haney. What's the point of going to 147 if you're not going to fight 147 pounders? It's like it was a waste of
Ding,
time.
ding, ding. What do you
Juke
guys think
is the
about this?
only. Hold on, Key, before let me get
Mhm.
this cash app and these super chats. But Juke, so he can be a weight bully. This is only confirming that he's a weight bully. That's the only reason you would go to 47 and then try to fight 35 pounders. Shout out to Dean by any means with the $5 in the cash app. He say for the ladies. Shout out Dean by any means.
What do
Shout
you
out
think?
to
Oh,
Ace
sorry.
Sosan with the 4.99 in the super chat. Shout out Ace Sosan. He say shout out to the queens, and I got one more. Shout out Mark Q in the building. He say to the baddest queens doing this YouTube. Shout out Mark Q. All right, go ahead, Key.
So, to go with Jupe's point, and I forgot to tell y'all this. The 16 weeks, Brian Norman Sr. did an interview on Mill City today. Was it today or yesterday? It was today. And he said that the 16 weeks from August 1st is actually an extension that they agreed to. So he's being tested even more. And that if he was to, so now they're asking for an additional, so it'll be 19 weeks of testing when they already agreed to an extension of 16 weeks instead of the standard 6 to 8 or something like that. I could be wrong, but I know he said that this is an extended drug testing that they've already agreed to. What do y'all think about that?
And even Key, it get worse and worse. Don't it get worse and worse? Shout out Sexy Kendra in the building. Yeah, and that's why this makes even less sense now, Key. Because now you're trying to add an extra 2 weeks onto that.
Like
Yeah,
I
I
said,
think
this is his way of financially bullying them because he knows that all of his VITA testing is paid for. So what the hell do he care that somebody else got to come out their pocket for damn near what 8 damn months. Like what's happening right now? You that
That's a
scared?
really good point. That's an excellent point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I didn't even
yeah.
think about the financial component. But what I'm thinking is, and I don't pretend to like know everything about. I'm not a chemist. I don't know about PEDs like that. But I've been watching boxing a long time. All I know is if you need someone to be on be tested for PEDs for 16 weeks and you're still worried, then maybe there's some PTSD going on. Maybe there's something that you need to deal with. Maybe you're not ready to go back in the ring then, because and I'm not
Or
he has
maybe
the
you
right
cheating
to be
yourself.
nervous. Right. I just think this like, and now you're saying it's extended to 19 weeks. I think that he's showing. I think Brian is showing. Okay, I get it. I'm gonna be, go along with it. And he's a champion, and I think they should be tested vigorously. But he just got finished fighting. So I'm sorry if it's me and I'm going on vacation. I am not about to be getting off my jet skis and the pool to get tested. I'm sorry. You're just gonna have to figure something else out. That's just me personally. I think they're being like they're being melodramatic. And if you felt this way, why did you get that approved and agree upon that before you signed the contract and then did a press conference?
That
It's
is
like you're
true.
trying to give yourself some type of leverage, right? Because with Turkey, he's the A side. So because it's like, what leverage do you have to be doing this? We've already agreed to the 16 weeks. You trying to add weeks? You online? You trying to bully me? It just, you don't have any leverage to be doing that. And I'm the champion on top of all of that. So I feel like people should be reaching out to Bill and letting him know when he on these platforms how ridiculous he looks. You're the challenger. You don't have any leverage to be doing this. He's already acquiesced to the things you're asking, and now you're asking for even more. No, Bill. No. And people need to
This
say that instead of attacking Norman.
this makes me think about all the times of they had to test Errol Spence hair and blood. They tested Tank's hair and blood. They tested Wilder's hair and blood. Like they've went through so many extremes to get to see if these fighters are popping dirty, and they've passed with flying colors. And we went from that with fighters that we know have power, that we know have been that they undergo stringent testing protocols, to now this is what happened. And they do it. We've never heard Earl come out and say, I'm not doing all of this. No, they would literally, I have so many stories of testing agents coming in there and testing and pulling blood from Earl Spence in the gym, taking hair samples. The same for Tank Davis, and we all know about Wilder. We already know about that. So, and they've all done it. It has never been this type of, and they could have easily came out and said, "Man, this is too much. Just take the urine." You know what I'm saying? Or just do what y'all gonna do. They never said anything about all these other testing procedures that they wanted to do to further fish and determine if they were dirty or not. But with this, I don't think I've ever seen this before. I've
Because
heard of
it's being
fighters accusing
weaponized.
others,
It's
huh?
being weaponized because it's being weaponized, Key. This is not oh, we think you cheating. We finna try to catch you. That's kind of what you described with Earl and Tank. Like, oh, yeah, we finna keep our eyes on you. But this is being weaponized. I'm on the podcast. I'm accusing. I'm getting fans to go accuse. And it's not genuine, Key. It's not genuine. And that's the difference. Like, they genuinely was trying to catch Earl and them doing something. Bill, I don't think is genuinely trying to catch them doing anything because they've already agreed to whatever demands he had originally. So this is some type of other agenda he got going on. You feel what I'm saying?
And let me chime in just a little bit to tell you how much Bill moves the goalposts, right? And he does it very slick and very strategic. So I don't know if y'all watched their little back and forth before they got into the fisticuffs, right? And Bill was like, you know how he turns to the camera, well, did you sign up for VADA? And Brian Norman Sr. turned to him and he said, you ain't got to worry about that. We already signed up. And the look on Bill's face, just his demeanor changed. Go watch it again. His demeanor changed when Brian Norman Sr. said, yes, this is why at the face-off, their manager made reference of it. That's when he said, Bill, that Devin tested negative for confidence and all that other shit. But that's why he made mention of it, because Bill brought it up before. This was after his post on social media. Well, I wonder when y'all gonna sign up for VADA. And then lo and behold, they had already signed up for VADA. So now, fast forward, that they signed up for VADA. Now they need to sign up for 365 VADA. Like you said, all these fucking hoops you trying to make them jump through just to fight your punk ass. It's not worth it. And
you're not the champion.
You're not. And you have other boxers sitting around looking at this shit like, do I really even want to fight this nigga? I got to go through all of that. Like, I'm a clean fighter. But who wants to deal with all of that? Like you said, it's very invasive. So not only do I have to ask West to the 8 weeks, now you want me to do 16, 24, 32? Like, what? Get out of here with all of that, bro.
Yeah, if Brian signs up for it today, it'll be 19 weeks of VADA testing. That's crazy.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's crazy.
You had a good point. I'm gonna go back and look at that video, Jab Queen. But I do feel like he has been kind of, and I think to 2 Cents' point, it does like he's been kind of weaponizing it. Like he keeps bringing up, VADA testing, and I get it. Like
they're traumatized.
I do not like drug cheats, and I was mad at Ryan. I think he should have got that win taken away. I'm with him on that, but now to weaponize it, and you're putting this jacket on people that's putting like a little stain on their names, also you can play this game. But in reality, if this would make me think it's really not just about the testing, because if it was, you would have corrected all the mistakes you did with Ryan. Like when you made whatever loopholes Ryan got to go through, you would have been, okay, this is ironclad. We're making sure that the testing starts this date. It shouldn't have been nothing to talk about. You shouldn't still be arguing and renegotiating the contract after the press conference already. And then why today of all days? You just woke up and decided that today is the day that he needs an extra couple of weeks. It's just out of nowhere. And it's just, it does seem weird. It seems like, I don't want to say they're trying to get out of the fight, but I'm sorry. When I saw that video and he pretty much admitted that he tried to get Devin out of that fight, this feels like an extension of that. He just found a new way. And maybe now whether Devin feels that way or not, I mean, he's awfully quiet, but I think that's what this is. I think it's more than anything than him worried about testing. Because that's the case, just fight somebody who can't punch then. Like he didn't have to do this. Right. Bill should have hushed. Like, this is really Bill's fault for talking. He talked their way into this.
Yep. Shout out Sexy Kendra in the building. What's going on, Sexy? What's your 2 cents? What's your show?
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm just glad to be up here with the ladies, basically.
Oh, okay.
And,
ladies' night.
Deb, yeah, and Devin's a dub. That's all I got to say.
Okay, thank
you. Salute, Queen. Good to see you always in the comments and everything. Salute, Queen. Hope you're having a wonderful day.
Yeah, to talk to you, Kendra, hear your voice. So I don't know, y'all. I'm just telling y'all. I just said we gonna sit back and see how it play out, because this shit don't make no sense. And obviously Norman is not gonna let Bill.
I got the perfect fight for Devin. Alexis Rocha. Boom.
I got a better one than that, Kate. I got a better one than that.
I have one question, you guys. Mm-hmm. So Bill was saying today that if he doesn't, I guess, sign up today or tomorrow, whatever date, new imaginary date, that they're no longer interested in the fight. So my question is how right. But my question is, Devin kept saying, we're signed. We signed a contract. You just signed a contract. So how can you pull out of the fight if it's signed already? Like, you can't, right? Like, if it's signed, that means you're it. You can't get out of it without breaking some type of contract and getting sued, unless it's not signed. So that's why
it's not signed. They haven't signed anything from my understanding. They verbally agreed. I've heard somebody else say they signed a term sheet, but they definitely haven't signed any contracts. I don't believe. But I don't care if they haven't signed any contracts. I don't think Turkey play that shit, y'all. I don't think Turkey playing that. Like, you're not finna be paying for press conferences and face-offs, and you waiting 13 days before somebody finna do something talking about you dropping out of fight. Shout out to Kamani in the building with the $5 in the super chat. She says it's a campaign. Bill got to get other boxers to sign up so they can continue to have it for free. Oh,
That's a good point. Yo, I never thought about that, Kamani. You onto something,
oh,
Queen.
That's an
Kamani.
excellent point. Because you know
Good
what?
point. Yo, I never thought about that, Kamani.
That's a good point because everybody keeps saying that, which it does seem weird that what's the name, Victor Conti is a part of VADA, right? Because he always pushing people to sign up for VADA. It seems like how like back in the day when you were younger, they say that pyramid scheme where like if you got people signed up,
Like
Yeah.
MLM. Yeah,
and
the
let people send the
MLM.
knives
It's
out.
a forex. It's a forex boxing.
It sounds like some pyramid. That would make sense because I'm like, what is it with this? And why does it specifically have to be VADA? Like, it just feels so weird.
Wow, that's a good one.
Yeah.
You know what else? You know what else I think is interesting too? Somebody just said something that made me think about. You know how that list had Ryan at the bottom, right?
Number
And
10.
you and your precious Vada bill. And Ryan also said he was gonna have a backup test. Y'all see how all of a sudden, poof, that fight went out the window? He was
Facts.
he was gonna have a
Yep.
backup test to their Vada. Now they could say it's because he lost to Rolly, which makes absolutely no damn sense to me because Devin looked like hot dog shit in that fight he had. But that fight completely went kaput. The first mention of an additional testing. Cause y'all can try that Vada shit all y'all want to, but if I got an agency myself and they say I'm clean and Vada say I'm dirty, now we got an investigation.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yep, there you go.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yes.
You sure
I
right?
wonder, do they have it to where it's a non-compete clause when you're with VADA? If a fighter is on VADA, or snack,
No, because I'm
that other fighter has to
voluntarily
do
doing
it.
it. I'm
No,
voluntarily doing this.
they can get a secondary one. From what I read, they can get a secondary one, but it has to be an accredited secondary one. They list them on the thing, but it can be a different one if you want to do like a cheaper route. It just has to be an accredited lab, like the Smarto lab or whatever the hell they use. It has to be an accredited one, but they can use a different one. It just has to be accredited or approved by VADA or some shit they said.
Mm. So this
Well,
is, like you said, Two Cents, this is gonna be they're gonna be able to weaponize this moving forward in other fights, y'all.
what is the test that Tank said that he was taking instead of Vada?
I think Tank has to do USADA,
I
if
think he
I'm
does
not
USADA
mistaken.
or like an Olympic one that maybe Mayweather was doing.
Yep, it's just kind of
Oh,
it's one of the
It's
Olympics.
anything.
Did somebody drop their phone?
I don't know what's going on.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we're here.
Jupe, you there? I don't know what happened.
Yeah, Jupe is,
Can you hear me?
yep,
Yeah, we
you
Yeah, I
can hear
can
good.
you.
hear you.
Okay.
But somebody sounded like they was getting kidnapped or something.
So I don't know. I thought somebody had a wire on. I'm about to hang up. Look here, Tucson. I don't know what you got going on over here.
Like
Now,
Two Cents,
somebody
you
was
got the
saying
feds over here. Two
You
Cents, you
know
got
what
us
I'm talking
talking.
about? Look, we got to
they
shut down the
did not they
Carter.
like, hey, they like,
We got to
hold
shut down the
on.
Carter key. Listen, we got to
I
shut down
don't
the
know what we
Carter.
said. We done
Right.
got on the radio. I don't know what happened.
Y'all thought Conti hacked the line.
Okay. Oh God.
Exactly. So do you guys think, okay, do you guys think that okay, after this, okay, say this fight falls through, because it's looking like, because Bill said that they have until today. I haven't heard anything of the fight not being, canceled or, still going on, but they said they had until today. The audacity. But anyways, if that fight does go through, I mean, falls apart, do you think that this, I know Devin's brand, still hasn't reached that moment pre Ryan Garcia when there was a lot more people, riding for him. But do you think that this damages or tarnishes Devin's brand even more? Because first we had the Ramirez fight. Now we have this coming up. Does it look like, do he get shelved basically? Is that it? Or, is Bill going to be able to pull a rabbit out the hat?
I
Um,
think I think Devin had all the momentum going into that Ramirez fight. because all eyes was on him because people wanted to see how Devin was gonna perform and is he okay. The way he fought that Ramirez fight, I feel like he killed all of his momentum. And so now he needs to build himself back up. His brand is already diminished, and not necessarily because of the ring, but because of the antics they doing out the ring. All the capping and cloud chasing and all of that they keep doing, like they won't stop. I thought they would stop after the Ryan loss, but they won't stop. But now that the energy and the momentum is going against them, that capping stuff is not going to work no more. If he keep going along with this, if you take this, if you don't take this test and do it by tomorrow, and he pull out this fight, Devin Haney is done. There will be no justifying it, especially after the way y'all cried and about how he was daring to be great and Devin doing it something nobody else doing, and y'all did all this glazing about this fight, only for him to pull out of it a few days before because of a technicality, something silly. Like you're done, Devin. If you do that, he's done.
Um, so I don't know if it was momentum that he had, but people were definitely intrigued to see how he would come back. And you're 100% right. That performance definitely didn't help with any goddamn thing that he had going on. But I'm assuming that as long as he can still bend over and twerk for Turkey, he'll be all right. I mean, he gonna have to do what Turkey say, and as Turkey said, he don't do easy fights. So we say. So Devin is always going to be within a rock and a hard place, which is why, to y'all point, he is weaponizing Vada and Victor Conti.
So he
That is
got
his
one or
ace
two
in the
fights
hole.
left. Devin got one or two fights left, basically.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's gonna get any more soft touches. So he's gonna have to get in there and really squabble up.
I mean, you know
No,
what?
no more telling boxes they too small, baby. Them days is over with. You
But
gonna
that's
look
what
them
I'm
under
saying. He
eye.
trying to pull up 35 pounders, and you know Turkey is cool with these fantasy fights. Like Turkey don't
Hmm.
understand about the weight classes.
Yeah.
So yeah, Devin Haney and Shakur sound like a good fight, but first of all, it's not gonna be the type of fight. You know what I'm saying? Hitchison and Devin sound like a good fight, but them ain't the fight. Though the fights I feel like Devin could make is not going to be the fights that Turkey gonna want to see.
Mm.
Yeah, so I kind of agree partially with what you're saying because I think what Turkey does is just like if your name is you have even the least bit of notoriety, he'll put those two guys together like oh it's a big fight and that's why he has had these challenges with the sales because they're two good a couple of names it doesn't necessarily build the fight, but I think in terms of Haney I think like I said he has Turkey. I feel like the Ramirez fight was a tune up. I mean I thought that he was gonna I mean, he won, right? Of course, but I thought he was going to be a little bit more. I thought this was like a perfect candidate for him to really like get the buzz back behind his name and even stop Ramirez. I think that he's like one of those people who are just ready to go. He's just older now. But this is what I think what Bill's doing. I think Bill is doing this right now to kind of gauge because I think what Bill does is really about social media reaction to things, and he's trying to see if he can get away with this right now, right? Like, oh, and trying to see if people start pressuring. He's trying to add public pressure to the Normans to just kind of acquiesce to, oh, okay, we have 16 weeks of testing isn't enough. Now we have to do 19 or 20. And then he come back a week later and then he's going to add more and more and more to see where it goes. But it doesn't seem like it's having the effect that I think he thought it would have had. And people are looking like, bro, like how like does he need to be in testing after weeks after the fight too? Like he's just asking for a lot. So
Hmm.
I think unfortunately, I mean actually because they're so worried about how social media react, I think he's gonna have to just be stuck and take this fight. I really do. I don't think he wants this fight, but I think he's gonna have to because unless they get the public to like pressure the Normans, which I don't see happening so far, because this is a little like 16 weeks is like I don't think
Well,
people fight Mike Tyson had 16 weeks. You know, I mean, the OGs didn't have this much time. Like, I don't know what super drug is out there that 16 weeks isn't enough. But I think he's gonna. I think depending on how the pendulum swings in the social media world, because I feel like that's the world they dominate, and he's really good with social media and getting people to kind of publicly pressure people and put stories out on people. I think it depends on how if folks react, because if he pulls out this fight, that just all everything they built up, like, oh, Devin wants to fight the best and blah blah blah, it goes away, So I think he's gonna have to take it, unfortunately, for him. I mean, I think it's a good fight, but they clearly don't want it.
Jupe,
Well,
I literally looked at Brian Norman's, didn't I, 2 cents? I kept saying, like, yo, I'm looking at Brian's film. And I mean, everything from foot placement, he beats Devin in. Like I said, Devin, when he likes to turn his opponents, he do that to Brian. Brian goes right. He gonna be right in his face. You know what I'm saying? And a
Mhm.
pop him. All that running
And
around that he did with Ramirez, he's gonna be able to cut off that ring. And if he land one of them uppercuts, my goodness, y'all. My goodness. This is a bad, it's a bad matchup. I ain't
It's
gonna lie to
over.
y'all.
So
I think it's he could win it. He would have to move, and I do think so. This is just to give some positive feedback. I do think Devin is a big boy, right? And I think 147 will suit him well, because I think that's part of his problem. He just needs to go ahead and just fight with his real size, because I think he handled him, to me, like he had a little bit more pop on his punches against Ramirez. But what scares me is that Norman is way faster than Ramirez. Now, I know Ramirez couldn't touch you and all that, but Norman also, and Ramirez has never been, I mean, he got some pop. He's never been like a one punch knockout artist. And unfortunately, the punch that Norman does so well is a punch that Devin just has a problem with. And I couldn't really tell in the Ramirez fight if he kind of fixed that issue with keeping his hand up so he wouldn't get hit with all those lefts. He has this issue with lefts. I don't know what it is, um, but yeah, Norman's footwork is pretty decent. But me looking at the fight with what was it, Brian Norman, when he was on Top Rank, one of his first big Top Rank, I think it's Boca Chica. Boca Chica has some success against Norman, but Boca Chica also has pop. So I think he has there's a path to victory for him. It's just not as wide as Norman's path to victory. But I think that it also requires him to be 100% confident. And with the answers they're having now, I don't know. Like he has to be all in. He can't be half stepping, timid. He has to make Brian Norman like think twice about everything.
He would have to fight him like how Quentin Randall fought him. Remember that fight, y'all? That
but does
Brian
he
Norman
have
had
the
a really
balls to do
close.
that?
Oh yeah, that was a good fight.
Oh,
Mhm.
that's a good question. Does he have that? Because remember, Quentin Randall, his
damn that.
offense helped him smother Brian Norman Jr.'s punches. So he was able to smother his punches, and he was able to counter. So when Brian would swing, Quinn would swing. It was a really close fight, but he possibly would have to do that in a whole lot of clinching. Devin has to hug. He got to hug in that fight. He cannot let Brian get no momentum. He got to
do y'all
clinch.
remember when they hit Devin with the clinch count?
Yeah.
That
But
was
let
diabolical.
me
It was
ask you this
Fight
though,
was
diabolical.
Key,
bad.
because you made me think of something, Key. So you're saying that he's gonna have to get in and smother the punches. That's gonna require him to come inside. Remember, Brian's reach is longer than his, so he could just pop him every time he try to come in.
Not if he
And if he try,
implement the clinch too, though. If he clinches, like okay, soon as he like, cause
you
dang
see what
Brian,
happened when he was trying to
shoot.
clinch Ryan? He got pop,
I
pop,
was
pop, pop.
all about to say that because that one too that Brian got is cold, man, and it's quick, like Jupe said. Man, I don't know. I'm trying to find ways, y'all, to
But
help
that
this
I'm not.
man
I
win this
wasn't, and
fight.
I wasn't trying. I know, right? Girl, please. I wasn't trying to be. I wasn't trying to be funny frequents because you in your feelings like you always are. But
Exactly.
I was just trying to make a point because she does have, that is a good game plan for him to implement if he's not afraid to try and get inside. But what I'm saying is, since Brian's reach is longer, as soon as you try to come hug me, give me a kiss and all of that, and pop you in your mouth. You know what I'm saying? And how long will you be able to withstand those pops in your mouth? I know y'all love to say power is not everything. Power is not every damn thing, right? But in a fight, you do have to exchange some sort of punches.
Yeah, like I agree. Power's not everything, and like I said, Devin. I think Devin. I have to look at more tape for Brian. I've seen way more of Haney than Brian. I believe Haney is the quicker guy. So, and he's longer. I mean, I guess his reach isn't longer, as you corrected me, but he just looks bigger. But I'm assuming he can get in and out. Just like jab. jab in, jab out. But of course, there's going to be times where he's going to miss, and to avoid getting countered, he's going to have to hold or grab, like you guys said. But what scared me was when the bodyguard kind of tried to took Brian Norman's shirt and then
And
Brian
took
Norman
him
with one
down,
hand
girl.
on
Oh
his-
my God.
I was like,
Did y'all see that?
Damn, y'all.
I ain't gonna lie though. I ain't gonna lie. That was kind of. I was like, oh, so
I
you
was like,
strong. You
That's what I
strong.
said. I
Okay.
said,
Listen,
I
when
said,
I saw that, when I saw that, any little bit of hope I had for Devin went right out the damn window.
Yeah, I mean, because the guy had and his bodyguard was big. Like that's a lot
And
of
strong. He looked
Yeah, big,
strong.
strong.
Girl,
Right?
did you see his arms, girl? So I was looking at
Yes.
that
I
like,
saw him
okay.
and I'm like, I don't know, if clinching is the way either. I don't know. Like I got
did you see how when
like,
they was at the face off and Brian Norman just kind of put his arm up and kind of like, man, come on, like push him back to
Almost
the
shoved Devin
side.
ass
Look how
against the wall.
confident he looked too, since Devin all in his face and all of that, and Brian just nodding his head. It reminded me of Earl Spence fight. What fight was that when Earl was smiling? Not with Bud. It was another
Mikey
fight.
Garcia.
Yes.
Child,
Remember, like he was just confident, like, yeah, all right, okay. And you know,
Devin said, Devin, I see it. I see it. I see it. I said to myself, see what? You getting knocked the hell out? What the hell you see when you look at that damn boy?
yeah, he just
Besides
I
your
wouldn't do a
funeral.
clip. Yeah, we haven't seen how strong Devin is at 147 yet either. So
Child, he ain't strong.
maybe he got
He
some.
ain't strong. He
I'm
ain't
trying to be honest. Maybe
He
he
not.
got some
But
strength.
he not even at 47. So that's the thing. So he about to go to 47 and fight him. He ain't even he trying to fight at catchweights.
Yeah, I think Devin needs to
Exactly.
get this. I think if Devin just needs to keep fighting at 147, because I really think that's his problem. Well, part not his only problem, but yeah, when I saw that, I was like, I don't know about the clinching. So I think he can kind of pop in and out on him, and maybe try to go to Brian's body, to kind of weaken, because that kind of take something away, a little sting off your punches. But of course, that's dangerous because you so easily get countered when you go into the body. So. I mean, there's a path to victory. There is.
he's
Yes.
he's gonna have to flip him over the ring. That's what he gonna have to do to win.
Flip
So
him
He
let
over.
gonna
me
have to,
stop.
he
Yeah,
gonna
right.
have
Good
to
luck
do
with that.
something.
Good luck with all of
Are
that.
you telling
But
him to
just
pull a Montana love?
Yes, he gonna have to
so
go
Jude,
flat. No, you know what? Jude makes a good point though. One thing that Devin can do, that he can do to use lateral movement. Okay, dare I say
so run.
this?
So
He's
run.
gonna have to run. Yes, he's gonna have to run.
Mhm.
He's
But
gonna have to get
you
in,
have to
get
throw
out.
punches, Key. You have to throw punches to win a fight.
I know. Then how else is this man gonna beat him then, y'all? Because I'm trying everything. And
I
I
don't know.
literally watched this
I
man
think he
3
can
fights
punch
and
from
I
the
said Devin
outside.
is in trouble.
Yeah,
Huh?
I think he can box from the outside, and he has a chance. I think that he's probably the better pure boxer.
Yeah,
Although I will
yeah, I
say
can agree with
Norman's
that.
jab has been looking pretty good lately too. So
Thank you. He's
yeah,
been
I
getting
will give him.
progressively better. His
Yeah, he's
last
not
couple
just
fights,
power. I will say he's
he
not
is
just power.
not. He is not.
I mean, but seriously though, if we look at it, like I could see how one could say, I think Devin should be able to beat Brian Norman. I could see how he should be able to outbox him, and a lot of people could think that. But I don't think a lot of people are considering Devin Haney's mental state. Like all his fans keep overlooking that. Like they want to make excuses for the last fight and talk about he 12 zipped him and 12, 11 to 1 and all this other stuff. But why was he even looking like that in a ring against that level of opponent? To a lot of people was thinking he finna go in there and stop him. You went in there and ran around with somebody everybody thought you could possibly stop. And
Exactly.
now we're supposed to believe that you're gonna go in there and be competitive with Brian Norton?
So let me ask y'all a question, right? Because you brought up a good point. Maybe he'll be strong at 47. Do you think that the excessive weight cutting all those years to shrink himself down to compete at lower weight classes has affected him any?
That's a 2 cents question because 2 cent sons be boxing and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
I
so
don't know. Probably because it, especially after that beat down he took from Ryan.
I think that
But it may not show up till he's older. Like you just never know when that's gonna show up.
too rich,
yeah,
please.
that strain on the body. I was told to if you, and I don't know how true this is, but one, I was told you can miss a growth spurt, right? And now something me, he just looks like a really big guy to me. I don't know how he did 135 all that time. He's just so much naturally. Just you can show he's just even remember immediately after the Ryan fight, and he did that interview. He looked so big, like he almost.
But you know what? He looked healthy to me. He
Yeah,
looked
but
healthy
he
to
has
me. Like
like
that was his natural
he's a
weight.
thick guy. I think
Yeah.
he's a thick kind of guy. So I think it could, but I also think that I think you're definitely gonna have more pop because at your most comfortable and you're not depleting yourself, right? But the problem is once you do get to the if you are finally comfortable and you might be at your best physically, but you're not used to fighting people at their best at your same size. If
Mm-hmm.
you're used to fighting guys that were smaller and they may have been at their best, but you're still a bigger guy because you can hydrate bigger. But
And older.
but you're not used to the same in return, which I think could have been a little bit had something to do with the Ryan fight because you got somebody who now
Well, I've said that several times. That Ryan fight was the first time Devin would be in somebody there, his age, his height, his weight, his same dimensions, and we will see how this all turns out. Now, unfortunately for Ryan Garcia, he tainted his own win. However, with this fight, you can't look and say you too small, you too small. You can't say that looking eye to eye with Brian Norman Jr. As you said, to your point, these guys are used to competing at this weight class. You just getting there. Albeit you may belong there now, but you just now getting there. You're just gonna have to feel how it feels to take punches of a guy your same height, your same weight, your same dimensions, and see how you rock with that. Because y'all say what y'all want. Yes, he won that Loma fight, but Loma was getting in that ass.
Man, that fight
Yeah,
was,
he was.
that was one of my favorite fights. That was such a good fight because Loma was
He waited too long to turn up, but Loma was getting in that ass after a while.
and I keep thinking to myself, imagine if Loma was as big as him. I don't know how that fight would have went.
But you heard what Loma said, right? He no lightweight, him middleweight. You heard him, right?
Yeah. But then I mean, but okay, so with that question, I thought about Rolly, right? Rolly was at 135 and then moved up to 140. Then he's at 147. Now he's at 147. And his power looked like it has carried.
Yes, it has.
So I can't say like with Devin, because we could make the same argument. Has Rolly been weight bullying all these years? Was
Rolly
that
admitted
why?
he
Yes,
was.
yes, he
You know what
said
I'm
that
saying?
himself in the interview. Yes, he
Rolly
basically
admitted
was
that.
saying, yeah, he said in the interview he was weight drained at 35 and
He
40.
said he was doing it to himself because they asked him about Javante weight draining. He said, "Listen, these guys weight drain themselves. They know what it is." And I've said this several times myself. How you gonna call somebody that tell them they're weight draining you if you're fighting in their weight class, or if you're at a bigger weight class? Why are you calling out a guy smaller than you? So
Yeah.
either way you
Yeah.
look at it, they weight draining their damn selves.
Now what?
Right.
And I would say the difference between Rolly out and by the way, I'm Team Rolly. I don't care what anybody say, so I know that people laugh at me for that.
That's the goat. That's the goat.
I love Rolly, his little weird self. But the difference was what I noticed about Rolly when he was competing at 135. He never blew up in between fights. He never looked as big as like a Devin did. Like
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't remember one time when I'm like, oh my God, boy, you need to go up. Like, and he never looked that bad on the scales either. Like, I mean, of course he looked like he was cutting weight, but not to that level.
Well, he was looking like Thriller. Y'all seen Devin looking like Thriller?
Yeah,
when he
it was
that-
scary. It looked
Yeah.
unhealthy. He never looked like, oh my God, Rolly doesn't like. He never worried me in that way. I do think his power carried up, but I think it made sense for Rolly's power to carry up because he had real pop even at 135. So think about it. If you're cutting weight, you're not cutting to the point where you're depleting your power because Tank said everyone who's ever fought him said he can hit. But I mean, I think the problem is that the 135 has had a lot of guys who just, I don't know, didn't want to fight higher weights.
I
Well, no,
posed
I
that
think-
question. Oh, go ahead, Jap Queen.
No, I was just gonna say I think the problem is with Devin and a lot of the guys when he was at 135, they all knew how big he really was. And they all knew that he had the capacity to rehydrate up. So I don't think they were looking to put themselves at an even more disadvantage because I believe that all of them know how big his ass really is because even Eddie Hearn said it at the ceremonial weigh-in with Jose Ramirez and the scale was on. You saw Devin reach down and turn that damn scale off. Eddie Hearn said it. He said, I said to myself, I can't wait to see how much this Joker weighs because I know he's over 160. And that was what,
Wow.
144-pound fight. Devin has always been big. He's always had the capacity to rehydrate up to a heavier weight. Remember, Maurice Suleiman said your son got in the ring against Regis Prograis. He was 25 pounds overweight.
Yes.
You know what? You know who else said it? And I saw this old interview because I was a Floyd fan, but not this is like they were much younger. Floyd said that. Floyd said, I think it was like around the time he didn't say, "Oh, he's a weight bully" or anything like that, but he just said, like, I think they were asking him. This is like back when the whole Tank, they were talking about the Tank sparring before we actually saw the sparring. And I remember Floyd saying something to the effect of like, it's unlikely that that Devin and Tank would fight. And he says because they're not truly in the same weight class. He said it depends.
Exactly.
He said that, and that was, I mean, that was like, I don't even think Tank was at 135 then. So, but they were, I think they were at the same division, but he just said he said he think they're something about they're unlikely to be at the same weight division. So I think when they were for a while, he probably was surprised, but he always said that they were just two different sizes. But I think it will impact him. It'll do him well to be at 147 because now he wants to cut as much weight. I think he's still gonna have to cut weight, of course, but like, it'll be healthier. And I think if that gives him a little bit more pop, because we saw what happened with Regis, right? He had a little bit more pop when he finally gave his body a break. But I do think if he keeps, cutting a lot of weight over an extended amount of time, I heard can negatively affect your organs down the line. That doesn't mean he's young, so it might not mean now, but he definitely can't keep cutting weight for, the 140. I don't even think he should do a catch weight anymore. I think he needs to stay at 147.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
But he still ain't at 147. He fight 144.
I hope this fight don't fall through. I really don't. I
I'll
really
tell
want
you
you to
what.
fight.
I don't know if y'all seen that picture with him and Jose Benavidez. He didn't look like Jose Benavidez was towering over his ass either.
Wow.
You
But
mean when they
evidently-
were in the gym or when they was at the press? At the press
Yeah, when
room?
they was at the gym.
I know exactly what picture you're talking about. Because
Yeah, that is true.
there was a picture. It was another guy too. I can't think of his name. Was it Newman? Something Newman?
It was three of them, and they looked like they had just finished sparring. And I'll tell you what, David Benavidez ain't looked that much bigger than Devin Haney.
And the other guy in the picture, to my understanding, fights at 160 or 168, and him and Devin were the same size. And I was like, oh my goodness, what is going on?
So I don't want to hear that he belonged at 147. That nigga belonged at 154 or 160.
I mean, he could make a run at because I think Jenna Beckham will put him down. Never mind. Dang.
He can't go up there because he doesn't have the power to go up there. But let's not act like that's not where that boy really belongs. Devin is a big ass boy, yo.
Yeah, man, at this point.
Yeah, I mean,
sure.
And that's why I say, like, if he's going to compete at 147, fine. I think there's a lot of good fights for him. I think this Norman fight is good. I have not Norman. Okay, I'm okay, even though part of me think it's hypocritical because they trashed Barrios. So if Barrios was to win, fine, but whatever. But there's some good fights at 147. So if knowing how he's really a 147 pounder fight and go beyond, the idea of him fighting a Shakur at a catch weight to me is just ridiculous. That's ridiculous. And there better be just as much backlash as it is for Tank fighting someone one division below that's bigger than him, because I'm sick of this. It's getting ridiculous.
Exactly.
Like I don't want to see that. I don't care if it's a catch weight. There's other good fights for Shakur at 135. Let Devin fight at 147.
I'm trying to tell y'all, Devin versus Alexis Rocha. That's a good fight.
Isn't
But
he
they
about
trying
to
to
fight
get
Frank
Dave
Martin?
on.
Or is that someone else that's about to fight Frank Martin at 140?
Somebody else about to fight. What's his
That's
name?
Resendez, not Resendez, some with an R. About to
I
fight
know
Frank.
who's somebody. Yeah. Dang, I can't wait to see how Frank look.
What y'all think about the fights tomorrow? What y'all
I've
got
seen him
Tim-
working out.
Tim
He had like this.
Fundora?
Oh, real quick, you know who I think would be a good fight for Devin at 147?
Cool.
What's his name? The one you mentioned him earlier, Key.
Which one? Blair?
Yeah, what?
Everybody,
No.
yes. Blair the Flair.
Devin need to rematch that carnival worker he sucker punch. That's who Devin needs.
You the carnival worker. I'm surprised that guy didn't sue. I'm so surprised. Well, he didn't land, so I guess that's
He
why.
wasn't hurt.
Nah,
What the
you
hell
know
he
they
suing
get
for? He
some
wasn't
money out
I
of
hurt.
don't think the punch
Shit.
even landed. So yeah, I
And
guess
I'm saying his whole team ain't got no punching power. They couldn't put that one fat man down. It was like five of them.
it.
Please, they need to be
Okay, so is
ashamed of
it time for
themselves.
him to fire his security team? Is that what I'm hearing?
Pack the
What
whole
security
squad up. They
team?
trash.
Devin's security team. Is it time for his security team to be fired?
Who you talking about? Big
Man,
Tank, the one that
Big
grabbed that Brian
Yeah.
Norman.
no,
Yeah, because I mean, what
that
is he
security guy
doing?
was out of line. Like that was
He,
way over the top. There was no need for that. And you don't like boxers tend to be very what do you call it?
give me
Superstitious.
1 second,
They don't
y'all.
like
I'll be
people
right back.
touching them. You
Okay.
know, they don't like random people touching them. You know how weird they get. So I just think that was like, unless you were trying to break up a fight, that was over the top. And yeah, his
I agree. I think that the guard, instead of de-escalating it, he kind of escalated the situation because all he had to do was step in and say, don't touch him. You know what I'm saying? But he stepped in and put his hands on Brian Norman Jr. and then he went down to the ground himself. So I really don't understand, but that was definitely supposed to be a de-escalation, and that's not how that went at all.
I mean, I guess that I don't know if he's the same guy jumping the carnival worker. I doubt it, but I don't know. But yeah,
No, that was his brothers and his fake entourage that he was with.
yeah. Maybe that's just
Am
his
I wrong?
calling the scuffles. Like he seems to like to get into scuffles. I don't think he had one with Ramirez, but yeah, and that's also dangerous because you could have injured him. It's just, I don't like that, but whatever.
Am I wrong for rooting? Because look, I represent 0.001% of the population that's rooting for Manny Pacquiao. Am I wrong for that?
You
I'm
can do what
rooting
you
for. I
like,
mean, not Manny. Yeah, I'm
Key.
rooting for Manny. What's
You can do what you like, Key. I'm just gonna pray for you.
so y'all really think Barrio's about to destroy Manny like that?
I hope he
Lord.
destroyed Manny.
Oh
I'm
my
so sick and tired of the senior department of box rec getting loose, child. Go sit down. Then they talking about something. If Pacquiao win, him and Mayweather about to come his old ass out of retirement again.
God.
I'm so sick of this. Go
It-
sit down
Well,
somewhere.
I'm coming from okay, so I'm a little, I want to date myself, so I hear you, Key. Like I love the older people. I'm normally pro older folk, but I'm also a girl's girl, and so I'm gonna ride for Jinky, which is Pacquiao's wife, and I think she want him to set his ass down too because he's stressing her out. He's stressing girlfriend out,
You
and
think
I
she's
need her.
stressed?
I need him to sit down somewhere. Okay. This woman has been through enough. she tired of feeding him soup while he wearing glasses. She's sick of it. I'm pretty sure. And if he wins, I also think it's not the best thing for boxing because then he's gonna want the tanks and all these fights that I'm
Yeah.
not trying to see right now. I'm not saying Barrios is like I'll fight the world, but I think with Boots gone, he is more likely to like unify. And I don't see. I don't know if I mean, let's say Manny would duck or anything, but he is older, and I just don't think he's going to be expected to unify. But also, I'm mainly riding for Jinky. Like he got to stop it. She thought she lost him once. She had to feed him at the Ugas. Like, come on.
Yeah, but you know what? They broke because first of all, he over there handing out money. He done failed his little Senate race, so they broke, so I get it. But to your point, if he's not looking to unify, then you're just in the way. You know what I'm saying? It's like I get it. Boxing want to come, show you love and give you one more big check. But no, if Barrios getting there, put head, shoulders, knees, and toes on that ass, I will not feel bad for him whatsoever.
Me either.
I, but okay, I had to make the fight card for Oliver McCall. I'm doing one for Chocolatito. We
Hmm.
got Ricky Hatton return.
Oh
I
God.
just look, hear me out. I just feel like you know what because nobody is giving my boy Pacquiao a chance, okay? And I know he's 172 years old. I know he is, but at the same time, like, dang, come on, like, no, I'm quiet as kept. I'm kind of excited about it because you know why? Not only do I want him to see that it's different from when he fought back in 2021, but I also want him to see the fighter that because he wants Tank Davis so bad, and now his fighter Mark Masayo wants Tank Davis, and so I
Who
want
won't
him
Tank
to
Davis,
go
Kirk?
against
Who won't Tank Davis?
Mark Masayo. Mark Masayo fighting tomorrow. He wants Tank Davis.
Oh my!
So
That's
my
just.
thing is, and you know his other fighter is Pitbull Cruz, and you know Pitbull been wanting Tank forever. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, I'm glad that he's fighting Barrios as that measuring stick. This is an opponent that the only person that has ever stopped Barrios was Tank Davis so far. Now
True.
you get to be in the ring with him since you've been calling for him. Because think about this, y'all. If he wins tomorrow, he's calling Tank Davis out for a fight at a catch weight at one. I think he said 143, the
I
lowest
am,
he can go.
I am
That's
sick
what he
of
said.
this.
What?
I wish
See, I
I
That's
don't
what
want them
he
think Tank
all.
will
said.
fight Manny.
I
I
want
don't
them
think Tank will
all off the
fight Manny.
Javon. I want them all off the Javante Davis welfare line immediately, if not sooner. And then after that, I want all these senior citizens to go sit their ass down. Live your golden years. Why are you insisting on getting punched in your dentures? Go sit down.
Oh,
So y'all giving Pacquiao a shot?
No, I'm the only one on the panel.
I
As usual.
mean, Pacquiao has a shot. He has the experience and power and all that. I'm just okay. I'm also nervous about some of our greats getting hurt. Like I understand that you have that itch and you want to go back out there, but that's the whole point of exhibitions. What's wrong with doing an exhibition? And what really turned me off from like these older folks fighting, and I understand Pacquiao wasn't out the ring as long, but I remember when Holyfield tried to do that little boxing match with that MMA fighter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that broke my heart.
Yeah.
Oh, it broke my heart. I was so mad. I'm still mad at Jake Paul for that Mike. I'm sick of it. Like, and I know it's not. I mean, these older folks are giving them an opportunity, and I hate that they. I don't know what they did with their money, but like this is like senior abuse, and I just need them to sit down. I mean,
They abusing themselves, Jules. They abusing themselves because nobody told them to try and come
that's
back
true.
and
That's
get up
true.
in this
That's
damn
true.
sport.
And I
Now,
and but
the
so
Mike Tyson, I was mad too, but at least Jake, he can't hurt Mike, so I wasn't really too worried about that. But to your point, like I get it, and like you said, they do be having that itch. I know they get that itch, but they have to understand something. Boxing is a young man's game. You know what I'm saying? Old men for counsel, young men for war, type of thing. So they need to just. I don't know. They need to do their money better. I don't know if they bored. They need to go play backgammon or whatever. But this ain't it. This
So
is
y'all
not
not
it.
trying to see Bernard Hopkins and Tarver fight? Y'all seen them face off?
I'm not trying to see that. I'm not trying to see Roy
oh
Jones
my
Jr.
God!
I'm not trying to see Roy Jones Jr. and Mayweather. I'm not trying to see none of that. Go sit down.
You ain't trying to see your boy
No, I can't. I can't see him get hurt again, or Mayweather next fight gonna be with me. Okay, you don't touch him.
Jam?
Period. Well, what? Okay. Um. What about? Oh, this is what I wanted to bring up to y'all. What do y'all think about Turkey? Well, first of all, one thing that we know for a fact is that PBC event tomorrow killed the game. I don't know if y'all saw the weigh-in. The people that was there at the weigh-in and everything is Pacquiao fans. One thing about them, baby, they are believers. Okay, like they came out for Pacquiao today, and that arena is going to be filled tomorrow. But to counteract all the videos that was going around of the PBC event, Turkey has came out and said that the Canelo versus Bud fight is 85% sold out, or 85, the tickets are 85% gone. Do y'all
Did
believe
not
that?
do that, King.
I
He did
swear to
not.
God, look
Let
on
me
the
tell you
screen. That's
something.
what he
The
said.
tickets, the tickets just went on sale today. They was on pre-sale yesterday. First of all, ain't no fucking way. Ain't no damn way that them tick. You know what? Let's do this right now, live and on. What
Don't
is it?
pull it up.
Ticketmaster.
Pull it
It's
up.
on
Ticketmaster.
Vivid. It's on Vivid and
No, damn
Ticketmaster.
that. I'm going to Ticketmaster with a real voice. I'm going to Ticketmaster right now to see what the hell is going on. I meant to do that
And you
earlier.
guys saw them.
85%.
You guys saw the VIP package. The most expensive one is $250,000.
What?
The cheapest VIP package starts at 1,000, then it goes up to 4,000, then about 9 or 10,000. I mean, it's crazy. And then there's the real big packages from 50 to 75,000 to $250,000 for that night.
Turkey think we stupid, y'all. And it's
Mhm.
an insult. We should be
so
insulted by how dumb Turkey think we are.
I haven't paid attention to the sale, so I mean, I don't know, but isn't this? So I've never been to that particular It's not. It's a
It's
stadium.
Allegiant
Correct?
Stadium. Yeah, I've never been either.
So
Yep.
I'm assuming it's much bigger. So unless, I mean, it would make sense if they set the pricing a little lower because it's so large, and why people, and then, Canelo got fans. So does Bud, and it's, we have two different fan
Not,
bases. It's
not, 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 not. There
possible.
you go, lying Jew.
What?
Bud got
Don't
eight
do
fans.
Bud like that. Don't
Bud got
start.
8 fans.
No, I know Bud is not like. I know he's not as big as Canelo, but he does have some fans, and you have people who like. I mean, I'm a fan of Bud. I was a fan of Spence too. So you have people who rock with Spence who still gonna root for Bud, right? So I'm just saying you have two different fan bases. That's all I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah,
But what fan bases
demographically,
got
absolutely.
200? So which one of them got $250,000?
Well, first of all, half of Canelo's fan base has been deported, so I don't know. But listen,
Lord
here,
have
I'm
mercy.
on the website. I'm on the website.
Oh wow.
Shout out to our
I'm on the website.
Hispanics. Shout out to the Hispanics. Hey,
Yeah,
Jab Queen.
shout
They have
on
not
right out
all
to
been
them.
deported. Stop
Okay,
it.
half of them. So look, I'm on the website now. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but the dark blue means seats still available, correct?
Yes.
That's what I thought. Now, if you look at the map here, honey, it is 95% blue. So I don't know who bought tickets or where they bought them from. Okay, let me go to the other website because I smell a lie. Incoming lie. Okay, what's the other website you said, Key?
You on Ticketmaster Vivid Seats? Maybe Vivid is another one.
Yeah, see, that sound fraudulent. Okay. Seats. Okay,
That's one.
100%. Okay, yeah, Ticketmaster, they got a whole bunch of tickets. So y'all could walk, don't run. They got plenty of seats. Let me see what else.
Hey, don't you got that Twitter X website you was following that track tickets?
Yeah.
Canelo versus Crawford. Let me see. Let me pull that up
I
right
ain't said nothing
there.
about it, huh?
No, nothing. But again, 2 cents. It just went on sale yesterday. You know what I'm saying?
Why would he lie
So
like that?
I don't know. And they said
Wait,
it's
he
and
put it on
the
sale
fans are
yesterday, and
already complaining that the tickets are too expensive.
he put it on sale yesterday, and he's saying it's majority sold. Okay, well, yeah,
Yeah.
that a lot. I didn't know they went on sale yesterday. Yeah, I mean, of course he's. I
He
mean,
always lying.
Turkey said, right?
Facts,
Didn't Turkey
Kendra.
tell us no more pay-per-view? Didn't he lie? He first said the pay-per-view gonna be 25. Then they went up to more than 25. Then he just said recently, no more pay-per-view. And now he's like, oh, but there'll be additional paywall, so you gotta pay to view. Like, it's like this man is just that's what he does.
So I have a
Yeah.
question, right? Because I've never been on this website. So it says TKO Boxing, Canelo versus Crawford, rescheduled from 9/12. Allegiant Stadium, it says find tickets, right? But then
Mm-hmm.
how come it's got tickets available, but then they're telling me it's only 43 tickets left for parking? What? That don't even make no sense.
That don't. I wonder if that means like for parking passes or VIP parking.
Mm, mm, mm.
Because
Child,
I
please.
know when the packages, I know when the VIP packages, that comes with it as far as concierge parking.
The
And
nosebleed seats are
Can I,
$300
let me ask y'all a question, right?
from
mhm.
How
$300.
come? Would y'all agree Jake Paul is new to boxing? Or
Yeah.
putting on events and promoting events and doing that? He's new, right? Just like Turkey.
Yeah.
Yes.
How
Jesus
Yeah.
come?
Christ.
How
Ringside
come
tickets is
Jake Paul?
$21,000.
Yeah.
How come Jake Paul is doing so much better than Turkey and Turkey got so much more money? How come Jake Paul is doing such a better job?
Ooh.
How come Jake Paul has better events? How come Jake Paul has more people at his events? How come Jake Paul got people watching his event? If Turkey is putting on all these great fights that people want to see, how come it feels like Turkey is ruining the casual market?
Because I
Turkey,
think I personally
Turkey
think that's his intent. That's my personal feelings about it. I could be wrong. I believe Turkey's goal is to ruin the market. And that's a whole nother topic. But I think the reason why Jake Paul is probably doing better is because he actually is putting on fights that people wanted to see or asked for. Like, okay, yes, this third fight with Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor was a bit much, but that was a trilogy. It did well. Amanda has roots, in New York and all that. We get it, right? I think what Turkey is doing is just like I said earlier. He's putting a lot of names on the card regardless of if that's what we really wanted or not. And he's like, okay, it should equal to sales. Also, he hasn't taken the time to understand the American market. Jake Paul, before he even got into boxing, he was selling himself, right? Wasn't he like on YouTube and all that?
YouTuber.
You know what? Jake
He
Paul
understood
was
the
the
metrics beforehand,
yeah.
and
He
kept
was the
selling.
Kai Cenat before Kai Cenat. You right about that.
Right. So he understands the market, and he took the time to understand the market because he's actually trying to his goal for the way his business work is to improve the market, right? Give it what it wants and make a profit. But when you're not trying to make a profit per se, or you don't care, it actually behooves you to kind of kill the market, because then you can kind of buy the whole thing wholesale for the low. Then yeah, so I think that's what it is. And like what Tank said, just because you got a lot of money don't mean that you understand the sport.
What you're doing, exactly. Because it doesn't because think about it. Everybody keep talking about he putting on fights people want to see. Like, which people want to see him? Because I don't think people realize that y'all only talking about these quote unquote hardcore fans, which is not going to sustain everything. Y'all want to get rid of the face of boxing and have no stars in boxing, which doesn't make any sense. Why don't you want any stars in a sport? You want stars in a sport. And now you got him talking about no more pay-per-views, but you're putting boxing behind yet another paywall. So if people had an issue paying pay-per-views a couple times, and they don't even have to buy every pay-per-view. They could buy whichever pay-per-view they want to watch. It wasn't like every single fight was a pay-per-view fight. But now they have a monthly subscription added on. And yeah, you might for a cup of coffee. Yeah, it might start off $3 a month. But how long is that gonna last? So you got a zone subscription and then another paywall for a quote unquote ring subscription. Allegedly, this is just what I heard. You're only hardcore diehard fans are doing all of that. You're killing the casual fan base. You putting fights on at times we don't usually watch boxing, where traditionally people like to get together for these big fights and throw fight parties and do all that. We can't do that no more. Because you got fights in the evening on Friday or on Saturday or 2 o'clock in the afternoon or something like that. And people are championing this, and I'm like, I don't understand how y'all can't see it.
You see that the Canelo and Bud fight is at 3:30.
And did he say that was false?
Wait, it is at 3:30?
Yes, it's at 3:30.
Wow. Wow.
I have things to do Saturday afternoon.
Yes, it's
Like,
at 3:30.
how can I have a fight party for the Canelo Bud fight at
You
3:30?
can't.
Like, that don't
You
make no
can't.
sense.
Depending on if I have a day party or not that day, I'll be asleep. I don't know what they're talking about. I mean, okay.
Yes,
And
at
that's what I'm
3:30.
saying. So do y'all think do y'all think this fight is really gonna be that big and viewed at 3:30 in the afternoon?
No, because
No.
they're not at 3:30 while they're competing with college football. That's over with.
Uh-huh.
Not on Saturday. College football, especially you in Vegas, all them college kids and everything around there.
Well, I
Vegas,
think they're trying to,
Arizona.
because they have the UFC fight. Maybe they're trying to like double dip. Like maybe they'll go to this fight, then come to UFC fight. Maybe that's what they're hoping for.
No. What they did was they tricked them. They tricked boxing out of their spot on this day and put UFC there instead.
And that's another thing. You are so right, because you know what? Think about it. The person you brought in priority is the UFC. And
Yeah.
that's their priority. They see boxing, and plus, they're so with Turkey, and what's that guy's name again who runs UFC? You can think his name.
Dana White.
Dana White. Their goals can kind of like complement each other, because I think what Turkey wants to do, which is what they're trying to. Like, I think I mentioned it before. They're trying to build tourism in Saudi Arabia. That's why they're putting the better cars in Saudi Arabia, right? They wanted to where people start traveling there. Instead of Vegas being the capital of boxing, it will be there, and then drives in tourism, because they need something to replace oil, because people are losing oil less, and there's other markets for oil. So they're trying to diversify their economy. That's the goal. So he doesn't care about having a superstar because he has a superstar. He has to keep paying them superstar money. But if I want the entire boxing market over here, that I can get you all at a cheap cost, and I can start having people come here, and basically you have the same thing that Dana White has with the UFC, right? And so I think that that's what this is really about. And fans are right now looking at the short term, like, oh, we have this really good fight, this is a really good fight. But in a couple of years, if this continues, they're gonna look and they're gonna remember what we used to have, but they gave it away for a couple of good fights now, and it's hard for people to see the look long haul, but that's what it looks like to me. But then Dana White gets the benefit because now he's moved boxing off their spot.
Yep.
Exactly. Hey, boxing hacker. I was looking. I was like, dang, boxing hacker should be coming in
Let me
and
read
cursing
this.
us out.
Oh my
Let me
God.
let me read this. Shout out boxing hacker. But let me say this. Y'all know how like you hear about people lands getting taken and people getting conquered or people getting
Mm-hmm.
tricked out their spot or people getting tricked
Mm-hmm.
into certain legislation and things like that against their own. So it's because of people like boxing hacker
Yep.
that shit like that
This is a
happens.
microcosm of the real world.
Yeah.
This is a microcosm of the real world. Yep. We'll give away all their lineage, everything, for a quick little trinket right now.
And y'all think it must have
Lord.
been some sophisticated plan these people must have put together to been able to trick them? Not sophisticated at all. Tell a couple
Wait,
lies, get a couple people like Boxing Hacker to run around and defend, and no matter what you do, make it seem like it's cool until it's too late, and then you run around crying talking about they tricked you and stole everything from you.
I don't
Boxing
get his
Hacker
his
says
statement with the yeah. Go ahead, because that don't even make sense. Go ahead.
Turkey is helping boxing. Boing, boing, boing. All of boxing is behind a paywall. Amazon, The Zone, ESPN Plus, etc. Only difference, you won't have to pay extra for a major fight.
That don't make
Now,
sense.
Don't even make sense.
Boxing Hacker, this is what I'm saying. Y'all be trying to cap so hard that y'all throw all logic and common sense out the window. What are you talking about, Boxing Hacker?
I don't know, but he needs to get off his knees. There's people in here.
Because it's not the fact it's already behind a DAZN paywall. Then you gotta have a ring subscription to watch the fights. So it's DAZN, one paywall, ring subscription, two paywalls. It's not like I gotta pay for ESPN Plus and then pay for something else to watch football.
And you know what? Not only that, so people got to remember, you have to be able to see where things are going. The complaint is not that things are behind a paywall. That's not the complaint. And you think he's missing the bigger point. The point is that he's putting the larger fights, the bigger fights in Saudi Arabia for a reason. Number two is that he's in business with someone whose whole business model is giving the fighters less, dominating that market, pretty much having a monopoly on it. So there are no competitors. If you understand anything about the markets and capitalism, is that if you have no competition, then you control pay, don't you? If there's no more superstars, if you take out the fans, you no longer can say, oh, I'm worth this amount of money. You're worth whatever I pay you. And now you have no other options, which is how the UFC fighters have gotten stuck, which is why they were just online yesterday complaining about the UFC and how it's ruined in America, because that was the goal. One person's getting all the money. You're just fighting. And you're going, basically what you're doing is taking boxing back to the 1930s and 40s and 50s when fighters had no control. So the paywall is one thing. If you might remember, the Zone, remember they were like, oh, bye pay-per-view. We're done with pay-per-view. And what did they do shortly after? They added pay-per-view. And because remember they were saying, oh, only once you pay the fee, you'll get the fights. And now majority of all the fights you want to see that you're already paying for the subscription, so you're paying monthly fee. But now you also have to buy the pay-per-views. So now what he's doing is you have to buy the Zone subscription and the other subscription for that. And then guess what he's going to add later? pay-per-views,
Hey,
except for the fighters won't see any back end. And like how you can't
Tell
see,
them, Juke.
we saw this before.
Tell them, Juke. They act like they don't see it. They keep wanting to champion and say how everything is so great. And it's going to be too late. They don't want
Yeah.
these fighters to have any autonomy. They don't want, like, I can't believe I seen a video of somebody so happy it was going to be no more face of boxing. That is the most asinine thing I've ever.
Wait, but I think what got me, and Jupe made an excellent point, but what really got me was when they started to put out the petition to go after the Muhammad Ali Act, while at the same time changing how fights are scored and judged, and making this really a main theme of their fights moving forward. Now we got AI judges and everything else. That's when I knew, like,
yeah,
okay, this is getting too much, because Muhammad Ali didn't work and put in his years of service to get that act enacted for somebody like a Dana White, because we know that they don't have the boxers, our fighters' best interests at heart. If this was a team effort with all of them coming in and say, hey, this needs to be changed with Muhammad Ali, we're going to keep the framework of what he's doing, but where he's missing a couple things. And I'd be like, okay. But they haven't even came out and put out a comprehensive plan on what needs to be changed in the Muhammad Ali Act. That's how you know it's BS. And then when you know that a state like Texas, and this is no shout out, no diss to Texas. I love my Texas folks up in here. But I'm not talking about y'all. I'm talking about them crazy ones that y'all got in office. Y'all know who I'm talking about. The ones that are a little bit out there fanatically, like Ted Cruz, no disrespect. But he's one of the ones that's spearheading behind the scenes of the erosion of the Muhammad Ali Act. Once I seen that, I was done.
Well,
So
that's
I
because
get
he's in
it.
bed.
Huh?
That's because he's in bed with Dana White, and I have been
Yeah.
following that closely as well because I did a throwback Thursday on Muhammad Ali, and I was actually reading some of the Muhammad Ali act, which Turkey Al Sheikh is actually in breach of some of it. He comes off as if he's just a financier, but he does have a lot more involvement in the fights and the way things get made, as well as the outcome. And if correct me if I'm wrong, that is one of the points of the Muhammad Ali act. You cannot do all of it
Yeah,
because
that's
it's
what he just did it with Matias.
yeah. So you know what I'm saying. So
They
I mean, it's like
literally
it's
tried to sue out
okay.
Heyman for this shit. They literally tried
It's
to sue out
yep,
Heyman.
yep. And there's no need to revise or redo anything in the Muhammad Ali Act. He made it the way it is because it benefits boxers like him. So, like you
Shout
said,
out.
you know,
Let me
if they
get
were
these
really
cash apps
looking to
real
do
quick.
anything, they would enhance it, not try to take anything away from it.
Shout out Steven Stefan Smith with the $5 in the super chat. He says low key mad for Pharaoh canceled the fight. Shout out to Stefan.
Oh,
Yeah, so I want to see.
Pitbull's opponent. Yeah, he pulled out.
Yeah, that sucked. But another thing I was gonna say about this whole Muhammad Ali, I think like you're absolutely right, and it's like sad to see because like we learned about, and there, I've been. I never used to like be as active on YouTube. Like I would say, I wouldn't really talk about it a lot, but I would like follow some of the historic channels that deal with the history of boxing, and of course, I grew up with boxing. And I think what's sad is that people aren't teaching the history because we look back at fighters who didn't have any autonomy. We look back at all these great fighters who didn't get to compete for a championship because they were African American or whatever. You know, they didn't have any autonomy. They had no control, right? And we saw how everyone had to fight to get these rights back, right? You had to fight to get the Muhammad Ali Act. And then you had a man like Al Haim who comes along and gives the power to the fighters, and then they allow people to convince them that this man's wrong. This man's wrong. Oh my God, no. Fighters having autonomy is terrible. They should just, fight and risk their lives. But and we want them, risk their lives and only get a fraction of the money. Bob Arum has made so much money over the time and never had to lace up, never took a punch in his life. And that's what we're going to go back to. All because you have fans like Hacker who are like, oh no, Turkey's good because my favorite fighter is getting the attention I wanted. I don't want him to be. It's like I don't want to accept the fact that my fighter might not be the biggest star, but he's still going to get paid his worth. He's still going to get paid well. He's still getting paid way more than fighters who were even better than him were 10, 20, 30 years ago. But that's not enough. That's just enough. And I think that that's what's so frustrating about this. And by the time people realize that it's going to be too late, because they want to take the fans out of it. Until now, that they'll bring the fans back. They'll be okay with the fans once they've pretty much wrapped it up to a point where, because right now they're not getting back in. They're not. That's why they're not worried about back in. They're gonna promise you so much, and then once Saudi Arabia has gotten up to whatever goal they want to make, or they get enough fighters, they get enough of the competition, that they lose their incentive to pay you well. Because think about it. If you're saying I'm getting ready to pay-per-view and everything's on a paywall, what happened when DAZN got a lot of fighters and it was behind the paywall? The fights got trashed, didn't they? Now everybody complains about having a monthly subscription. You might get a fight that month, you might not, but they're still charging you, and it's very hard to cancel it.
Yeah, absolutely, because it took me 3 months to cancel it, and they kept
double charged my black ass.
Right. I heard people got double charged for that.
Cancel. You think it's canceled, and then boom, you get double charged again. And you're like, what the fuck? And then you got to fight for the refund.
I still ain't get no refund.
You know who got me like that? BLK Prime wild sale.
I heard that. That's why I didn't never sign up for them, because people told me about them. I didn't think DAZN. I thought they would be, a little more astute than that. But honey, they robbing Peter too. I looked at I said, wait a minute, I know I just paid this damn subscription. Pulled up my damn bank account. I said, I know they lying. I sure did.
Yeah, I did it for Bud. What was that? What was that? Who did Bud fight that one guy? BLK.
I don't even remember. I just know that that's the what was his name? I think we haven't heard.
I don't know, but I know Boots. Didn't he sue them? BLK Prime?
I'm not sure if he sued. I just I know they double charged me for that Bud fight. I said never again.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, y'all. Shout out Mr. Altruistic with the $10 in the super chat. He says, salute to the ladies tonight. But can y'all believe, and this is what kind of make me believe these people championing this gotta be bought and paid for.
Abanesia, yeah, that's his name.
When you sit and think about it and you look at what's going on, y'all, the man made Canelo Alvarez disappear. Nobody
that right
oh
there.
My goodness. Can you guys believe that?
That was the Mexican, was that like a Mexican holiday? And no one heard of it. And then I saw some videos of it. That arena was so cool. I've never seen Canelo fight in such an empty arena. It was I'm like, oh my God, you're ruining it.
I think that's
who would have thought that anyway
in Vegas.
Who would have thought that anyway would have been trending? Would have been trending before Canelo. Come on, y'all.
Come on,
so do you? And then look, the girls MVP just did 6 million views on Netflix. Do y'all think that Turkey was gonna top that 6 million? Come on, all females.
They didn't top
6
it Saturday.
million?
They didn't top it Saturday. They did more than that.
I think Canelo and Bud will do well because it'll be Saturday. I think
no, it's not gonna do well, Juke. Because listen,
I mean, so far the 3 views. Now I don't know about the seats. I'm saying so far it's Saturday. Oh, right, it's in the afternoon.
Yeah, at 3:30. That's what I'm saying.
It starts at 3:30.
You should not be doing he's doing everything you should definitely not be doing to try to be successful in the market. He had a fight in the middle of the street that no fans could go to. It was hold on, somebody got to mute. Mute you. He had a fight in the middle of the street that nobody could go to. No fans. The card was lackluster. He had the Shakur Stevenson fight. A lot of people complain about it was hard to get there. It's in the tennis court. It's all this crazy stuff going on. Like all of these things he's doing, they don't work in boxing. It's not working. And all y'all keep saying is he putting on fights people want to see. Which people want to see him, y'all? Because if he's not bringing more eyes to the sport, which is what I said, it's going to be trash. And not only that, it's going to be even harder to make big fights because people are going to want even more money than he's already paying. So we will never get big fights. He's paying, allegedly, y'all are telling me he's paying Crawford $50 million and Canelo $150 million to fight each other at 3:30 on a Saturday afternoon when ain't nobody finna watch that shit.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Who got paid 150 million?
That's the
I'm
What?
word
gonna be
on
at
the
the nail
street.
salons.
Key.
I'm gonna be at the nail salon. Child. I ain't got no time for that.
Wow.
So
That's
this
what they
the
But
thing.
telling me, Key.
I keep thinking because Netflix is so like so many people have Netflix. I'm thinking, oh, it's gonna do well, but then you correct me. I keep forgetting that's in the middle of the day, so I don't know because chances are me being in the house on a Saturday middle of the day is very low. That's just me. But when it comes to this, another thing I'm gonna talk about this purse. This 50 million. Like I feel like we never get anyone confirming these numbers. They're just pulled out of nowhere. I just
Yep.
don't believe those numbers.
The
I don't
only
believe it
one
either.
that I've gotten
They keep
confirmed
telling me.
was Josh Padley, the house, and the Bacoli Bitcoin. Those are the only
but
two things
Josh
I've ever got confirmed.
but Josh Padley, you bought him the house, but he still got to pay taxes and stuff. I
Bitcoin.
mean,
Hold on. What you mean
if he could
Bitcoin?
afford it, he'd have bought his own damn house.
That's
It
what
ain't
the
like they
word is
bought it
that he was
flat
playing.
out.
Excuse me, let me not say Bitcoin, crypto. That he was paying fighters in crypto. And Bacoli confirmed a crypto. I think that was Bacoli. This was one of the fighters on the other fighters on the February card. So
Why?
Padley got a house, and then somebody got paid in crypto.
So he basically probably just giving out things that the Kingdom of Saudi already had sitting around. What's what it sounds
Yep.
like? It's like regifting
Yeah.
things.
And let's not act like Turkey's doing some big grandiose because the fights that he puts on in Saudi, he don't got to pay for those. Everything is comped pretty much over there. Why y'all think he want all those fights over there? So he don't have to pay these niggas
Exactly.
that
I
much.
said that earlier, Jab Queen. Because think about it. Okay, they're the government. Do you think some private entity is selling out, like selling it back to the government at some high price? And the people who are working probably already work for the government, so they have to pay them no matter what. There's no extra cost.
I'm so
That
sick of
is.
him.
There's
Throw him
nothing
up.
wrong with getting paid in crypto. All right, two cents. I think you missed a super chat from Boxing
She
Hacker.
ain't miss nothing. She ain't miss nothing. She ain't miss nothing.
Oh, hold on. Here we go. Here we go. Shout out to Boxing Hacker with the $5 in the super chat. He says fighters are not forced to go to Turkey. Turkey is just offering a better opportunity. Boxing is a world sport. It doesn't only happen in the US. See, and what happens is, see, you know what, Key? Groupthink
Wow.
needs to be studied in these YouTube streets. Because they come on these panels and they hear this stuff and they don't critically think it through, and then they just keep going around repeating it. Like, boxing is a world sport. What does that even mean? Boxing is a world. What does that mean, Boxing Hacker? Boxing is a world sport. It just don't happen in the U. Has it not always been that way? I don't understand why you making that.
We're not saying that the fights can't ever happen anywhere else. But we're trying to get, okay, if the
Hold on,
majority of the
you got a
stars,
lot of static, Juke.
I'm
Go
sorry,
ahead,
You're
Juke.
good now.
is it better? Okay. If the majority of the stars are in the US, right? And I'm not saying that they can't travel because they do travel. And then all the big fights are in a country that's not where the bigger fighters are. That's the problem. Like I understand it's not we understand it's a world sport. Like I've seen Rumble in the Jungle. I've seen Thriller Manila. I get it. I saw when Spence went to the UK to get his title. That's not the problem. And I feel like you're just trying to simplify it, to simplify the concern. Just so at the end of the day, I don't even the things that Hacker says,
No, he just a
he's not
simple
even
ass
trying
nigga.
to understand. He just wants to argue pro Turkey. I feel like he's just trying to be a contrarian.
Listen,
So
Joe,
it just makes it worth responding
when
to.
them envelopes as big as Boxing Hacker, them envelope boys is outside. I
The
keep trying to
envelope
tell
boy.
y'all, them envelope boys is outside, and unfortunately for us, some of the people that surround us are taking them envelopes. I mean, it
Right,
just
and then
is what it is.
right,
He
and we're
lying.
saying like the majority of the bigger fights should not be in Saudi because Saudi doesn't even have really a market for it. What they're selling, when you're looking at these fights, the reason why there's no culture or energy. Sorry, just my thing keeps falling on my computer. The reason why it has no culture and energy is because that's the interest. This reason, that's like if he was really cared about boxing, you would see a lot of new fighters from Saudi Arabia. That right there should be
Facts.
telling. The fact
I
that they
said
aren't
that in my
tell you
debate, y'all.
everything. And like
Preach,
the guy
Juke.
is so slow. Like like not slow in that way because I don't want to try to say disrespect your intelligence, but if it was about just building the sport, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, like they have millions of people there. It's about trying to sports wash one, and it's also about trying to take fighters from the two main markets, two of the biggest markets, the UK, the United States, and Mexico, and put them there. So we don't have a problem with some fights being in Saudi Arabia, but all the bigger fights, like there's no reason why Devin Haney versus Norman should be in Saudi Arabia. That's ridiculous.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
That
Yes,
fighter
it is.
goes so crazy in Georgia. That fighter goes so crazy in
Yes,
Georgia.
and that's the thing.
Philly.
If that nigga knew anything about boxing, he would have gave Brian Norman Jr. his first headline at home versus Devin Haney. Boom.
So wait,
Yeah.
so Jupe, you saying the reason why? Explain it again. What you were saying about the reason why the events lack energy?
They lack energy because
Think
he's
about
putting
it.
them in Saudi Arabia. So they're in these places. Oh, 1 second.
Well, they're in these places. Remember, they're not allowed to be energetic over there. They gotta just sit there. 2 Cent, you know they can't clap and be wild and be loud like
Shakur
American
got
fans.
booed over there.
Right.
Well, that's because the Prince didn't have that shit. He was probably leading the charge. But I mean, like to Juke's point, and maybe I'll let her explain it. But I was just thinking that's what she means. That's what she means. Like,
hold on,
they're
y'all.
gonna
Let me
be
get these two
energetic.
super chats. Let me get these two
Go
super
ahead.
chats. Don't hold your thought. Shout out to Isaiah WYD. He says Turkey believes in impressions, not pay-per-views. Shout out Isaiah WYD.
Great point, Isaiah. Great point.
And I got one more. Shout out Mr. Big. $5 in the super chat. He says, ladies, it's an absolute pleasure listening to you all. Ty, you are firing on all pistons. Shout out. All right. Go ahead, Juke.
Yeah. So I was saying is that the reason why there's no energy there and why like it just feels kind of bland is because this is new to the Saudi Arabian market. And if you notice, it's really just dignitaries, wealthy people. It's kind of like when you look back in the day and you had people who were of lower means perform in front of the hierarchy, the people who are like, super wills to queens and kings, because again, they have a kingdom over there. And that's what it is. There's not people who are vested in the sport. They probably don't know these people from Peter to Paul. They don't know these people's names. And there was one fight they had when they had dinner tables. Like they were eating dinner during these fights. They don't know anything.
Oh, that's diabolical.
They can't tell between a jab and a hook. They're not boxing people. Now I think he's trying to create an appetite for it, but it's just not a thing. It's a reason why Saudi Arabia never had a market before. And if they did have a market, you would see all these new fighters coming out of the Middle East, particularly Saudi Arabia, but they don't. What they're looking at is an opportunity to build tourism there to diversify their markets. It's not about boxing. They've done the same thing with soccer and some of it's failed. And yes, he's giving them some bigger paydays and giving people more money than they can generate themselves. And I get what they're snatching it up, but it's unsustainable. And for some reason, they think this is just going to go on for eternity. It's not.
Facts.
I think that
I agree.
I think Jukes makes a really good point, and to that point, when I saw Canelo and Crawford sitting there eating dinner like they was at an arranged marriage, I was like, if this ain't the weirdest shit I ever seen in my life, because normally, obviously, that's not how things are done, and I just don't think that he's even taking the time to try to understand our culture. To your point, I think that he is just trying to collect the bodies that he wants, the ones that he thinks will draw the most attention, and extract them from the sport, which is why they've created this bootleg version of boxing, the TKO League, and all this other kind of goofy nonsense he has going on. But sitting there while people are fighting and blood splattering, everybody eating dinner, I mean, even I'm not that damn crazy. That's ridiculous.
Right. Okay,
That's
you know what?
heartless.
Have any of you guys ever seen the show Squid Game?
Oh, I was just watching that
love
girl. I'm
that.
on season 3. That is my show. She
Okay,
had the baby.
You
I
know
saw
what
that.
you're
She just had the
describing?
baby.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I'm not going to spoil it if people haven't seen it, but just for the people who have, okay, you know how like the gist of the show is like these poor people need to like entertain rich people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what this is. I mean, this is what he's doing.
2 cent, you right on the money with that
Ridiculous.
with them Hunger Games. That's up
It's like a
next.
Yeah, that's
Hunger
that
Games.
Hunger Games.
That's even better. Even
This
better.
reminds me, if you're from Chicago, they might have some in other states, but I just know it from Chicago. We have a thing called medieval times. And
Yes,
Yeah, they
medieval
I
got
got
that
it
out
from
times,
here. They got
Chicago.
that
Yes.
drill.
Mhm.
yeah, so y'all know what it is. Medieval times, if you don't know, it's just like Gladiator or Game of Thrones when they used to ride on the horses and fight each other with swords and everything. And we would sit and they would serve us medieval dinners, like like the big chickens and all of that. And that's what this remind me of. We are being fed and entertained at the jesters that's in the middle, doing all of this in the name of entertainment and in the name of the king, and as far as turkey goes.
I know exactly what you're talking about, and that's what it is. And they're being paid for now.
But
Because I
wait, don't
keep
y'all?
saying right now, he has an incentive to pay. It's the same thing Eddie Hearn said. Remember, he said when I came into the game, I had to overpay. But their model is unsustainable. It was to overpay until I get enough of the market that no one can compete with me. And then once no one can compete with me, the incentive to pay you leaves. I'm not going to pay you 10, 30, 10, $20 million when I know I'm not making that much off of you. I know I have the whole market now. There's no competition. And that's what PBC was doing. And so they're thinking, oh, I'm gonna get paid this, but once he gets you into some type of long-term contract, oh, you're loyal to me, those paydays are going to leave, and they're not saying it.
Well, I think that's already started to happen with them switching the amounts on the contracts with Shakur and then T.O. So he's already trying to pull the gotcha bitch, you know what I'm saying, on some of these fighters. More or less, also to y'all point about going back to the Hunger Games that Tucson was talking about, don't y'all think it's like it almost puts me in the feeling of like buck breaking? Like when we watched the Django, when they was just sitting there, the black men just fighting in front of him. What was his name? Mr. Candyland or whatever.
I promise you, I want to say that,
Uh,
but I was trying not to go too far with it. But that's exactly what I'm thinking. That's
Yeah,
exactly.
right. It's just ridiculous. Like it's just weird to me. They just sit there. They don't make a sound. It's like they're not even watching. Half of them be looking down at their phones. They're not even entertained by this. Other than sports watching, I really don't even understand what they're doing.
But I mean, I just don't understand how other people don't see this. How it's like Turkey is putting on the fight.
They won't see it 2 cents until it happened to their fighter, like boxing hacker. If
Yep.
my theory is correct that Devin is getting set up, which I truly believe, because I don't think Turkey don't really care for them like that. If that is like if I'm right with this and Devin get done dirty, whether it's by Brian Norman or somebody else, and don't think it can't happen because remember, David Morrell just found out the day before that he was fighting a dirty fighter that was supposed to be banned for 2 years. Now Berlanga's
Yep.
family are asking the New York State Athletic Commission to investigate Sherez due to his hand wraps that has went viral on social media because of how they looked. A lot of
Oh,
people
and let
feel
me
as
say
though,
this. Go
uh-huh.
ahead. I'm gonna let you finish, Key. But
So
I'm glad you brought that up.
yeah, so for people that's thinking like, like it can't happen to them, no. I mean, not to mention we still have 3 fighters in February that got sick and we don't know what happened. You know what I'm saying? That we still don't know what happened to those fighters. So
And they
if
want to deny that Kid Austin got sick.
exactly. So I
Well, I
mean,
don't.
it won't they won't cut up until it happens to one of their fighters.
Well, in all honesty, I don't think that the Kid Austin thing. I don't really think they helped themselves by the continuous lies about the drugs and all that other stuff. So they really didn't help their own story. Originally,
True.
now that part I do believe that they did get sick because to Key's point, he was not the only one over there that got sick, and thank God Du Bois made it back safely. But just drugs in the car and then people running up in your house, child, acting like Spider-Man, climbing through your window, stealing
Yeah,
cash,
that was a
all
little.
that
That
uh-huh.
was
shit.
a lot.
Come on,
That
anybody
was a
got time
lot.
for that? Ain't nobody finna have time for all of that. But I did also notice the Berlanga and his wife situation. I actually talked about that yesterday. Key, did it to you? Because to me it looked like he had brass knuckles under that wrap. What did it look like to you?
It looked like You know, have you guys ever have you guys ever dealt with like you ever painted over gosh, it's like a have you guys ever did the when you're
Plastic
pregnant, yeah, when you're pregnant and you do like you put that
mold.
stuff over the stomach to make and it does it like makes a
Oh,
mold of your
Uh-huh.
stomach.
yeah, yeah. It's the
Yeah.
Yeah.
hard clay, so you don't
Yeah,
get stretch
that's what
marks and
it
stuff.
looked
Yeah,
like. That's what it looked like to me on his knuckles because of the way that it curved. You know what I'm saying? Now, I could see the brass
Ah.
knuckles, but
Mm.
I think it was more so of a. It looked like plaster, y'all. Like it looked like a hardened, like they hardening at the top or something. I can't describe it. Like it looked like they. I wouldn't be surprised if they, if it did happen. I wouldn't be surprised if they poured something over it, like they do with that plaster with your stomach
like
mold when you're
cement,
pregnant.
almost like cement.
Exactly, and
But you
let
know
it
what? People
dry for a
told me.
little bit and it hardened.
People thought I was crazy because I don't know if you saw the video, but I saw the video of him barely being able to grip a can of soda. Didn't he have his left hand broken or something last fight or two fights ago, and he was just learning how to use it again? And
Carlos
coincidentally,
Adamas, yeah.
that is
Oh
the
wow.
same hand that put Berlanga down, the left hand. So I'm just
Mm.
trying to figure out how that's happening. But I don't want to start the hysteria. And I don't want to breed like this loser mentality, like only because you lost something
Oh
had to happen,
wow.
like Devin did, you know. But I did recognize this. To me, that looked like brass knuckles taped up over there, or something to, like you said, the hard clay.
Let me say this too about this because I mentioned this on your panel yesterday, Jab Queen. I was listening to another content creator. I can't think of his name right now. And he was saying that he heard that Cuello had his hands already wrapped when the trainer or whoever was supposed to go check his hands from Matias' team. That his hands was
Oh
Mm.
already
wow.
wrapped,
Really?
and he was like, "Well, shit, you know, that's on y'all. Y'all wasn't here when we wrapped our hands, type shit." And
Nah,
so
hell no, I didn't
that
make that
just
nigga unwrap them.
Uh-uh.
that just goes back to my point. Like that's what I mean. Like people think these rules is just being followed. Dot dot dot. No, they're not. Just like who was that had an issue with Bill Haney and they wasn't supposed to have their own water bottles? Was that Mikey Garcia telling that story?
No, that
No,
was
that was Ramirez.
Robert Garcia's the Ramirez team.
Robert Garcia,
Yep.
that's what I meant to say. That was Robert Garcia telling the story about how they weren't supposed to have their water bottles and all that, but they did it anyway. And that's what people don't understand. That shit is not like the military, like they just checking each rule and doing it dot by the. It's not happening like that. So something like this could definitely happen. I'm not saying this is why he lost. Nobody, I don't think nobody is saying this is why he lost. Everybody pretty much expected Berlanga to lose. They're just saying the nigga cheated. Period. Look,
Yeah.
they
And
having
you
an
know what?
issue with the
Guess what?
refs.
Even if he didn't, they didn't help him by the situation that happened with Adamas the last time. Because wasn't
And
this
not
the
to
same
mention,
guy that he helped? Like Turkey went to his corner and like, oh, and
yep.
told him the official scorecard.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I remember
But
that. I remember that.
and to your point, Jude, they didn't help him because that's the only hand wrap that he left on. He went all the way to the back with that hand wrap on. He took the right one off immediately in the ring.
Now I gotta go back and look at it because yeah, I mean, I try not to
Yeah.
get all suspicious, but do I believe? I mean, I've been watching boxing a long time, and I mean, I was there for the whole Cotto Margarito again, give away my age, but I
Hey.
remember seeing all that. So people, I know people like, oh, conspiracy theories, things happen. Okay, things worse has
And
happened.
listen, y'all remember Mayweather was in the back. Oh no, we're not using these gloves. We're gonna
Oh
use
yeah,
these
with
gloves on the
Maidana,
night.
Yeah,
with
true,
Maidana.
true.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, with Maidana. I saw that floppy glove with Fury. I don't care what people say. I saw it. Something was weird with that, but whatever. You know, let it go. But
Yeah,
I think
definitely.
yeah, it was
Uh,
definitely something weird. But I mean, at the end of the day, like once you're under a certain domain, and what's beautiful about now of the progress that fighters have made is that they kind of got some, you know, they have some type of rights and can say something. They got a little bit more pull, and if you dwindle that away, stuff like accusations like this, it's going to be blatant, and no one going to be able to do anything about it.
mhm.
And if you notice, anybody with Turkey, they really don't give a damn. Like the hand wraps were supposed to be taken off in the ring for him, but he's Turkey's ambassador, so he made sure, he can do whatever he wants to do. The same thing with the Adamas. To your point, he made sure it was a draw, even though it was plain as day who really won. But hey, I'm gonna make it a draw. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, let's not act like these type of things, to your point, don't happen. So boxing hacker, you need to stop. I don't know where you live, in a box of rainbows or a box of marshmallows, but things
Box of
like this do happen.
rainbows. She said rainbows and marshmallows.
Boxing hacker, she say you live in a box of rainbows, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I'm not saying like I have a problem with turkey and boxing. I think it's cool. But this is the thing. I feel like the one thing people keep forgetting. Remember, he said he pretty much admitted before he should have that his whole point was to take boxing over and he's gonna crush all these promoters.
Yep.
Like that
Yeah.
is his goal. And people are like, yeah, let him do it. But again, like the reason why it's like your favorite, like you said, everyone doesn't care because it's not their guy. But the way he talks to Shakur, and I am a Shakur fan, I will admit, but even if it was Devin, and I don't dislike Devin, I might not be as big of a fan of him as I am of Shakur, but I still like him, and I'm definitely rooted against him. I mean, rooted for him against Ryan. But like, what happens when it's him? Like, this man was disrespectful. I'm gonna shrink the ring. Apologize to me, and then they keep saying, "Oh, he gives the biggest payday." Shakur complained about the pay. That was the whole reason he was forced to complain. Remember, he said he changed numbers on him. T.O. said the same thing. Now I don't even like T.O. I can't stand T.O. But at the end of the day, people keep saying this. People are complaining about money. I think Rolly complained about accommodations.
They didn't give Rolly his 5% and his deposit either.
What? Wow.
I think
Or
I,
get him a
I think that
hotel. They didn't give him a hotel.
he
His
had to pay
hotel was
for his
hella
own
far.
room.
His
Yeah.
hotel was far from the thing. Like they
Like
they
come
didn't do
on, and
Rolly right at all.
and right. So you're right. You're doing little stuff, and so they're saying, "Oh, he gives the biggest paydays." But then how? I don't remember Shakur complaining about his paydays when he was with Top Rank. And Top Rank, we know Bob cheap. We know Bob cheap. Okay, and so my thing is that when the way he was treating Shakur, like he made the whole media campaign against him, stressed him out, trying to like he's going too far and how you supposed to fight. And the fact that people don't see a problem with it until it affects someone they like. And by that time, no one's gonna have any grace for you.
Yep.
Like I don't want to hear it. Like, and that's how I know that a lot of these people are fake Shakur fans. Like I know I'm a real Shakur fan from like day one. They we like Shakur. No, because the way you would have had a problem with the way Turkey was doing him. But the fact that you did
Exactly.
was like, you just I mean, we already know why some people pretend to be Shakur fans, but that's a whole other conversation. I just feel like people are not seeing the writing on the wall with Turkey, but that's Siraj rap. I hadn't seen that, and that is crazy. I hope that was nothing and it just looked weird. But he did not. I mean, that I had him beat Berlanga, but dang, not that bad.
Man,
Siraj.
he beat the snack off of Belonga shorts. I'll tell you that damn much. But anyway, look, to your point though, Juke, it doesn't really bother them because they love to run around here and say Turkey is giving them the biggest bag that they ever had. What really pisses me off is a lot of these fighters will run over there to Turkey before they even sit down with Al Heyman. Like Al Heyman is some sort of big bag boogeyman. I always think back to, Bud Crawford asking Al Heyman to see his books. Did you ask Turkey to see his? Did you ask Bob Arum to see his? And Bob Arum stole Top Rank, so that's the first nigga I'd have asked.
That part. Like,
Yeah.
you want to see his books? Did you ask Top Rank for their books? Did you ask anybody else for their books? Like, I think that's crazy. And
I do realize he was probably asking for the information to show to Turkey.
I wouldn't be. I don't put nothing past
Wouldn't be
anybody. And I like
surprised.
Bud too. I think Bud's a phenomenal fighter, but I don't agree with all his business moves. But I don't want he do him. Right? Like I just think that's so funny, and how it's like, oh, this man's doing all this weird stuff, but no one's complained about money. No one complained about accommodations. No one's ever felt like even people who have claimed dislike him have never had an issue. But never had an issue. He was wanting things up front, but meanwhile, we have fighters claiming that Turkey's the biggest payday, and there's no even Forbes can't confirm this stuff. No one's confirming any of this payday. This payday
Well,
stuff.
how much they say Usyk getting key
For which one?
for the fight? He about to fight with the boy.
Usyk and Lord, do y'all really want it? It's all kind of millions, 50 million. 30 million.
I don't believe
uh,
none of this shit.
that's what they're saying. They said at the now one I do believe that the stadium is sold out because it was sold out for Connor being in, like they do good overseas in the UK. So I don't
Oh
ever
yeah, they,
deny
I
that.
believe that
Mhm.
because the UK
Yeah.
they show up for them boxes. They do.
But
They
as
show up for them boxes.
as far
Mhm.
as the purses of like 50, I heard 50, I've heard 30. I'm not sure, y'all. But they did the same thing with Tyson Fury and Usyk, 100 million and all this other stuff. We will never know.
No, and you won't ever know. And so is Usyk versus Dubois in the UK?
Yes, it is.
Well, one thing I know about the UK, their pricing is so much lower. Like I'm talking, if I was in the UK, I would go to every fight there was because it is
I
so
Yeah,
much
I
swear.
think
cheaper. It is
that fight is
so
like
much cheaper.
$25.
But that's also why Eddie Hearn left the UK though, right? Because he couldn't make the same amount of money there because they also have so many more rules. Like they have like their consumer protections are like way better than ours. Okay, so they don't let you just price gouge them. Like you can't do that there. So I don't think they can make the same amount of money per event. But I mean, I can believe it's sold out. It makes sense. And then also think about it, UK is very small. I think people forget the UK, to my understanding, is smaller than Texas. Like you can get to and from.
What?
Yes, the United Kingdom. People forget United Kingdom is tiny. It's smaller than Texas.
I
Yeah,
did not know
facts.
that.
Wow.
A lot of
Yeah,
I
people
did
all of
not
know
them
know
are
that.
that.
small. I mean,
So
it's
they say,
like
"Oh,
the
we have big
country.
crowds in the UK." It's because, like, I mean, it's a hip. Everything's a hip, skip, and a jump. Like the
Yeah.
US, you gotta like book flights. You gotta like it's 3 hour flights and stuff. Like you literally can take a tram and you're in the next
And
area.
that's why these goofies don't understand what being and how important it is to be successful in this market. Think about what you just said. The UK is smaller than Texas, so I could be a star just in Texas, and I could
Yes.
make a name for myself. I could be a star just in Texas, but y'all keep telling me it's a global sport. It's a global sport.
Yeah, I
When
think that's the
I don't need to
problem.
be successful globally. I could just be successful right here in the US. I don't need
And
to
you,
be
and you know
global.
And
what?
that's the
It
part
is.
they purposely, and that's why I hate when they had to kept doing those comparisons. Like when Eddie Hearn first started, like, oh, the UK, we bring out crowds. It's so hard to do in America. Like, do you understand to go
It's
to
10
a
people
fight
over there.
in Vegas how expensive it is versus
Hmm.
the UK is like the size is. I mean, and that's still big, and that's just United Kingdom. The United Kingdom meaning that's uh, Britain, I think Northern Ireland. What's the other one? Wales. Like that's
England,
three,
and
four
England.
countries all in one, and it's still smaller than one of our states. Like that, it's a very much smaller market, much more feasible to get to and fro. It's different versus every state in the United States is like a different country almost because like what they like is different. It's a different demographic. It's much harder
Facts.
to be a star here. So if you can sell here, you are a star.
And I think that that's what a lot of people forget. Like when you say, "Oh, it's a global market," that is correct. It is a global market. However, Canelo came to the United States. Manny Pacquiao came to the United States. Why? Because the United States runs sports, basically.
Exactly. It's not like you're gonna go in the it's not like another other country's gonna support you. Like you're an American. Why are you trying to go fight globally? Like, no. You want to try to be successful locally in the country that you're from. Like, you're not gonna not be a star here and then go be with Turkey and be a star globally.
Exactly.
It's
If you're
not gonna work
struggling
like
here,
that.
then you're gonna struggle everywhere.
I
That's all I'm trying to say.
you know what? But to Jupe's point and Jab Queen's point, um, even though they have cheaper prices and everything, the numbers that they throw out as far as what these people are getting paid is just hard for me to believe.
They're
Now
lying.
I do
They're
believe
lying.
that there is a demand for the Usyk versus Dubois in the UK because a lot of people that was a lot of controversy in that first fight. But as far as like the 50 million, I can't. I can't see that. Now the selling out the stadium, like Jupe said, I agree because they do turn up for them folks. Just like stadiums in Mexico. Look venue hall, the venue halls and everything in Mexico turn up for Pitbull Cruz, Zapata. You know what I'm saying? They always gonna do well in a Texas setting. Those type of fighters. But I don't agree with these astronomical bags that they saying that these people are making.
So
I can't see it.
Usyk and Eubank a because I have not I've been busy at work. I haven't been paying attention as much lately. So forgive all the questions. Is Eubank and Usyk a Saudi? Is that a Turkey event or?
I'm no,
You
it's
banking to
you.
boss? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
No,
sorry.
it's Usyk and Dubois and
Yeah.
That's what I
what
meant.
is
Yeah.
um
Anthony Joshua.
It's a DAZN thing, but yeah,
it's
it's
a
a turkey card.
DAZN and it's a turkey card.
Okay.
And it's like two on. It's two tomorrow. So it's three, basically
Yeah.
three cards on tomorrow. You got the
My
Amazon and the
God.
two DAZN cards. The one that Bam is headlining and the one that Usyk is headlining. And then we have the DAZN card with Pacquiao later that night. I
Right,
mean
right.
the
And so like
PVC.
yeah, PBC. Yeah. So I knew the cards. I just wasn't sure like which one Turkey was a part of. So if he's subsidizing it, then I can see maybe they hit. I think they're getting paid well. I don't know because it's a UK market. I don't know. I don't know if he's just paying maybe, but I do think it's a difference because like I don't know if you noticed like back when Eddie Hearn particularly when he used to like really flaunt the numbers in the UK, he would always talk about how many people were at the stadium. He would never talk about revenue. That right there. He said, "Oh, we sold out the crowd." He was talking the crowd size is 50,000 people. We got that, but he would never
Oh
talk
my God,
about.
when Usyk and Dubois first went on sale part two, all Eddie kept talking about was how many people were waiting in the queue on the online to purchase the tickets. All he kept talking about, we have over such and such thousand many of people waiting to get their ticket. I'm like, oh my God, is it y'all gotta stop this.
Any little thing to get a point.
Yeah, and I think it is some demand because I like Dubois. I like Usyk too. Like I really like Usyk. I think this is a good fight. I'm gonna tune in. I just don't know. I mean, I just like they put these big numbers out there, and I'm pretty sure they have some type of what do you call it? It's getting late. What's the name of the? They have some type, they have to sign some document where they can't speak about what. Like,
NDA.
yes,
NDA.
yes, that.
Yeah, non-disclosure.
Yeah, I'm how they have. Yes, I'm sure they have some type of NDA, right? So we'll never know.
So what do y'all think about, like, do y'all feel like Boots is trying, I mean, Turkey is trying to apply public pressure on Boots to do something that he really doesn't want to do? Because I just seen, it seems like Turkey has been trying to push, not even that he doesn't want to do, but trying to paint him in as a duck for some reason or paint him in this bad light. But I just seen something that was saying that Earl Spence might be fighting Virgil Ortiz next. And so
Mhm.
I was wondering, was Turkey trying to get that fight before that happens? Like, was that some type of thing he got going on? You know what I'm saying? Trying to.
Well,
Well,
Turkey's always
mhm.
been in competition with PBC. He's low key jealous of Al Heyman. He talks highly of him, but I believe it's nothing but cheek and tongue. He's always been in slight competition, just like when he was going to put on the Devin Haney card with Tio on August 16th, when he knows damn well Javante was scheduled to fight Lamont Roach on that date. So he's semi trying to compete. So maybe he's trying to get Virgil to fight Earl. I mean Boots instead of Earl because he's a PBC fighter. Who knows? But Turkey needs to concern himself with all these cards that he got going haywire because you got people fighting that ain't even on the cards yet. What you call these bodyguards yoking people up with tight ass head wraps on their head, all kind of foolishness. So he need to concern himself with different kind of shit and stop worrying about what the hell the PBC got going on. If Earl coming back, let Earl come back. You know.
Well, I agree. Eddie had did an interview and said that Boots had agreed to fight Virgil Ortiz, but that it was Virgil that needed until the end of the year due to Virgil still nursing an injury.
Yeah.
Now, how true that is, I'm not sure, but I think it has something to do with that last fight that Boots was in Philly. That was successful and monumental, and it kind of it shot Boots up to the top to where he is now. He's being mentioned a lot more and a lot of eyes on him, and now everybody is just throwing different fighters, like fight this person, fight that person. No, he needs to fight this person. And the only other person that Turkey has, because that's Eddie Hearn fighter. So the only other person that that Turkey has that's on that commercial success of a Boots Ennis is possibly maybe AJ, because AJ got knocked out, or Baval, because but look at the tight rope the short leash that he has Baval on. And so I think it's a little bit. I think with Turkey, I think Turkey is a little jealous of Eddie with this Boots and his fighter, and he got the belts. And I also think that I wouldn't be surprised if Turkey tried to pull a fast one and set up the fights without even Eddie knowing. You know what I'm saying? Like, because think about it. This is Eddie's fighter that he's talking about. Eddie has said that he will tie Turkey's shoes up. Remember that, y'all? That he would
I
that
do.
he would pre- that he would yes, that he would basically cater to Turkey and what his needs are. And so now all of a sudden Boots is on this up and up, and Boots did not stay at 147. Boots went up to 154. Maybe, and remember, Turkey wanted Boots. He was throwing T.O. at Boots. He was throwing Devin name out there. He was throwing all these different names for Boots. And then all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? He's dropping the belt. He's going up to 154, and they doing their own thing, it looked like. They setting up their own fights, because I don't think Turkey was involved in that last Philly fight. And that was a successful fight.
No, those were matchroom cards.
Okay, so
No,
okay, that's
no,
okay, good.
don't think he was involved with that either. And
So I think it's a little. I think he kind of. I don't even think it's Boots. I think Boots is collateral damage. I think he going at Turkey. I think he's going at Eddie low key. I think he's pissed off at Eddie.
So Boots
oh,
re-signed
he's
with
pissed
Eddie or
off at.
something.
Yes, yes, that's what it's looking like, that he's re-signing with Eddie.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I thought that Boots had one more fight with Eddie, or he was free at the last fight. I can't remember which one. So was the last fight the fight with Stanionis, was that his last fight with Eddie, or did he have one more?
No, that was his last fight. I assume that was his last fight. But it all accounts, because Eddie is still speaking for Boots. I think that he's re-signing with Eddie.
And if that's true, and I know I'm sounding very anti Eddie right now, but I got beef with him from a long time ago. But anyway, I personally don't like it. I think Boots needs to be a free agent, because at the end of the day, just based on how Shakur was treated, I think I mentioned this yesterday through a super chat on KO's channel. I don't see this like, the problem is, once you're signed to Eddie, you're kind of under the thumb of Turkey, because Eddie is never going to go against Turkey. And I think that the problem is that he wants Boots on one of those Saudi Arabian cars, and something's telling me that that's not what Boots want. And so because anytime I've noticed that everybody that Eddie has tried to accuse of being a duck or put bad press out about is someone who has a um, um, kind of criticized him. Two, not signed to him or not been on the Riyadh card. He hasn't done it to anyone else, and so that's given to me. Like, it's given. Oh, I want this guy over here, and so he did the same thing when Tio. And again, I don't even like Tio, so I'm not trying to defend him like that, for real, for real. But I feel like he announced that fight with Devin, knowing that Tito hadn't signed, to put public pressure and then embarrass him and trying to get, like, if you don't fall in line with exactly he wants, he puts out some type of message. Now, whether it's true, half true, whatever, I just think that Boots signing with Eddie is not gonna. Yes, I can understand he's gonna get you fights, but one at 154, he don't have a lot of fighters for you. Neither does Turkey. But Turkey don't care. Turkey's want to put you, except for all they got is
Ortiz, which is really a Golden Boy fighter. That's it. He wants to use you for the golden for that card, and I feel like he's gonna play games and put you out there bad, make you look bad. And the problem is that Eddie Hearn's not gonna come to your defense just like he didn't come to Shakur's defense. So I don't know.
That's a good point. That is a good point.
I think Boots needs to pack up and move. Plus, the majority of 154 is at PBC anyway.
That is a good point. They are up there. They are up there. I can see, yeah, I can see both sides. Regardless, it appears that Boots got some decisions to make. I think we can all agree with that. Moving forward and how he's gonna move, because I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I'm a little nervous for Boots at 154, y'all. I ain't even finna stunt to y'all. Not gonna stunt to y'all. Like, I'm excited for the fights. We've all been wanting Virgil Ortiz for a long time. Another good matchup. I don't know why everybody don't think this is a good fight, but I would love to see Boots versus Charles Conwell. That's such a fun fight to me. The build up and everything. But I think about Jamel Charlo. I think about Thurman now up there. Man.
So
Whew.
one for me, 154 is actually my favorite division. Even though like I know there's not a big like I feel like that's the most parity, and you have it's always some type of surprise at 154. That's why I love it. That's my favorite. It's been my favorite division for a while now. I mean, there was a time it was heavyweights, lightweight, whatever, but 154, like you just never know what's gonna happen. That's why I like it. So there's so much smoke at 154, and that's why I'm happy about it. My only thing is just like I said with Boots is just like I'm okay. Like this whole thing, he's trying to make it seem like he's ducking Ortiz, but Ortiz was injured, and now they're like, oh well, he shouldn't fight anyone else until Ortiz. And I just remember Stanionis had the same issue with Ortiz. Injured, I think he had an injury. Maybe he had that issue when he was cutting weight. He had like this long,
Yep, yep,
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah,
and
yeah. I think that happened twice.
it happened twice, and it literally took up almost a year and a half, 2 years of Stanionis' career, waiting on Ortiz. So I get what people are saying. Oh, he should have waited. When it comes to Ortiz, because he's had previous health issues, I, unless it's signed on a dotted line and you're ready within a couple months, I understand it. I just feel like re-signing with Eddie, he's gonna have to also agree to deal with working with Turkey, and part of me feels like he don't want to go over there. Are y'all
Yeah,
getting
because
this?
Turkey gonna try to put him on the undercard and all kind of shit.
Right, and he's
Yeah.
building his momentum. Just like I hate that Benavidez has to do it because Benavidez was building momentum, starting to get pay-per-views, and then right in the middle of you building this momentum, he's like, "Oh no, come fight on this undercard on the other side of the world that no one, barely people only have this app." Like it's crazy.
Yeah, yeah, that too. I think because remember, the October card was supposed to be the Boots card and Devin and everybody underneath there. And now with Boots changing plans and T.O. saying no, I think that I think that low key, y'all, I think that pissed off Turkey, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. I think that kind of threw a wrench in his plans and now he got to scramble and make this other card, which is a better card. That November card is excellent. But
But
I
now
think
Devin
it
talking
messed
about
up his
dropping out.
plans. Huh?
But now Devin talking about dropping out that November card.
I don't, you know what? There's still, wait, who all is on that card?
Man, the card is good. You don't even need Boots on that card. But I completely understand if you got Brian Norman and Devin on there, and then you're gonna put me Boots on there, and I've been starting to make waves on my own. You're gonna put me on the undercard, like it's counterintuitive to what I'm trying to do already, or what I've been the path I've been setting and working for. Like it's
Yeah,
the middle of the
facts,
day,
facts.
Saudi Arabia on an app that barely not a lot of people have. And meanwhile, like, you gotta remember how big our markets are compared to certain markets. Like Philadelphia is a big market, and now, like yeah, like I get it. And it might be more money, but like it all. But the thing is, once you're collecting money from this person and you're not making money from fans, and guess what? Now you're dependent upon Turkey, so you're dependent upon the whims, opinions, however he feels that day. So right now he's saying, "I don't want Tom and Jerry." Well, what happens when a fighter he likes is an outboxer? Now he don't like power punchers. Like you're now at the mercy of his whims. I don't think that's smart.
Wow, that's a good way to put that. And people still
Yeah,
gonna act
that
like
is
they don't
true.
understand what you're saying. Because he literally ran around, and this is what people won't even say. That Tom and Jerry stuff ain't even have anything to do with Shakur Stevenson. He
Yeah.
started saying that after the Ramirez and the Skull fight. That's who that was
Exactly.
referring
And then
to.
Shakur got the brunt of it, and he hadn't even in his last fight he got a stoppage, but he still got the brunt of it.
Exactly. And I was like, this don't even apply to Shakur Stevenson. And I was like, where is Shakur fans at? Why y'all not saying nothing? He wasn't Shakur Stevenson got to stop at his last fight. He wasn't talking about him running around. But then Shakur Stevenson embraces it and he wearing the Tom and Jerry hat and doing all that.
He
And I'm
sure
like, why are you doing like
did.
that? Is so weak, bro. Why are you doing that? I've been like, he ain't talking to me, y'all. He ain't talking to me. I didn't run around my last fight.
Yeah, that's why I said, y'all, I really think, I truly believe that Turkey is trying to jeopardize Devin, y'all. I think it's a setup, man.
No, but you're
I
right. And because think about it, like I feel like unfortunately, as much as I like Shakur, he has some insecurities about his style and wanting to please fans. Because I think he wants to be the person who's beloved. We gotta be real, right? And I think he shouldn't even like took it personally because you got to stop it, bro. Why are you up there worrying about him talking about Tom and Jerry stuff? But he took it so personally and internally, and started like he fed into it, and now you letting this man like kind of pressure you into a style that you didn't even want to fight. Although I thought he looked good, like you're doing all this, and now you're trying to appease Turkey, and it's like you didn't even supposed to be about Turkey. And I do think
Facts.
he's doing it. Me and so the whole like so the problem with the boxers is that now it's not even about your fan base. It's trying to appease one guy because he's paying your bills. And if he changes his mind and now he likes Tom and Jerry, whatever the heck that means, oh well, right? He can change his mind. Like that's so dangerous to wrap your whole career around one person.
And not to mention, he's the
yeah.
A side.
Right. That's it. Oh my god, it frustrated me so bad. And no one said anything about it. And they were like, okay, but it's Turkey. He's doing great. Blah, 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 blah. It's like y'all not real Shakur fans because y'all like doody doo. Let's just do what he says. Like you can't be a real Shakur fan if you're accepting that because I guarantee you, if he does it to your favorite fighter, you're gonna be hot. You're gonna be mad about it.
They keep saying he putting up the money, so I guess that mean bend over and bust it open if I say so. But that's what's wild. That's what's wild. So who y'all got on these fights tomorrow? Did y'all run them down? Did I miss it?
Well, we got Barrios tomorrow for the what it sounds like. I got Manny. I'm rooting for Manny.
You got your money on Manny Key? You got your money on Manny Key?
I'm gonna put him on a separate card. I am, but I got my fights tomorrow. Lawrence Okoli, I got him. I got Dubois. Of course, I got Bam Rodriguez. Bam Rodriguez card is decent. Of course, I got Diego Pacheco. I mean, pretty much the favorites because I've been looking to see which one of these people can give them a hard time, and I'm looking for the upsets. I got Dubois for the for an upset.
Who's the favorite? Usyk?
I think Usyk is the favorite in the Dubois fight.
Yeah, he is.
Damn.
So that's pretty much. I mean, it's the Sun right card. I'm excited to see Amo Williams
And what's about Russell
return.
back in the ring, ain't he?
You said who?
Russell, is that tomorrow?
Oh yes, that's the preliminary. That's gonna be on. That's for free, y'all. He's gonna be on a free. He's gonna be on Amazon. I mean, on YouTube. You can watch him on YouTube on PBC for free on the preliminaries. So I'm excited to see Gary. Aren't y'all?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm super excited to see Gary. I was a big Gary fan like a long time ago. So I'm happy to see him back. I'm hoping he does well. Um,
All right, y'all. I'm opening up the panel. Let's give the ladies a round of applause. All
It
right.
was it was definitely I got, cause y'all know my video game is calling me. So I go to this one of my rituals is going to play at this adult video game every week. So and I haven't been in the past couple weeks, so I got to get back up there. But it was a pleasure cooking with y'all queens, everyone from, of course, 2 Cents to the beautiful queen, Jab Queen, Miss 50 Cent, and of course, Jupe. Thank you
Mhm.
guys so much. I hope to be back next Friday to continue this on because
Absolutely.
I really enjoyed this panel. Of course, 2 Cents, continue to do y'all thing. God bless y'all families. And shout out to the chat that was here. Thank y'all. Thank you so much, 2 Cents.
All right, all
Okay,
right.
bye bye,
Shout out
Key.
Key
Bye,
with the
Key.
T.
See you later, Key.
Shout out Key with the T with the all woman panel tonight. Let's give everybody a round of applause. That was a great panel.
Mhm. Two
Now we're
cents.
about to
I'm
open
a
it
hop
up.
off. Also,
All right,
I
Princess
enjoy.
Henry. See you
I
next time.
enjoyed myself. I'll
All
still.
right.
I'll still be listening in on y'all.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
We got Mr. Greg in the building.
I'm sorry, all of them left already. This was just a joy to watch, to listen to you all talk and answer all the questions. You could hear everybody. I've said this before, and you talked about all of the things I probably and said most of the things I probably would have said if we was all just talking at one time. But this was a great panel that y'all had. I hope y'all do more of it. I hope more of the ladies come on. Ty, you are the
Yes.
queen of the one-liners. You had the whole chat just going bonkers while you was talking. We loved it. I was enjoying it, at least myself. You even shut up boxing hacker for a little bit, and that's hard to
Well,
do. Yeah,
sometimes you just gotta shut them up.
yeah, you just shut them up with some good. But y'all was talking about some good stuff. The thing about I think it was Jupe or maybe it was Kai who was saying about the the developing of tourism over there in Saudi Arabia. I think we spoke about that a few chats ago.
Right, right.
She's 100%
Yeah.
right on that. Uh, I don't know how the Haneys think that nobody is going to think that you're running around talking about the 24/7 testing when you don't have to pay for it, but you're getting it done. So now you can play the ethical, forthright fighter who's making sure that he's clean and everybody else that doesn't do what he does isn't, but you're not paying for it. You know, no, I don't think anybody's. I think fighters recognize how much it costs, but that whole game that they're playing, trying, as you say, weaponize it, is a smokescreen. It
Thanks.
really is. I do think that Devin, and I've said this, Devin is, in my opinion, a little shell shocked. They were concerned about him being hit the way he was hit multiple times because fighters don't, people don't understand, fighters sometimes are damaged long after that hard fight that they had. Sometimes they may come and do some other fights, but that one hard, I think, if you ever saw that fight um, with Petaway and Simon Brown, and you saw how he got knocked out, and he was punching even though he was knocked out while he was on the
Yeah,
canvas, that
yeah.
affected him for the rest all of his other fights that he had. Because once you get damaged like that, something changes in you, and most of the time you do not get better, you get worse. And I think they were concerned about that. You talked about the up and down in weight. That's damaging to most fighters when you keep on fluctuating in weights like you're doing, particularly when you're young. It seems like it's easy to do, but you're playing a really serious game with your body by trying to either keep your weight down or going up and down. You're affecting it in a way that you don't see because there's long term effects. And I don't think a lot of these guys are considering that enough when they want to be weight, as you say, weight bullies, or they want to come in to catch weight, and that's how they want to continuously fight when they actually do fight. That's another issue that I think a lot of them are going to have to consider if they're going to stay in this game, so to speak. Let me see. Let me try to make sure I be fast. I think Pacquiao probably gets beat in about 5 or 6 rounds, I think. Uh,
Ooh.
I don't really think Pacquiao will, and I hope he does, but I don't think he'll fare well, just because he's been beat a couple of times badly, knocked out, and so forth. Not just in the at the height of his career, but even in the beginning of his career, Pacquiao has been knocked out when we didn't know who he was. He was knocked out twice. So those things come back to haunt you. He has a lot of heart, but heart has nothing to do with your age. You've been knocked out, and it's easier to get knocked out once you've been knocked out a number of times throughout your career. I think Dubois may win this time. We'll see. Because he should have really that body punch that he hit Eustace with that they call below the belt. When I looked at it, it didn't look like below the belt. But hey, that's neither here nor there. Uh, so I think he has a chance. I'm happy to see Gary. I see him around from time to time, and I know he's been trying to get back and get fights for almost 2 years. So if he got one, great. Hopefully they'll get him, put him back in action, and he can grow from that. But the way the game goes, it takes so long now. And as y'all can see, with just all of this little bit of mess about weight and how much time it takes to sort that out, imagine all the other things in the contract that you got to sort,
Exactly.
negotiate in the fight. That's why it takes so darn long. And I hate saying this too, but at one time, when the mob was running the fights, or you only had basically King and Aram dominating the fight game, you saw fights and you saw them frequently and you saw a lot of them. Now that you have a lot of these little independent little fiefdoms, the promoters occasionally work with each other on one fight. It takes forever to make that fight done. This is what y'all are getting now. These long, drawn out negotiating periods. Fighters fight once or twice a year, and then they're trying to position for the best fight, the easiest fight for the most money. And that's what you still keep getting. And that's why, sometimes it's almost better that you have a dictator, so to speak, who could control everything, but it's not going to happen. I think Turkey would like to be that. There's too many dark corners. I already said that too, that he got to go in to be able to control the fight game. The promoters are, yes, they're going to get
Facts.
that money.
Facts.
They're going to do that. They're going to go get that money for a while. They're not giving up a whole lot of power. They'll, work with you because you have the money. It's like you're the big whale. And if you ever know anything about Vegas, they have people who go after the big whales who come to the casinos to gamble, and they give you everything you want as long as you bring in that big bag to gamble at their casino. And that's
Right.
sort of what is happening with these promoters working with Turkey. He got the money, so they'll mess with him, and at some point, that money will change, and they'll go back to what they were doing before. Some gonna sell out to him. I think Oscar's probably the quickest one who's going to sell because he wanted to sell Golden Boy at one point anyway. He already gave up a piece of his little empire with giving up the magazine.
All right,
The
let me get the super chat real quick, Mr.
Okay.
Greg. Shout out to Dorius Warren with the 4.99 in the super chat. He says, "Y'all ladies were awesome show.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Hey, band up.
Fire, awesome show. Ladies were fire, awesome show. It is a $50 bounty today. Go ahead, Mr. Greg. Finish up.
Don't kick
Well,
Mr. Greg off. Kick Mr. Greg off. What are you talking about?
but listen, where was I at? Because you threw me off with that one. There was something else that y'all was speaking on too that I lost my thought once you had to get to the super chat, which is okay. If I can't remember, I'll just stop. But overall, a lot of what you talked about, it just makes so much sense, and it's such clarity in the way that you all were giving your analysis of the fight. Um, I'm not sure whether. Oh, the undercards for the Crawford Canelo fight are being spread out over 3 days.
I thought it was two. That's even crazier. I'll be right back, y'all. Go ahead, keep talking.
No,
Yeah.
it's three. He's right. It is three. A lot of the guys are gonna come out of Upton Gym. I believe they requested 13 fighters from Upton. So
Mm-hmm.
we'll see how that all pans
Well,
out.
that's nice.
But
That
yeah.
that's the 3 day. If it's enough people there that you can make it that, I guess it'll be the fight weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'm assuming that's how it's going to go. I may be wrong. It's great if you have enough people who really enjoy fights to see all of this. I'm interested to see how well it's broadcast and how well it's put together, because I don't know if all the cards are set yet. Hopefully they'll be. But this is one of the things that's crazy when you start making so many different changes in boxing that's
Hmm.
not necessarily conducive for how boxing has to be put together. Y'all was talking about Jake Paul, and I think one of the difference between him and Turkey, I would say Jake Paul is very much structured well. He's organized pretty decently. Um, he's had a lot of experience in the marketing and public relations and image promotion because he and his brother started off on YouTube, and they built a following, and they also learned how to get to the marketplace and find people who wanted to see what the crazy stuff that they started doing before they segued into boxing. They built an audience. So that audience is there for them, which is why they do very well. They know kind of I won't say kind of, they know what they're doing. Turkey has a lot of money, and he's reaching out to some of these sharks, which is the promoters, to help him get to where he wants to go. But he doesn't have that relationship that he really needs to do what can be, I think, will make him more effective. Which is why he gets the criticism. I mean, you can criticize promoters, you can criticize him as well, and you should. If he gets better, maybe he's listening to the criticism. Maybe he won't. We'll see. I don't see no
Um,
more. Huh?
No, I was gonna say just a little pushback on that. For me, anyway, I'm not gonna speak for anyone else, but for me, if Jake Paul wants to be taken seriously, then he needs to fight serious boxers. All this shopping in the senior department or the retired department is just really not gonna cut it. Um, and he did come in the game late, so I will give him that. As far as promotion, though, he's definitely second to none when it comes to women's promotion. I think he has definitely mastered that. And to your point, him and his brother started at a young age, and they were able to, I guess, figure out what works best for them and then
Hmm.
transfer that into something else. Because his brother, if I'm not mistaken, does WWF or something like that, right?
Hmm.
WWE or something.
Yeah.
So they were able to translate that into, monetization. So definitely shout out to them for that.
Well, he was trying to make a huge leap by trying to get the fight with Canelo. I have to
Hmm.
say, I would have tried it. I'm sure Canelo may have entertained the dollars that might have been available to him. But I understand what
Hmm.
Jake was trying to do. That would have been a great leap if he's gone from what he had been doing to fighting the seniors to now fighting the face of boxing. That would have been a huge, huge leap for him, particularly if they fought to a draw, or he just went the distance,
Mm.
or if he even just got lucky and beat him. I don't think he was going to beat Canelo, but the point was he made the attempt, and that's what you
Yeah.
have to do. You got to be daring if you're going to be in this game. A lot of sharks out there ready to do whatever they can to either mess up a fight or get something out of it that you don't get to benefit from as well. So we'll see what happens as we go on. I think we got what 5 more months in this year. See what takes place. If there's anything that's good that's going to happen besides tomorrow, and of course, is anybody going to the Crawford Canelo fight? By the way, that's on the
Put
panel.
a put a one in the chat if you go into the Canelo Crawford fight, because I know I'm not going. Not them ticket prices.
I
Child,
was about
please.
to say those ticket price. I may be going, but those
But
ticket prices are crazy. The packages are crazy.
but here it's selling really well though. People are saying something
That's
crazy.
good if it sells. They're just crazy packages. I have some. Well, I'll be able to go if I'm going to go. I don't think I would be buying those crazy packages. I haven't been in Atlantic City. I'm sorry, Vegas in quite some time. But I may go. I mean, it's just a matter of what's happening here on my side of the table in terms of whether I can get away, because I would want to be gone for at least the weekend. I don't want to just go and then come right back. And it seems like
So
it might be.
you know the fight is at 3:30.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
That's the, that's the crazy stuff too.
And it's outside.
Hmm.
So it's one of those arenas
It's
or
in the
right,
stadium. Yeah,
with the stadium with the rooftop open.
yeah.
So
That
Vegas, Vegas with the sun up is a different type of heat. But I'm assuming they have air conditioning. So when it comes to like Canelo versus Bud, I think it's a. I mean, I do think Bud has a chance, right? Because we see how Canelo look, but it's not
hmm
one of those fights that I like really like been like clamoring for.
hmm
So because of that, if it's not like a decent price, like a price that like I just for me, I think I'm okay watching it at home. So I doubt if I go unless like the undercard matches it like it's crazy.
yeah.
Right now, it's my understanding it's a 3-day undercard, and they're like having tryouts. So it seems like it's gonna be like amateur fights, is what I'm understanding.
Yeah, they did something in New York for it.
Yeah, it's a thing.
Yeah, it's gonna be America's Got Talent boxing style. So, yep.
Hey,
Yeah,
ain't nothing wrong with that,
I'm
man.
So
cool.
who's gonna go
Just
to that? Who's
hey, it's
gonna be
new.
watching that?
I'm
You have
watching
to
it.
be. That's a fight weekend. You guys just want to be in Vegas to just be on the scene. I think. Um, if you have some kind of business that's taking place in Vegas that you can go and enjoy the weekend, and there's probably some people who are going to be doing that. That's a good way to use that weekend. If you just want something to do, and it'll be something to do, but
It,
it's not one of those. It's not the event that it could have been.
it's
That's what I'm going to
Facts.
say. It's not the event that it could have been.
it's a positive thing though,
Shout
right?
out
Like
Marshawn West with the $20 in the super chat. She says 2 cents. Jab Queen, Key Alexandria, Juke, and Sexy Kendra 50 Cent. Hey Queens, wonderful show. Fire as always. Salute Mr. Greg.
she said hi to me.
No, Marsha,
West.
how are you?
What about me, man? Hey,
What you just say about Hacker?
I know. So like, it's a positive thing though, right? Like a lot of these fighters that wouldn't have got recognition and like they're getting like exposure out there. So to me,
Hmm.
I think it's really positive thing to
They
like
not
show,
getting
like
exposure because ain't nobody finna be watching that shit.
Are you going to
you gotta
Are you
watch
going
it.
to Vegas?
There are people who are gonna definitely watch it.
Are you
No,
going
they're
to
not.
Vegas?
No, 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 I'm not going to Vegas.
Why
No.
not?
So personally, I like
Yeah.
watching fights from home. To be honest, with you. I don't like going to fights unless. Yeah, I don't really like going to fights that much because, like, major fights would be too crowded. I like being able to see everything up front.
Trust me, this fight ain't gonna be crowded.
It's gonna be crowded. This is probably one of the biggest fights of the year. It's definitely gonna be
At
crowded.
3:30 in the afternoon in the
Yeah,
desert.
yes.
I hope
I
it.
mean,
It
It's
just
gonna be a
doesn't feel
big
like an
fight.
event. It doesn't feel like an event to me. It
but
feels like a
it's
practice.
not
Exactly.
right, and I think that's what I was trying to allude to earlier. Like it's for whatever reason he's not getting that big fight feel. I
Hmm.
think this is a big fight, and I think it is going to make some money because just you know, Canelo is a star in his own right, and I think people are clamoring to see him again because last time we saw him, he was buried on an app in Saudi Arabia with a crowd of like I don't know 300-400 dignitaries or whatever you have. So his fan base is kind of yearning to see him. So I think he'll do well. So to a point, I just
But
somebody.
would you agree, Juke, that having a fight, and I don't know if it'll do well, but would you agree that having a fight 3:30 in the afternoon in the stadium in Vegas, it's just that's difficult. You feel what I'm saying?
No,
Like
it is, and I think he's just trying things and seeing what sticks because he's working with a government tax money, right? So he don't care,
but
and
we already know what sticks.
right, he just right exactly, and that's the problem that the zone had the first time out. people, it's almost like it's like people trying to reinvent a wheel without respecting how the wheel got built in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
And so I do agree with that point. I think it'll do some numbers just because, okay, if it's free to stream on Netflix, people are gonna watch it. And people are already in Vegas, they might go watch it. But it's a reason why it doesn't have that feel, that big fight build up, and it's like it's because they're missing something. And I get they're trying to say we're gonna have multiple days. I'm happy for the fighters who will be chosen, right? And you're like, if you're choosing fighters who are maybe like, haven't even made it to like that level yet,
Mhm.
or even gotten to like that. Like it's one thing if you've got guys who are fighting 6'4", 6'8" starting to build their name. Like that's fine, but that's not what people pay to see. If you're charging people, you got to give us some good fights. And I think the reason why he's doing this is because he probably is overpaying Canelo and Bud to do this fight. So now he has to save on the back end because remember, I think this is another thing people forgetting. He tried to put this fight in Saudi Arabia. Canelo put his foot down.
Mm-hmm.
And he
Yeah.
can save money by putting this fight in Saudi Arabia because, of course, it's their people, it's their venue, they own the country. So he has to spend money here. He didn't want this fight here.
I
Canelo
also,
forced his
I'm
hand.
sorry.
I don't remember that. I think
Oh,
it
I
was gonna
remember
be
that.
there. I
No,
don't. When did that happen?
it absolutely happened.
But when did it happen? I don't remember that. He said originally that he wanted to do it in the U.S.
No,
How
he
did
didn't,
Paul
Boxer
Rivers?
Hacker. Originally, he wanted to do it in Saudi Arabia.
He
That is
absolutely
why
did.
Selma was involved. That's why they switched it from
Yep.
the 12th to the 13th. Cut it out.
Exactly.
I
That's
don't
why
know
all
that.
the changes happened. That's why the fight, everything. Remember, we kept feeling like, oh, who's going to be the promoter, the main promoter? All that
Right.
kept changing back and forth because the initial promoter was a Saudi Arabian promoter, and it changed. Why? Because Canelo was like, I'm not having it. He saw he saw that energy. He saw what happened when he fought there for Cinco de Mayo, and he was like, I'm not having it. He forced Turkey's hand, and the reason he has the ability to force Turkey's hand is because unlike the other fighters, he actually is a global star.
And that's what I was about to say.
He had to bend the knee to Canelo. That's
As
the
I
a,
don't
only
know about all
person he
that.
ever
Though. I
do
think.
as
I
a,
think it's
I'll
a little
say
bit
as a
far
Bud
fetched.
fan, and I'm a Bud fan, what one of the many things that could have helped this fight had Bud had more major wins.
Yep.
I think if he had had the win with say Charlo, that would have gone a long ways toward how we would see this fight right now. And maybe a second major win. Maybe just at middleweight. That would have gone a long way in his profile as well, but that's just not the case.
I
So,
get. Oh, go ahead.
and like I
Sorry.
said, and you know I'm a Bud fan, but I also look at it what it really is. I think Bud would have needed that for the fans themselves. That he's done multiple things besides the beating of Spence, because that was the big breakout fight for him. And that's what everybody saw. I know the old school fighters and old school fight fans like myself like Bud because of how we see him in comparison to some of the older fighters, I should say. But he still would have had. I think it would have just been greater had he had maybe two or three more uh big major fights prior to getting the one with Canelo. Now, if he jumps up all the way up and he beats Canelo, that's great. But that's how I see this particular fight. I'm still a Bud fan. I'm still hoping he win. I still see there's a path, but I also see where the flaws are in terms of this fight being promoted. And then of course with Turkey doing it the way he's doing it, it's just not. I don't get the event part of it because it doesn't feel that way. Especially now you got 3 weeks. I'm sorry, 3 days where there's other fights for all weekend leading up to the afternoon of their fight. It doesn't feel like something exciting.
So I'll push back a little bit on that. So I think when you look at Crawford, right, I think he's considered. I mean, most people recognize him probably one of the best in the world, and they
Mhm.
recognize Canelo as one of the best in the world too. They've both been pound for pound number one multiple times, And I don't think he need. I think it's fine because you realize that Spence was Crawford's biggest fight, sort of like how Pacquiao was Floyd's biggest fight. Anything else, every other fight doesn't really matter as much as the Spence fight did. So this is basically his one-off. Like I expect once he fights Canelo, he might fight a couple more fights and probably retire after that. But I think that's how most people take it. It's like a fantasy fight coming true. You're fighting the guy who was pound for pound number one in the past generation versus the current pound for pound number one. You know, I think the only reason you don't feel it right now, I think it's twofold, right? When it comes to like feeling it, right? Like it's first of all, we're not fight week yet. We're not even close to fight week at all. So there's still other fights looming. You know that we just got past the Shakur fight. The Lamont Roach fight we were supposed to get. I don't know if we're getting it or not getting it anymore. You know, so there's all these other fights looming before that fight. Usyk and Dubois is happening before that fight. So these fights are happening before. I think you feel it more once you get closer towards that situation. I do think they should do something like a 24/7, like sort of like those shows to sort of like keep the hype up a little bit, because both Canelo and Bud aren't really trash talkers like that, so they're basically like grown men. They're gonna, when it comes to getting actors, they're gonna get active. But as far as like building themselves up, going back and forth with Twitter, you're not gonna get that from them. So I do think they do need to do like a little like like a 24/7 series, or like what they're doing on their training camp type thing going on. But as far as the fight, I think it's going to do really good.
I hope so. I really do. I hope so. I don't wish it bad on any of them. The 24/7 series could have helped. Again, HBO did a phenomenal job with Mayweather when he came up with the concept, and they did everything. It was lit well. It was, the pacing was good. Liv Allman doing I think I'm saying his name right, doing the narration. It had all of the correct elements, and it wasn't a whole bunch of trash talking taking place. It was just compelling the way they did it for the two fighters.
Yeah, and also Floyd sold that a lot. He did a lot of trash talking during 24/7.
Yeah, they might be able to do it if they look at the backdrop. I mean, Canelo has a story. If you remember, Canelo's brother was kidnapped during one of his fights, and he had to do the fight and negotiate with the kidnappers at that time. That could be an element that we find out about. I don't know if I want to hear any more about Bud and his problems with his mother that took place, but that's also a compelling storyline as well.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear about nobody's scandals, about no side babies and all of that. That's not,
that helps too.
yeah.
Terrence Tender Dick Crawford.
Man, Terry's got a lot of kids, man.
But,
I
some of
almost
those-
spit my water out too, son. Oh my God.
That brother got a lot of kids, man. Salute to Terrence. Terrence got to take this fight for real.
Yeah. But I would like for them to show more of what I have seen of how his preparation, the putting on the weight, putting on the muscle, those kinds of things, to give people a better insight of at least what he's going to look like physically. And I like this. I like when they show fighters working on elements of their game, and trying to. I like fighters who always try to do something different, which is why I was happy to be wrong about Shakur, and that he tried to do something different. He did do something different in his last fight. I think that makes watching fighters a lot more interesting and exciting when you see them try to elevate their game or do something you've never seen them to do before. But it also hurts them because we were just talking about Shiraz and his hand wraps. Already there's the element of suspicion, and maybe there is nothing legitimate, but the element is already there. And I think what it's going to do, and what I've seen it already does, guys like Norman, for instance, somehow Bill has cast this suspicion over him about maybe he's cycling off, et cetera, et cetera.
That shit diabolical.
His punching
I mean, he
power.
should just take the test. I
Okay,
don't
can-
understand.
okay,
Nah, bro, it ain't just
before
no take
we-
no damn test, bro. You ain't gotta do what the fuck that man tell you to do. Y'all
Right.
got a contract.
No,
Y'all
man.
got
Hey
a
guys,
contract, bro.
before we get into that conversation about like Brian Norman, the test, and Devin, can I just comment on something that you all have been talking about?
Yeah, my
Sure.
bad. I ain't speak to everybody as well. My bad, Juke. What up, Ty?
It's all good. How you
Two-Cent?
doing, sweetie?
What's going on, my baby?
What's going on? I just wanted to comment because like you guys were talking about how you guys think that Canelo versus Bud fight should be built, and how like you want more insight to their camp, their lives. And basically, I don't know if you guys realize it, but what you guys have described is basically how PBC has built every pay-per-view card for the last 8 years that they've been in business.
Absolutely.
And that's what's so funny
Fact.
that's
I don't
what's
know
so
about
funny
that.
about people act like, oh, PBC is so terrible, but everything that was described about how to build this fight is literally the PBC pay-per-view model. Like while telling us that it's so terrible, but it has worked, right? It's like, and that's why when Tim goes to certain media outlets and platforms, everyone follows suit. When he went to Atlanta, everyone started going back to Atlanta because people remember, no one was going back to Atlanta since Holyfield. And then when he went to Atlanta, now like it's just like it's like everybody was okay with what PBC was doing, except for they didn't like the person who was implementing it.
Right.
So they just
When did PBC do it? The 27 on Amazon. I don't remember that.
Finish. You were okay with it until it's almost like, you know how they say like everyone loves black culture, they just don't like black people. It's the same thing. It's like I love what you're doing, but I don't like you. And
Right.
the same thing. I'm fine with it because when Al was saying he wants to like do the same thing Turkey's doing, they were against it, but now Turkey's doing it, it's like, oh yeah, it's great. So I just wanted to highlight that because everything you guys just mentioned about how to build this fight between Canelo and Bud is literally the PBC pay-per-view model. And I
Wait.
Boxing hacker. Hold on.
Boxing
Boxing hacker. You
Yeah.
don't quiet nigga pack boxing hacker. You don't got nothing to say. She just fried the hell out of you,
Right.
boxing
No,
hacker.
I didn't get to respond.
She just fried you sizzling right now.
I don't have to respond first.
You
But it's like,
sizzling.
why would you want me
Don't-
to
I'm just playing
don't-
proud if I don't
Don't
respond.
respond. Don't respond.
There's a response.
Don't
Don't,
need a response.
no, it doesn't
Boxing
want no
Of course it is.
response.
Of course
It's
it
It
is.
ain't
Love
response.
arguing,
There's
bro.
no
It made-
Like
response.
we can start by
You literally
Wait,
just said
Floyd
there's no
Mayweather
response.
before
All
There's
you gotta
no
do is
response.
sizzle.
Just
say-
yeah.
He
So
made a statement of fact.
no,
That's
there
Hacker,
wasn't.
do you
Wait,
got a
no,
girl, bro?
there weren't a statement of fact because
and
24/7
one of the
was
other
a
things
Floyd
that he
Mayweather
didn't
thing.
say is Al
So
Haney
like that's
made all
a
the other
statement of fact.
promoters change how they was working as well. That's one of the main reasons why they always had turned on him, because he forced their hand. They were
Right.
not treating their fighters financially as well as he did. He came into the game. I've only seen two fighters' paychecks in my whole life. I saw Keith Thurman's paycheck because I was in the bank with him, where he didn't even know how to open up a checking account, and he had a multi-million-dollar check. And I saw Mayweather's check. Mayweather was well established when he got his biggest check, but
Yeah.
Keith
Talking
Thurman, that
about
was
the
the
$100
first,
million check.
the $200 million check.
Oh yeah, facts. Okay.
Yeah, but I saw personally with my own eyes Keith Thurman's check. He was just overwhelmed of what he had to do to get started. I don't know whether his money got taken. I don't know that, but fortunately there were some people there, and there was a bank officer that took him to the desk and so forth to get him started. Never have I seen a fighter that early in his career have that kind of money, and that was
Right.
because of Al Heyman. And
Yeah.
every other promoter got forced to do the same thing, or they was losing their fighters to him.
Right.
So
Yes, and his
And
model was
that's what Turkey is doing too,
sustainable.
though, right?
no,
I
Turkey
remember
is not doing that. Turkey
He
is
is
now
doing
he's
that.
doing
That's the exact same thing.
Turkey
Turkey
is
is not
He's-
doing the same exact thing,
No, he's
bro.
not.
It's not doing the
What?
same thing, and it's not sustainable.
What's the
It's
difference?
not sustainable.
It's
Okay,
a lot of difference. He not even
Like
promoting
what?
his fights right.
huh?
He make them take. Al Heyman was making his fighters take low guarantees up front and more so recoup their money on the back end. So therefore,
Heyman was paying better than all the other promoters.
That front end
Remember
money
that.
that you making,
Turkey's
Right.
paying better than all the other promoters. It's
Okay.
the same exact thing.
so that
brother.
front end money that you making, you that's what you using to pay your trainers and stuff
No,
like that.
a
That
a lot of
back end
PBC
money is
fighters
pretty
get
much
paid a
all
flat
yours.
fee, man. Not everybody gets a back end money. What are you talking about?
No, they
No, everybody
so
does not.
this is the thing. Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong. I could be
Yeah.
wrong. So the difference is the reason why people don't like Al is because Al gave fighters a lot of power. The reason why people like guarantees. So remember when Bud versus Bud versus Spence, and they were haggling over this like upfront money, this guaranteed purse, and like only Bud was haggling over it, but like the PPC fighters wasn't that hung up over this guaranteed purse thing. because they knew they would make their money in the back end. They had to have faith, right? And I remember Spence talking about how when he first thought about signing to Top Rank, how they're going to give him this big guarantee, like the stipends, he can like this big amount of money, he can like up front. And then, but his father said, go with PBC because it's better long term. But of course, as a young man, he wanted the upfront money, but his dad talked him out of it, and he said he didn't like it. But later on, it paid off. So the reason why Spence got so much more money over time than Bud did is because you have to like, it's like, okay, I'm not going to take this upfront money because I'm going to make the back end money, which is so much more. Because legally, when you're paying your promoter, your manager, your sparring partners, you're paying them off a percentage of your purse.
Right.
You are not paying them a percentage off the back end.
Right.
Sure.
So that means the fighter gets to keep more of their money. Meanwhile, what Turkey's doing, I'm giving you some money up front, right?
Yeah.
So all the money, so the bigger the money up front, the bigger your manager, your promoter, everyone gets to take from you.
Yeah.
Back end money is safe. So that's why
I
promoters
don't know if that's true.
Turkey.
It is true,
I
bro.
don't know if that's true, y'all.
Less
How is
Boxer
it not
Hacker,
true?
I don't.
Boxer Hacker, time out. You're not gonna sit up here if you're not gonna debate in good faith. Stop it. You're not
No,
gonna
I'm
sit up
debating
here.
good faith. So here's what I'm
No,
gonna
you're
say
not
to
sitting
that.
on
You're
here
You
not
can't
even
listening
say
to
letting
some
me
somebody
shit ain't
finish.
stand
true, but
talking
then you
about if
don't
it
got no
ain't true.
factual
Okay.
evidence to back
Let
up
her
what you
finish.
said.
Let her finish.
But
Go
that's the
ahead,
thing,
Drew.
Boston Hacker. I didn't want to engage this conversation, but you asked, and then when I'm in the middle of explaining it, you interrupt.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that the difference is the reason why so many people in the boxing industry, especially the old guard, who used to make so much money off boxers and boxers went to broke. Because you notice that you don't ever see commentators, promoters broke after years. You notice they're never the ones that's broke. But you have people like, like fighters of old, like, like the I don't know, sweet peas who passed away and didn't have all the money they should have made. But you never see that happen for promoters. Why?
Right.
Because one, their careers are longer because they're not taking damage. And number two, they get to eat off multiple fighters at the same time and they're getting big cuts. Why?
Yep.
Because once you give me that big guarantee, that means my percentage is off that guarantee. So if I say, you know what, your guarantee is $1 million, I only have to pay you percentage off that million, but let's say I make 10 million off the back end. You can't touch that back end. That's why the status quo don't like Al Heyman. He
Yep.
empowers the fighters. Now, for
Mhm.
example, Spence in Tank's case, we know he probably gives extra to his team, but it's at his will. But the reason why fighters of old were so broke is because by the time everyone got their purse before they got their purse, they couldn't even make do. And that's
Right.
and that's why they like Turkey. That's why they like the big guarantee guys.
Right.
Like they don't hate Heyman for no reason. It's
Right.
because he cut out the middlemen who were
Yep.
getting money for nothing.
Yep.
And
Okay.
that's
And you
why
know what
Jay
that
Prince
remind me
don't
so much
want.
of?
That's why Jay Prince don't want Shakur to go over there.
Yeah. And you know
And
what
they-
that remind me so
Absolutely,
much
because
of?
now he has to wait for Shakur to give him what. If Shakur wants to give him a little extra, little bonus, it's up to Shakur. But
Yep.
if he does it the other way and gets a big guarantee, he's guaranteed that money and can sue Shakur.
And I
then
think
So
that's
he
But
I think
here's
too
the
to,
difference,
to,
though,
to
y'all.
add on to what you
go
were
ahead,
saying
paid
though,
in full.
that goes a lot to what I think that Derrick James had mixed up with Earl, and I think that's why they fell out because I think he was thinking he was supposed to get majority of the money from the back end, and when it really kind of didn't work like that, bro. I kind of paid you what I already paid you, but like you said, if you want to be generous or whatever, you can get them a little bit extra on top of that or whatever, but you're not really obligated to do that. And I think he had a lot of people in his ear, like Ryan Garcia, just based on the money that he was getting. Obviously, Golden Boys, and PBC's models are kind of different. So I can understand
So,
what you're saying when you say that.
absolutely, and
so
think about it. Who does the industry hate? Al
Al
Heyman.
Heyman.
Who
Facts.
who had the industry fed off of for centuries? The fighter. And Al Heyman came in, made it harder to do it, and now they all of a sudden hate him. And then Turkey's like, "Don't worry, don't fret. I'm gonna come back in and restore order. I'm gonna pay them these high purses for right now until I got them. And I'm gonna hide them because they never talk about back end. And then once I'm gonna pay them these high purses, they'll leave out. They'll all come to me. And then once I got them locked in, we're right back to the good old boys club.
Yeah.
And most
Yeah.
most
But
fighters.
most fighters aren't getting paid from the back end, y'all. Like you guys
That's
acting like
only
everybody.
half of what
Why
you
do you
said, bro.
Most
You
fighters
missing
get
the
paid a
point.
flat fee.
You
Hacker? Why?
missing the
Majority
point,
of
bro.
fighters get paid a flat
Yes,
fee.
I agree, but that
Yeah.
was changing under.
No, even for PBC, they get paid a flat fee.
No,
No,
that's
they
not
weren't.
true.
No,
You're talking about like major fighters on pay-per-view events.
This nigga.
No, I'm not
Majority of
talking
fighters
about
are
no.
major
Like, why
fighters.
you just don't like to listen, bro? Like, goddamn,
He
you don't
does
always gotta
not.
argue.
My
No,
God.
wait, let me just speak for those a second,
You
y'all.
can speak, but that doesn't mean you're telling the truth because, like,
Okay,
you
I
don't
mean
know
you're
what
free to
your
believe or
argument,
not
but
to
I'll let you
believe.
go.
Hacker, do you know what revenue sharing means?
No, please explain it.
Let me. Good. I'm glad you said that.
Mhm.
The back end is part of revenue sharing. What
Okay.
that means is the overseas revenue, the rebroadcast revenue, the
Mhm.
revenue from the library, the
Okay.
revenue from the sponsor.
Yeah.
All of that comes on the back.
Okay.
That's where the real money comes from. That's why
Right.
promoters want to go ahead and give you a upfront fee, because that revenue on the back end, it doesn't just come overnight. It also comes over a number of years. Because every time you look at the library or top rank,
Yeah.
top rank has a multi-million-dollar library. Every time you get one of those fights, $3 or $4, that's revenue. The fighters who are smart, when they sign their contracts, know this and get a piece of that as well. Most fighters don't even have managers who understand that. They think long term and they want to get that big money up front. That's why fighters started getting a little. You saw fighters driving Bentleys and buying 2 and 3 houses while they were at top rank. I'm sorry, at PBC. That wasn't happening because they just got a fee up front. That happened because they were participating in revenue sharing. Don't want fighters to do that, because now you, as Juke just was saying, you're empowering them financially. Now, are they smart enough to understand how to hold on to their money? That's a whole different story. The point is, Al came in, and his motivation wasn't just to do good for fighters. His brother had been a fighter, and he watched his brother get screwed over in the fight game. Don't have any money. So when he came out of concert, because that's where I know him from originally, he decided his model, he's going to come into the game when he had the 500 million from Wallace Reed. That was the first big thing that no other promoter had. He was with Golden Boy. They siphoned off the fighters. He started his game. His game. He became an advisor, so he wouldn't be in violation of the Alley Act. And fighters started seeing this is the next wave, and they started leaving by droves.
Right.
And promoters had to change how they were doing business.
Right. So that's the
And
whole
he
thing,
went
right?
on, and he went on to put on some of the most entertaining fights with record-breaking pay-per-view and gate numbers. He grew the sport of boxing.
And what's
Exactly. He
crazy?
he
And what's
grew the
crazy is
sport. He didn't
Well, great.
shrink
He's
the
a great person. I've
no
seen him for
promoter
10
in the
years. Great
game right
person.
now has outdid what Al Heyman has done.
So here's a caveat though, right?
I knew he was coming
So
with a
Turkey is literally doing the same. He's
He
literally
is not.
My
it's the
God.
same as that concept. So what you guys
bro.
are missing is this, right? The reason why promoters have problems with Al Heyman is Al Heyman was paying fighters, whether you want to say they're getting paid from the back end, whether you can say they get paid for a flat fee, he was paying them way better. The other promoters couldn't keep up. They couldn't, and Al Heyman was taking all the talent. So they got mad. That's literally what happened. Turkey is doing the same thing. The reason why fighters are going to Turkey now is because they're
Why
he's
you
giving them
stopping
large
right there?
incentives.
Why you stopping right there? If Turkey's doing the exact same thing,
Yeah.
is he creating stars? Is he doing pay-per-view and gate records?
He's
He's not doing
great.
the same exact thing.
So one thing that Turkey is doing, he's bring the only reason that promoters don't have issues with
Is he
Turkey
doing
now.
one thing or the same exact thing
No.
boxing happened?
So one thing that's different is that all the promotional companies are now able to work together under his umbrella. That's the biggest difference. With
Bro, they
Al
been
Heyman, it was
working together,
PBC
bro.
or
What
To
are you
Brooks.
work
talking
together with
about?
Al
So
Heyman.
for Al Heyman, when it was PBC, it felt like more of competition. With Turkey, they're all like sort of like working with him. Even PBC,
Okay.
even the Zone, even top ranked. They all
If
work
that's
with
the
him.
case, if Turkey
So
model
that's
was working
the
so
major
well, why the
difference.
fuck would
So if you
why
guys
top
are,
ranking?
that's why I'm like, why do people get upset with Turkey and they say they're happy? It's the same concept.
It's
It's
because you're
not.
not boxing
No, not
hacker.
that.
Can I
Fires go where
respond?
there's more incentive.
Okay,
It's not the
boxing
same
hacker. Can I
concept,
respond?
silly. Is he giving more autonomy to the fighters, boxing hacker, or
In
he's
what
are
sense?
they getting less autonomy, boxing hacker?
In what sense? Please elaborate.
Do the fighters have more autonomy? Are the fighters getting more of the money, more of the revenue, like all the
Yeah.
things
So
they
the
just
fires
listed
again.
and missing?
So here's the thing: the fires are
They're
not
not
forced to
getting
go.
none of that.
The
They're
fires
not
are not
getting any
forced.
of
No
that.
fighter is forced to go to Turkey. Realize that, right?
Hold on, you
No
moving
fire
the
is forced.
goalposts. We're
Shifted.
moving. We're not
Go
talking about
They
that.
go there because
We're
there's a
not
large
talking about
incentive.
that. We're not talking about that. You said Al and Turkey were doing the same exact thing. That's the topic,
Yes.
and they are not.
They're not. They're not.
Why
Bob.
not? What's it?
It's nowhere near. It's
It's the
not
same
even
concept.
close.
He's
It's
paying them a
not
No,
the
it's
lot of
not.
same
money.
concept.
Where the fighter,
Okay, I'm gonna take a crack at it.
Rehab season
You
and
might.
and
Okay,
Premier
You
Boxing
don't want to
Champions
listen,
are
bro.
very similar.
they're
I
not
don't.
similar. They're
He don't
actually
want to listen, bro.
okay. Okay, when you
Yeah.
say they're
Okay.
similar, okay, make sure this boxing hacker because I'm trying to
Yeah.
listen to you.
Feel free.
You're saying they're similar. Could you
Yeah.
tell me how their models are similar, please? And then I'll respond.
Sure, I can do that. So, what makes their model similar is they're paying better than what their competition is paying. Therefore, lots of fighters sort of fluctuate towards them. When PBC was the one paying the most, a lot of fighters were going there. The other company was getting mad, of course, because a lot of fighters were going to PBC. They were complaining. They were saying that because and same arguments too. They said, "Oh, you're paying the fighters so much that means they're gonna fight way less. They're gonna not be more hungry to fight." They did all of those same arguments were there for PBC. The same thing that's happening with Turkey. Turkey's paying the fighters a lot. Same arguments happen. Oh, he's paying them a lot. Fighters are gonna get lazy. They're gonna fight less because they're making way more money.
That's not
It's the
true,
same
bro.
as that concept. I'm paying way more. I'm putting way more money to the fighters so they come towards me. Therefore, my show gets bigger.
This
That's
nigga
what's
tripping.
happening.
Are they participating in revenue sharing boxing?
That's why I'm saying he don't understand shit, bro.
So
Like he
they're
just
not.
be talking.
Can
So the
I? May
difference
I?
there.
May I respond to
The
boxing
difference there is
hacker?
they're
Please,
not
Julie.
paying
Hold
a
on.
back end.
Go ahead, boxing hacker. Land
Upfront
your
fee.
plane.
So when
Go
it comes
ahead.
to revenue sharing, that's more for the back end. Turkey's paying huge upfront.
So
So it's not like
Nigga
commission
dumb,
based,
bro.
like the back end type thing you're trying to say.
So you would agree that's not the same concept then?
And so in terms of paying the fighters way more than the competition, so it comes to them,
Man,
it's the same
it's a yes
concept.
or no question, bro. Like, come
In
on,
terms of
bro.
that, it depends on what context, right? It's not the exact same
No, it
model,
doesn't. It's
but at the
either the
same
same
Exactly.
con. Okay,
but
so then it's not.
they're
So what are
creating
you saying? You
but
just said it's not the exact same model.
But the reason why fighters are going to Turkey is because of his incentive. The reason why
Oh
fighters
my
went to
god, bro.
PBC was because of the incentive.
All
Okay,
right, Juby,
okay,
your turn.
That's
okay.
the biggest
Boxing
difference.
hacker.
The
May I
biggest
respond to
thing.
you?
This man is
Feel free.
crazy. This man
Okay, I'm gonna respond because you stated what you thought was the similarities between Al Heyman
Yeah.
from BBC and what Turkey Alashik is doing, right?
Sure. Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you that it's actually the polar opposite.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so you said that they're both paying the fighters high purses, right?
Way better than the comps. Yes. They're both paying the
Okay,
fighters really
okay,
well.
that right there, you're incorrect
Okay.
Right.
because
Wow.
PBC is not paying the fighters more. The fighters are taking in more of what they earned. Okay,
thank you.
wait. Hear me out. Al Heyman.
Tomatoes.
No, it's not tomatoes. It's not tomatoes. It is the
They earn the money up front too.
wait. No.
Go ahead. You go.
If you take all the fighters, every fighter, no matter what revenue stream, right? And I say, you know what? If you want to, you can promote yourself. If you want to, I can promote you under this promotional company called TGB, right? And whoever, okay, so I'm gonna make sure that you generate what you're actually earning. So PBC is not just paying people a set fee outright, no matter what they generate or not. That's not what PBC is doing. PBC is putting people in a position to earn the revenue and making sure that no one takes the revenue off the top so they can get the majority of what they're earning already. So what we're discovering is that a lot of the big fighters from the past should have been, like Mike Tyson, should be getting paid way more because he was generating so much money. Don King been getting a fret. Are you gonna just hear me out?
Yeah.
PBC is not just paying fighters. He's putting them in a position to earn the money. And then once they earn that money, capitalizing it and saying, hey, do you want to promote your own fight? Okay, so now you get a promotion fee. Oh, you see that merchandising? Oh, yeah, you're going to get a fee off that because guess what? Everything that's happening right now is working off of your labor. You're going to get paid off of your work. You're going to get paid off of your sales. You're going to get paid off the commission. You're going to get paid off of the pay-per-view sales, the gate, everything. You're going to get paid off of it because it's your labor.
Can I ask you a question, Jude?
No, you can ask me a question until I'm finished.
Exactly.
Patience, the same way I showed you patience and allows you to talk. Relax. Yeah. So what he's doing is saying, okay, so far, Keith Thurman, let's say Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia was a big name, Philadelphia, Puerto Rican fighter. He had a name, right? Now, he might not be as big as, let's say, I don't know, Errol Spence or Tank, but he had a good amount of, his name and people knowing him from Philadelphia, they came out and supported Danny. So guess what? He made sure Danny got 90% of everything that came from his notoriety and his name. He got the money from that, not more. He didn't just say, you know what, Danny, I'm going to give you this amount of money. He didn't give Danny anything. Danny worked for that, right? Now, meanwhile, you got this guy named Tank Davis who has this buzz for years, and now he's generating tens of 20, 30 million dollars. Guess what he's going to get? The majority of that money. Now, Danny didn't generate that, but Danny generated about, I don't know, 3-4 million. So guess what Danny got? About 3 million. What Turkey is doing is saying, wow, you're a person who might be in the crosshairs or a nemesis of this big star. Now, you can't generate that much money, right? I know you might only generate, I don't know, $200,000. I'm going to pay you $1 million, 1.5. I'm going to pay you $2 million just to take you away from this to make you a harder option for the guy who's actually generating money. And I'm going to pay you more. Why? Because it benefits me in the long run. Because eventually, I'm not going to pay you little to nothing. Because once I have the whole market, I don't have to pay you anything. So that's the difference. It's not I'm paying you this amount of money, whatever. No. They're making the money. And because they're making the money, that means the fighters have to produce a product that customers want to continue to buy because you're only getting paid off of your customer base. What Turkey is doing is trying to take away the customer base because he has government tax money from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia who needs to diversify their markets because they're getting away from oil. It's not the same thing.
Okay, so let me ask you a quick question, right? You said fires a PBC. You're not finished? Sorry.
So you keep saying they're both paying each other. No, PBC is not just paying anyone. Turkey fighters not generating the money. He's overpaying for a purpose because once he corners the market, he has no reason to pay them anything later. That's why it's not sustainable. Our Hamas market is sustainable because they're generating the revenue off of the interest. Turkey's trying to take away the whole market of interest in the first place.
Okay, are you done? So let me ask you one question, Jupe, right? You said that the fighters at PBC earned their money, right? Like they earn their back end, they earn their percentages, they earn it, right? How many do you realize that fighters also there are fighters that get paid flat fees at PBC too, right? How do they earn those flat fees? Can you explain?
Because they're a part of a card, and they're giving their likeness to that card. So for example, I mentioned in the beginning of the argument that Errol Spence, right? Sure. He wanted to go to about it with his father about how he wanted to go to Top Rank because they had all this upfront money. His father said, I think PBC is better in the long run. If this is what you want to do, if this is what you want to make, if you want to make your career about boxing, now Heyman's a better choice. Now I know if you want some upfront money, because of course you want to get this money, you're young, you want to spend it, you want to do what you want to do. He said his father geared him towards Al Heyman, and he got a stipend. He said he got a stipend or whatever because at the time you had no notoriety.
Can you wait to the original question though?
So I'm answering your question if you were listening.
Okay.
So if you're a smaller name and you have no value, you have no, every human being has value, so that's what I'm trying to say. But you have no market value yet. He puts you in the position to gain that market value. Until you work yourself. Okay, you want to keep interrupting, so go ahead, just talk.
I just want you to answer the question directly.
I literally answered.
How is the flat fee like calculated? Right. So you said because your argument is that PBC fighters earn what they make, right?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Since you want to ask questions within questions.
However, the majority of fighters at PBC probably get paid a flat fee. So
you saying probably? How do you know that? How do you know that? You said they probably make a flat fee
because the majority of fighters aren't pay-per-view fighters. Right?
Okay, no, but they still make. Yeah, okay, so I'm not saying. Okay, Maxing Hacker, you're not listening, and like you're so. Let me tell you the reason why you're having a hard time.
No, just answer the question. That's fine.
You're not listening. You're waiting to talk.
Facts.
You're not absorbing information. You're waiting to rebuttal.
No, you're going.
Because the question the reason why I know that is because the question you just asked me. You said majority of fighters are pay-per-view fighters. I didn't talk about this pay-per-view because I remember Danny Garcia saying he made $2 million to fight Rod Salka. That wasn't pay-per-view. He made it off of other revenue. But you're not listening. You're waiting to talk. So that question alone lets me know that you're not listening.
Okay, yeah, I just want the direct answer.
You want to argue.
No, I don't want to argue. I just want the direct answer.
You do because you want to ask me that question.
I just want the direct answer because I want to understand.
I gave you a direct
here's my
answer.
concept, right? I want to understand. I understand how people in the back end.
No, you don't because you
would just answered it. Again,
what was the answer then, 2 cents?
You would not have asked me.
He's not even trying to listen, bro. He's just talking, bro, and that's like it's gonna keep going back and forth.
I'm done. He's not
All
listening.
right, hold on. Robert, what's your 2 cents, Robert? What you got for the show? Robert Pitts. You there, Robert? Robert? Anyway, Boxing Hacker, she literally just gave you Danny Garcia as an example. He's not a pay-per-view fighter.
No, but my question was this, 2 cents, and it's a very direct question. So, and it's based off the premise that she said that most fighters, the fighters at PBC, earn their money versus Turkey overpaying fighters, right? And she based, but the only problem with her explanation, it was only based off fighters who are getting paid from the back end. So what about the fighters who get flat fee? How do you calculate the true earning of that flat
Boxing
fee?
Hacker, listen to me.
Yeah.
Listen to me. Danny Garcia had a fight. He headlined the fight, right?
Uh-huh.
How do you think he made his money?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably the back end. Probably a guarantee plus a back end.
No, bro.
And what is your question?
Oh my God.
So yeah, my question is fighters get paid flat fees because there are a lot of fighters who get paid flat fees, right?
So you talking about the fighters on the undercard and that's not the main event?
Sure, yes. The main event is that's like the top 1%.
Right? So they just pay him a flat fee, Boxing Hacker.
Yeah, but if I'm a fighter,
what
okay,
is
look
your
at it this
point?
way. How do you know? Okay, my thing is this, right? You as a company figure out how much you're gonna pay me. That's the thing about it. It's not based on me, what I put in.
What about
because what I put in, you're not giving me a percentage. You give me a flat fee. You look at me and say, "This is how much you're worth based on the model I have for you."
I think
right?
I got
the
it.
same thing that Turkey is doing. You know, it's like the same exact thing.
So you're saying, so you're basically admitting. So what you're trying to say is that Turkey is treating even guys who with notoriety in the name like guys who are fighting 8-rounders. Got it. Thanks.
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, that's not what I'm saying. I think what you guys are seeing is a little bit off, right? It's not like the people who are getting back end money are getting 100% of the back end. They're getting a percentage, right? Nobody's getting 100%. So they're not, and that percentage is figured out by the company's business model, right?
Bro, the back end money.
The only difference there is they make sure
it's
that
not
they
figured out
get
by
paid
the
well
company.
from
It's
that
figured out by the
It's like he
This
didn't listen
nigga's
to
tripping, bro.
anything
What
I
the fuck is
said.
wrong
Boxing
with him?
hacker.
No,
It's like
you guys
you just
are
trying to
missing
be
the
right,
math of
bro.
the
You
whole
sound,
situation.
it's boxing hacker.
They
Let me.
they figure out how much you're worth based on
I
Turkey
your
and
really
Al
just
Heyman are nowhere near doing the same thing. Stop saying
right.
that stupid
Like
shit,
he
bro.
like
because
Turkey's
you
not
guys
even
don't like one
depending
person.
on. No,
They're both they're
Time out,
similar.
time out. Let
It
me
ain't
say
got
this.
nothing to
Time
do
out. Let
with
me say
liking
this.
nobody, bro.
Time
It's
out.
business.
Why do y'all always go to this emotional answer? It's because y'all don't like him like we on the playground in the third
Well, think
grade.
about it.
This
Think
has
about it.
nothing to
Al
do with
Heyman
life.
owns a show. Turkey owns a show. They're doing the
What
same
the fuck do
exact
that got to
thing.
do with liking somebody, bro?
They pay.
Man,
They
I
both
crazy.
pay
really just
their
broke
fighters
down
well.
how they are the polar opposite, and he's gonna repeat that they're doing the exact same thing. When I literally just gave a specific breakdown of how it's
They
actually
both
the
pay
polar
fighters based off their
opposite.
business model.
You
That's the
rejecting,
truth. It's
okay.
not based
Man,
off what they
I
work.
literally
No,
just
because they get paid
explained
off a
the
percentage.
differences. I literally said that PBC is not even paying people. They're not paying people more. They're allowing them to generate more and take home what they're generating. And then you took all that information.
PBC is not
You're doing
paying
the same
100%
thing.
back end.
You're not accepting information because you just want to argue for the sake of arguing. And I
Okay,
think
Drew,
that's
answer.
time to
Are they
get.
paying 100% back end? Yes or no?
I didn't even hear what you just said because you're not listening.
You're saying you're acting like they pay fighters 100% of the back end. They don't
That's
do
a
that.
nothing to
They
do
give
with
them
the
allocated
argument.
based
Oh
on
my
And
percentage.
god.
okay, like this. Guess what? Turkey's paying them 0% of the back end.
Yeah,
At the
because
end
you're
of the
paying huge
day,
upfront. It's like a
but he's
regular
not
job.
paying.
It's either you get paid small commission, you pay a large commission and make less base, or you get paid only your base.
Robert Pitts, can you hear me,
That's
Robert
how it
Pitts?
works in real life too.
So
Yeah, I can hear you.
you're
Yeah, I can
missing
hear
the
you.
All right.
point. The point is you're
Hold on,
saying
Drew.
that
Let me let
TV.
Robert go. Just we gonna ignore boxing hacker. Go ahead, Robert. What you got for the show?
All right, hey, how everybody doing? I'm not gonna take too much time because I'm about to have a few drinks. But I just want to say, I heard somebody say that he don't know what he don't know no better, or he don't know what's going on. Boxing hacker, boxing hacker do know what's going on. Boxing hacker be knowing he do be knowing he. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
No, we can't hear you. What'd you say?
Yeah,
Sorry. Repeat yourself
dude,
multiple times.
you be knowing you debunked by the first time the first person to have a debate with you and debunk you, you be knowing that it's already over right there. You just keep on going on. If you notice, he always go around the whole panel where everybody explaining stuff to him. Stop playing stupid, bro. We grown, bro. You too old to be playing stupid, trolling your way out of stuff. You just
Brother,
doing
I
that
have
for
no idea
attention,
what
bro.
you're even talking about, man.
Thank
You
you.
are, bro.
I have no
You play
idea what
stupid on purpose.
you
You
said
play
something that
stupid.
never happened, and then you went on.
You play stupid on purpose to troll your way out, bro. You get
Yeah,
debunked the
you're right.
first time
How'd you
somebody
know?
debate with you. That's
How'd
exactly
you
yeah. I
know?
know
You're a
because I
genius,
know
man.
because you
How'd you
narcissistic, bro.
figure it out, man?
You narcissistic. You
Yeah,
narcissistic, and you just want attention. You
how'd you
just want
know?
attention, bro.
You give me all the
Like
attention I want. Thank you.
you should be kicked. You should be kicked off the panel at times, bro. Like
Yeah,
for
you're probably
being because,
right.
bro, we trying to move forward, bro. You know what
Move
I'm
forward
saying?
to what?
You just
What are you
acting
moving forward
stupid for
towards?
no reason,
To
bro.
a
You know
different
what's going on, bro.
conversation.
You don't
Yeah.
know,
But
bro.
yeah, I'm up out of here.
On the
I'm
panel,
up
All
bro.
out
right,
of
man.
here. I'm up out
Have
of
a good
here.
day, man.
Yep.
So
Don't
boxing
drink
Yep.
too
You
much,
hacker
too.
man.
is Turkey making fighters their own boss?
No, so he's not making them their own boss. He's
So
paying
then they not the
Turkey's
same
paying
business.
them large incentives to fight
End
for
of
him.
story. End of
That's
story.
what it is.
Okay, how
Fighters
large?
like that.
How large are
Fighters
these
are prize
incentives?
fighters. They like money.
But how large are these incentives?
I mean, Shakur said he's got paid the most with Turkey out
No,
of his whole
actually, he
career.
complained. Actually, the reason why Shakur
Yeah.
had to apologize was because he criticized and said that Turkey switched the money on him. He said he was supposed to pay a certain amount, and then Turkey gave him a lesser amount. And actually, there's been 2 to 3 people who've complained about the money that Turkey's given him. So I get what you're saying, but and he never complained. But I don't recall Shakur complaining with Bob, and we all know Bob's cheap.
He complained with Bob a lot, actually.
No, he
Not
did
about
not.
his money.
He complained about the fights, but not the money. He
I mean,
absolutely.
when he's getting fights, he ain't getting money.
Okay, you need to stop interrupting.
Oh my God.
You know how we allow you to speak.
That's my
He
last straw. Thanks
complained
for having me
about
on
the
the
money.
panel too,
Nah,
Sam. I
say
can't take
Jab,
it
go
anymore,
ahead.
bro.
All
I
right,
told you, bro. Like that
Jab
shit
Queen.
crazy, bro. Because every time you
Alright.
come around, shows be good, bro. You start that bullshit. Like you gotta stop that shit, dog.
Dude, it's just my opinion. You all be in your feelings,
No, bro.
man.
But you do that at
Wait,
every.
do you want me to agree with
You
everything
don't
you
notice
say?
everywhere you go, you do the same shit.
Hacker,
Yeah.
you
Oh.
Like
just
that's
cause
crazy as hell.
constant confusion.
Hey, where's the
It's
other
okay to have
avatar,
your
man?
own
You threw me off.
opinion, but like I literally specifically described how they're doing the exact opposite, and you dismiss all that information, those facts, and were like, It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Like
It's
basically,
similar.
it was
It's
not
it's
similar.
it's
It's not
similar.
similar.
I don't know why y'all
You
can't
are,
see
if you
it.
but
are, if I
nobody up
say
here
one's
agrees
hot
with
and
you,
one's
bro.
cold,
Oh, Lord.
if
All
I
right, we
say
got two new people. Boxing hacker, you in timeout, bro, because you just don't be being honest. And
Man,
I just can't
like
have
that
that
shit
on the
getting
panel.
annoying, bro.
That nigga will
Just
live
can't
and
have that on
die
the
on
panel.
a motherfucking lie. For real. He
Yeah.
will stick to it even though he know
I
it's a
mean, the
lie.
fact that y'all keep running around here saying Turkey and Al doing the same thing is so insulting. And the level of disrespect that is. And then when people try
Uh-huh.
to point that out to y'all, y'all want to be like, oh, it's because you don't like Turkey. I don't give a fuck about Turkey. This ain't
Exactly.
about no life.
right, like
This is
I
a
don't have like we have no incentive to hate Turkey, but at the end of the day, how can you say it's the same? If one group is making their own, like okay, the reason why he doesn't like Tank, the reason like Tank is saying I can make my own money. Like same now, Canelo decided to go over there. We all know that Canelo can make money on his own through the market. The point is that we're saying one is saying, okay, you made this amount of money. I'm going to make sure that no one gets to take all this money off the top from you and you get all you worked for, which is what they should have done in the past. And that's why all our fighters, all our legends didn't get paid their due because people robbed them. He's saying,
True that.
you know what? This promoter should not be getting 10% off of every single thing you do. You should not have a 360 deal. You're going to pay them
Mhm.
off of this portion and the rest is yours, which is what everyone should have got. And it's
Thank
you what you earned. It's what you earned. It's the seats that you put in there,
facts.
you know. And versus one person saying, you know what, I'm the government in Saudi Arabia, and I have access to all the tax money that's been collected for over centuries, and I'm just gonna pay it out as I see fit until I buy up the market. It's not the same thing because now you have an inflated value until he decides you're not valuable to him anymore. The difference is one group is at the whim and at the mercy of one man's kindness, and the other ones are eating what they kill.
Uh-huh.
facts. Let me get this. Let me get this super chat. Shout out to Kamani. Hackers so the janitor and CEO needs to make the same money. You get paid by your worth and what you do. If you put butts in seats, you make money. Period. If you good at what you
Uh-huh.
do, you make the most money. What's wrong or hard in that? Shout out to Kalani with the $20 in the super chat.
Hey, 2%.
So look at this, right?
No,
Shut
no,
up. No.
Look at this real
Box
quick.
hacker, shut
You
up.
get paid
no.
what you're worth, right?
Please,
Shut up.
Okay.
You
please.
not
Let
worth
me.
a
Hold
I
on,
just
damn.
want to
boxing
ask.
You not worth
hacker.
I
no
just want to
no
ask a Joe
no
question real
no
Hold
quick.
on,
no no
boxing
bit ain't
hacker. Hold on.
ain't your turn.
I got some new people on the
Okay, go
panel.
ahead. My bad.
David Lynch, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
My 2 cents. And on this is Al Heyman is the only, or you could say PBC, is the only boxing organization that set up those who work and put butts in the seat for wealth. They set them up to win. So when it's over with, they win. When their career is over with, they win. As long as you provide that service on filling those seats in that arena with the crowd that is needed for these fights, you get paid. Out Bob, no. You know what I mean? Bob is they just B-side boxing. You know what I mean? They host their events in halls and gyms and ballrooms around the country. The only time they have a big card is when they putting up their headliners to go back to back. And then the event is long because they still had the prelims before the prelims. You know what I mean? But at the same
Yeah.
time, they wasn't making any money because they had to deal with the UFC throwing events on the same night that they planned big cards. And the UFC was just feeding off of all the people who would normally either go see an event by Top Rank or those who will either watch an event by Top Rank. You go to ESPN Plus and you got a UFC pay-per-view going on at the same time as Top Rank got boxing going on.
Yeah.
Who's going to watch what? And then the UFC, you got blood all over the floor. Every damn match is just about a blood fest. So people going to look to that and gravitate to that. Meanwhile, you got cats over here like Bud and them fighting tomato cans of the month to pad the stats on their records. You know what I mean? It's not the same. That's why he's so mad at Tank and whoever else can fill up an arena because he is not a draw. That's just the reality of it. So what happens? They get like the base minimum. They getting their championship percentage and whatever Bob arranged for them to get in their contract. Those cats over there, Top Rank, was not eating. That's why you see so many of them leaving. And the guys that was on PBC who left, they left because they wanted to be in that position of the top tier people who are putting the butts in the seats, but it's not enough room for that. So they had to go over there. Now look what they're doing now. They trying to get the fuck up out of them contracts with Fast Eddie, and they seeing that this Turkey money, well, I should say the Saudi Prince money, it's not going that long because Turkey, he's caught in a bind where as though he got to go ahead and end this. He got a budget. Why do you think he won't let Boots have a tune-up after he sit back and let Ramirez have a tune-up? Devin Haney have a tune-up against Ramirez. I'm like, come on.
Well, let me pass the mic, David. And that's what I'm saying. Like they've been Turkey money, big money, but it seemed like you going over to the Turkey, you losing your autonomy.
Yep.
For him to hop in the
Seen a
ring,
Turkey check.
And plus
nah,
he
of
got
course
them
not.
set up. He got them set up where as though you gonna do
For
whatever
him to
I
get in
say.
the ring and bring imagine Turkey walking in the ring holding another box of hand. He walk up to you, he like, yeah, you fighting him next. Him and another nigga, they just standing there holding hands. You like, what? Like you just got fighting. You don't know what Turkey talking about.
You
He
just
like, yeah,
tell
you
me who
fighting
I'm gonna
him.
Right.
fight.
And I heard somebody make that point earlier too, 2 Cent,
No
about
autonomy,
he's pretty
y'all. This is
he's
what y'all wanted. Y'all wanted these fighters to have no choice. Like I
yep.
never understand why black people go so hard to get freedoms taken away. I don't
Mm-hmm.
Thank
But
you.
understand.
Like this shit hit
they
us
choose to go
hard in
there.
a different way. This is like so.
Y'all acting like they're on some kind of slave gang. They choose to fight for Turkey.
At the end of the day,
No.
They're not slaves.
That's
They're
how
not
they look
slaves.
at
They
it.
are you
choose.
sure
That's
they're
how
not?
they look at us.
Yes, so they choose to fight there. Yes,
That
Oh,
man ain't got
no,
that
no,
man
it's a
they
fighting
show.
like
absolutely.
mandatory
I
and
mean,
everything.
again, so there's also okay. I get that they're going there because at the end of the day, let's be honest about
They're
who.
prize fighters.
No, they absolutely are prize fighters, and I don't have a problem with Turkey offering enough.
Boxing hacker, stop all this prize fighter talk the way you be deep throating them accolades.
Right, because isn't
But
it so
they gotta
strange?
fight for money, man.
No,
I don't. I mean, really. If
Now they
yo,
prize
two
fighters.
cent,
All
two
you
cent.
talk
If
about is
if
champion
if a
and
company
belt, and
offers
he
you
got a belt.
$300
I don't
an
want to hear
hour,
that.
go work
Oh
for
my
them.
right, like
God.
then they flipped real quick. It went from so remember when like Tank was saying, "Oh, I'm offering the money," and everyone had a problem. But the difference was he was earning the money. He wasn't getting it wasn't gifted to him from some Saudi royal. He earned his money, and people had an issue with him saying, "I want the money that I'm earning, right? Because of my name, my notoriety, my skill."
Damn right.
And everyone had a problem. But now that everyone's like, okay, yeah, my skill doesn't garner the attention and sales that I want. So I want this billionaire
Uh,
to use these tax dollars to pay me more than what I can generate on my own. And now everyone's cool with it.
but
It's
it's an
it's a
illusion, though.
problem then. Like that's what's so crazy. And I don't mind
Jude,
talking at the end of the day, like the
this
goalpost keeps changing.
Jude, this concept that you have of fighters working for what they earn or eating what they kill is an illusion by businesses. Look at it this way, right? Let's say you have two
Oh
businesses,
man.
right?
Man, this
Let's
is
say
shit I be
let's listen
tired
for a
of.
You
second.
you
Let's
can't.
say let's say
Hold
you have
on,
two
man. This
businesses.
ain't your turn, man.
No,
Go ahead, Dondrick. What you got for the show? I'm gonna let you go, Hacker. Let me let the new people go before
No.
you start
So I'm
scrambling
about to
these.
talk for 30 minutes, so he can't talk. Don't worry about it. I got plenty of things to talk about.
What
Did
you
you see
got?
what the
What's
color?
your 2 cents?
Nah, I was just today been an interesting day. I ain't gonna lie to you, because I heard all with the Haney stuff. That junk's just hilarious because I don't see the problem. But it is always gonna be something with Bill. We always said they was gonna pull out the fight, but hey, it is
Mhm.
what it is. Then this thing with boxing hacking, he just like to gobble meat, man. He just he anytime I hear him, he's got another man's meat in his mouth, and that's the only thing he do, bro. And I'm tired of it, bro. I'm just getting sick of it because it's like, bro, you understand what everybody's saying. Juke gave you a perfect analogy. She explained everything perfectly to you, and you still don't understand because you're not listening to learn something. You're listening just to see something back. I
I
want you to say
understand.
something so I can cut your bitch ass out. Shut up.
I understand.
Put yourself back on mute.
What are you saying?
Put the dick back in your mouth and put yourself back on mute.
You
All
got
right.
something going on,
Tag
man.
you, get the turkey meat
I
back
feel
in
like
your
you're
mouth. People
dangerous.
don't understand. Hey, but like I said, shut up. We can fight. I already told you. You want to sit up the ring?
You have too many
All
gay jokes.
right, I thought so. Shut up then. All right. I didn't ask you.
You want to be on
You want to
some
fight?
weirdo shit.
I can fly. I can fly to you.
Hey,
All right.
2 cent before I
Okay then. Thought so.
Come on, man.
2 cent before I leave. Did you see that? And I'm changing the subject for a minute. Did you see that supposedly Carissa got the 15 million that Layla been asking for?
What do you mean she got it? For what?
She
She's
got
offering her
for
50
the
million
fight.
for Layla.
Layla wanted 15 million to come out of retirement to fight Carissa, and I've been seeing reports that Carissa has now secured the 15 million for Layla to come out of retirement. I
Man,
wanted
That
to.
is the most. That's like
Layla,
Mike Tyson and Jake Paul.
Layla,
That
leave that
And
girl
ain't
She
alone.
nobody
said
want to see that shit.
she
that
Don't
said
does
nobody
not.
want to see that.
15 to 20 million. She
I'm about to
said,
fry
20
her
years.
give me
shields,
15
bro.
to 20 million dollars and I
I'm about
will
to fry
consider
her.
it.
But what
I'm
I'm seeing is Layla got the fifth. I mean that Carissa did have the 15 million. I've been seeing little reports just recently. So I
I
I
was
don't
seen it
believe
too.
25
that.
million short.
Nah, it's true. They put up a video and everything. She got the funding for it, but she's full of shit for trying to fight a 50-year-old woman. But it's all right.
Well,
We gonna let
Layla said
that
she
slide
wants
Man,
too,
to
cause
Layla
she the
got
fight.
quote,
so much
huh?
shit about Carissa.
Nah, 2 cents. I don't want to hear that bullshit.
She
I want
has
to hear
so
that
much
Nah,
shit.
about
If
Carissa.
I now we over here
Layla
mad
been
about
talking
Manny
that shit.
Pacquiao and Mario. We mad about Manny Pacquiao and Mario Barrios. At least Manny Pacquiao fought what 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Like, nah, we not
Layla,
doing no
leave
Layla,
Carissa
bro.
alone.
Get up out of here, man. I don't care what's going on, bro. Nah, we ain't trying
See
to see
now,
that.
people think Layla been talking shit, and people think
Layla
Layla
can
Ali
talk
can
Yeah,
beat
shit.
Clarissa
She's
Shields.
what women do. What all these old people do? They
bro.
bitter.
Couple
They
years.
bitter.
Dondrick, people think Layla Ali can beat Clarissa
She
Shields, bro.
can. If they was in their prime, yes. If they was in their
In
prime,
their
yes.
prime.
Hell
They
no,
was in
she
Look
their
could
how
never
prime,
Layla
beat
fight,
yes.
bro.
Dondrick.
Look
She
at
could
Layla
Yes.
fight
never
this
I'm not.
beat
I'm
young
not.
boy.
Clarissa
I'm not gonna
Shields, bro.
argue with you the 2 cents. We're not doing this today. We is
She
not
could
doing this
never
today.
beat
She
Clarissa
She
can,
will beat
Shields,
the
Not
bro.
brakes.
even
She
not
she
even
will.
the best years
Clarissa
of
will
prime.
beat
She beat
Layla
Carissa.
in her best day.
Layla beat the
In her
brakes off Clarissa.
best
Clarissa can't
day
take a
ever.
punch for real,
She
bro.
can't beat
I'm just
Clarissa
letting y'all know
Shields
that
on her
now.
worst
I'm just
day.
let. I'm
On
just
her
letting
best
y'all know that
Best
now.
day
Clarissa
in her
can't take no
prime.
real punch, bro.
The first day of her
Yeah, she
prime,
ain't took no
Clarissa
real
killed
punch. These girls can't fight, bro. Them
Okay.
girls back then
and
fought
neither can
better.
Layla Ali. No, they didn't.
Yes, they
Dondrick, I'm gonna cut
did.
you off
That was
here,
that
Dondrick.
was like
And
Rock'em
Wolf was
Sock'em
whooping her ass
fighting.
her. Who did
too.
she fight, man?
Dondrick, you silly, bro. You can't be serious now.
Right,
You
man.
trolling.
I'm saying what
You trolling.
everybody got an opinion, right?
You're right. You got an opinion.
Everybody got an opinion. Okay.
I'll say this,
You
like
And
trolling.
to be
Yeah.
fair, I don't like that they've been asking Layla Ali about like they. So I don't feel like Layla Ali lately has been kind of like playing it cool, playing like she hasn't really been talking about boxing until she went on to talk about the Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano fight, and they asked her, and she said it would take 15 to 20 million just to have a conversation, just for me to even consider it, right? And I understand that because she has been away from boxing for so long. She said she's been a mom, she's had multiple children. Like she's not a fighter, and like she will have that. She needs that money
She
just
needs to. She needs to sit her ass down.
no.
Thank
no,
you.
And that's
100%.
Clarissa need to sit her ass
Second
down.
that motion.
no.
Sit her
Wait,
ass down,
what
man.
I'm saying is, she said that that's what she said that they kept saying when she was asked about it. She didn't introduce the conversation. To Layla's credit, she didn't introduce the conversation. She was being a commentator for the fight, and they kept asking her about Clarissa, and she said, I would need at least 15 to 20 million to even entertain it. Clarissa heard that, went and said, "Oh, I got the money, so I want you to entertain it." As much as I love Clarissa, I just think that like, and I get it because there's not a lot of competition at that level, except for like, the hit, the hot, what's her name, the heavy
Okay,
diva. I think that
Shadasia,
Shadasia and what's
Shadasia gotta get
the
punished
girl?
too.
What's her name who beat Shadasia?
Franchon Cruz, ain't it?
Freshon.
Yeah.
Between Shadasia and Freshon, she don't got a lot of options up there. So I think she's trying to make this a thing. But I really can't blame Layla in this situation because she was asking, she was like, for me to even get back in boxing shape, this is what it would cost. And
Wait. How you can't blame her though?
Oh, hold
She
on.
said
because she
she
wasn't saying
she
I'll whip Clarissa. She was
she said
telling
I would consider it,
right. She
and
said,
Clarissa said, "All right, bet."
right. She said no, but she said I need 15 to 20 million to even enter a conversation. She didn't
All
say
right, cool.
But she said she would
right.
knock
That,
out Clarissa
that
before.
means that means you
That's
have
what she
interest.
just said. Not
Yeah.
But
now,
Duke,
So
but
and
she
that's
been
It's
said she
fine.
squabbling
would
up.
knock Clarissa.
but
Yeah,
Duke,
I agree.
Clarissa
You
shouldn't
should
even
have
be.
said, "Nah, I'm
She shouldn't
retired.
even
This is
be.
what I'm
She
doing now.
shouldn't
I'm
even be willing
commentating."
to. She shouldn't even be willing to like entertain
Clarissa's a
that.
fighting chick,
But
bro.
y'all,
Exactly.
That
But
chick is
y'all,
a fighting
Clarissa
chick.
coochie
You don't know that.
humpers. Y'all, Clarissa coochie humpers want to
She will.
goddamn
She
get
has a
on her
fight,
goddamn
man. I don't
cootie
know what
meat
nobody said.
and
Yeah,
get
And you
them
over there,
riding
and
her
you
to
over
the
there,
sunset.
cougar.
Like if you're gonna go and dig for 15, okay, and I
Nobody
am
wants
like
to see her fight Layla Ali, Dondrick. Stop it.
I love the quote.
Dancing Hacker would.
I think Clarissa is amazing. I love the quote. I really do. I just think that like if you're gonna go dig up 15 million for a legend to come out of retirement, I just that I mean you did it fine, but like you're like oh it's not like Layla was talking mess while she gonna beat you up. This woman's been a homemaker for 10
wait,
years.
Duke.
No, no,
Yes, she
Layla been
It's
on the
did.
all
old.
it's all about
No,
Duke,
shutting her up.
Duke. Layla was talking
Man, I
mess
got
last.
Layla Ali. Get her that
No,
20
she
million.
was
She
not
knocking Clarissa
though.
ass out.
She
Layla was
was
talking
not.
trash last year, and
No,
fact.
she
they,
responded every
they
time she said, I need 10 to 15 million to even consider it. She said, I think I understand why she's getting one thing later did. I think it's okay for a legend to critique you. I think it's a problem with this generation. We have an issue with like our older generation critiquing us in any way and not listening. And that's how we got turkey out of sheep, to be real. Anyway, because we don't listen. Her critiquing you doesn't mean you need to challenge her to a fight. AJ made the same mistake with Lennox. Had he listened to Lennox Lewis, he would have been in the situation he was. But instead of listening, oh, I want to fight them. Like
Yeah.
I got to push back on that because
But
Layla was talking
she did
trash
more than that.
last
She did
year.
more than that.
Layla was
She
Man, I
also
got
talking
lay
was
I got
as,
Layla Ali at 50 years
as a
old.
matter
She knocking
as a
Clarissa
matter of
out.
fact,
Be the oldest women's
as a
champion.
matter of
Let's tell her
fact,
to get that 20 million.
they had an agreement last year if Layla could have gotten prepared, and she didn't. So
yes, because she said I will only even consider being prepared if you got 10 to 15 million.
no, she didn't ask for 10 or 15
Yes,
million
she
last
did.
year.
Last year, yes,
Yeah,
she
she
did.
did. She did ask for that. She asked for the
She
same
asked
amount
for
last year.
five.
At least 4 years. Yes,
But
she
what
did.
happened is Layla didn't even get prepared for it. That was
Why
the whole
would she? You
problem.
don't have the money. This is the first year you had the money. Layla said that same number last year, the year before that. She said, I won't even consider it without that type of money because I'm a parent, I'm a full-time mom now. Do you know that what it takes to
Mm,
once you have babies, do you understand what it takes to like get yourself
Plus,
back?
she got a side
absolutely.
couple.
Why bring it up though? Why bring up the
Yeah.
She did
possibility
bring
that
it
you
up.
might entertain
They
it?
brung it up to
She
her. Jesus
They
Christ,
brought it
y'all.
up to
it's
her.
See,
not
Okay,
Clarissa
and
Coochie
she
Humpers.
agreed.
You
She
no,
Clarissa
agreed and
Coochie
said it.
Humpers are back again.
she didn't
You
bring it
Clarissa
She put
up.
a
Coochie
money.
Humpers need to let it go.
She was
She put a
responding.
money. She put a
It was
monetized amount on it. It's like, yeah, if I can get 50 million,
Man,
I'll
tell
get
them to
offended.
bring that 20 million. I got Layla
No,
Ali.
is that why
if
She
y'all
if
said,
all,
Man,
okay.
tell them to run that 20 million. Layla Ali go knock Clarissa ass out.
What
No,
happened?
but quick
But
question.
I
most of
don't
these
even
You
think
guys
hold on,
Clarissa
time
already
out,
was
y'all,
serious
time out,
about
y'all,
fighting her.
time out. If all these fighters can bend over and bust it open for Turkey, she can go make her millions of dollars and fight Layla Ali. Isaiah WYD, what you got for the show?
I want that to be an
Yo,
exhibition
what's going
anyway.
on? Y'all can hear me?
yeah,
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah.
you. What's up?
I'm just listening to this bullshit that they saying that Turkey's like out. One thing about what I've noticed, and I'm sure we can all agree about this, when have we ever seen Al Heyman come out and cook fighters? We got Turkey cooking Shakur, talking about Tom
Never.
and Jerry. And then
Thank
we
you.
got Bob Arum
Facts. We
respecting
haven't seen
Devin
Al in 10
Haney.
years.
Hey, I'm talking, bro. I'm talking. You already talked like 5 hours, bro. We don't want to hear that shit. And then you got Oscar De La Hoya cooking Ryan Garcia, Berlanga, and then you got Eddie exposing Boots. Like, this shit is crazy. And then I just seen the interview. Turkey said that Boots don't want to take no type of fights. When has Al ever came out and done some shady shit like that? Never. That's why people
You just made that up.
him.
Al
People
came out in 20 years, bro.
people
Hey,
pledge
let
their
him
loyalty
talk.
to Al, and I heard you, Boxing. You said, "Oh, Turkey ain't making them bosses. He just giving them that upfront money." Yeah, but what do you got to do for that upfront money? I heard Canelo and Bud were playing footsies under the table when they were eating. What kind of shit is this? Like, no, it just blows my mind. The shit, like the narrative.
That sounds like a fantasy you got.
Bro, it ain't no fantasy. It's
Let him
fact.
finish, man. Y'all crying, man.
You see, everybody, yo, this is what I don't
I don't
understand.
know what's going on through your head, but
Yo, hey, hold on, bro. I don't understand why y'all say that a couple other fans get emotional,
you
but
said two men playing
I seen
footsies.
Turkey fans, Devin fans, Shakur fans get so emotional when you hear the facts, and it just blows my mind that we got somebody like Al Heyman who's an advisor, and people criticize him and hate him so much. Why? Because he helps his fighters stay with money. He helps them invest. Look at Canelo. Canelo barely went over there, and I guarantee you he's not gonna end his career with Turkey. He got Canelo fighting at 6 in the fucking morning just to accommodate to the US. You don't think like that blows like people's minds? And Canelo as a fighter is not saying, damn, I wish I was back in Vegas, just because he was making that money. Also, too, somebody brought up the UFC and Top Rank. I don't know if y'all remember, but I think there was a Canelo card and the UFC card, the Noche card.
Oh yeah.
That PBC card made more money than UFC Noche. And Turkey, the only reason he doing this free shit, this free ring 4, is because he ain't making no money. So y'all think, oh, Turkey about to come in and he about to butter everybody up just to give him that TKO pay scale. Mark my words. When Turkey's out the game,
I can't hear any more thousandaires talking about billionaires.
Bro,
I'm sorry, I had to say that.
This is all facts, and I know some people are gonna say, "Oh, Turkey's this and that." I already know. Boxer Hacker ready to rebuttal. I already know, but it's just a fact.
Nah, it's my turn next.
Go ahead, your throat wet, bro. Go ahead. God damn, bro. Your throat wet.
Go hump a hog, man. Go hump a hog. Go tie up a hog and do something with yourself. Don't drinking them.
Nah, but that's all I gotta say. Al Heyman better than all these dudes because these dudes don't gotta bend over for somebody.
10 years, bro.
You sound like you bending over for Al Heyman right now.
When last did you see Al Heyman in the flesh?
Hold on, let him finish. Listen,
all I know,
I thought he was done.
Hold on, bro. All I know is Turkey is making these dudes do freaky shit and weird shit for that money. He getting on stage, bro. The skull fight. When have you ever seen someone kick another opponent out the ring and not let them say nothing? He said, "Yo, Skull, get the fuck out. Bud, come in here." And he's holding his hand on live TV. Am I lying? Did we not all see that? Because I know mine.
It's weird that you got these fantasies about men doing freaky shit and holding hands. Nobody looked at it like that but you.
Hold on. And I already know what Boxing Hacker's gonna say. He's gonna say that's their culture. That's what these guys do. They don't believe in putting women up. They want ring boys. All this crazy shit. I've never seen it in boxing. Yeah, Turkey could give that upfront money, but he ain't never gonna be an advisor like PBC and Al Heyman. And that's a fact. And that's all I gotta say.
All right, no cap. What you got for the show? No cap.
Yeah, I just wanted to call in and say that I got Layla Ali at 50 years old taking out Carissa Shields. I don't care what nobody say.
The only thing Layla need to take down is me.
Ali.
You understand?
If anybody can do it, she can do it.
Tripping.
I don't think Layla need to take down is
I went
me.
back and watched their fights. Them women was looking trash against Layla Ali. I ain't gonna lie, like 50%.
She was fighting strippers and housewives.
They was like
she was fighting amateurs
and housewives. You sound biased.
Carissa Shields fought ones too, but Carissa Shields got dropped by Hannah Gabriel. Heard of that?
Anna
Hey, girl,
Gabriel's
drop
is
it.
cold, nigga. What is you
Man,
talking
she dropped
about?
it because she was right there for that 2-piece. Came down like that 2-piece came like boom, boom, knocked her ass down. Layla Ali hit her dog. It's a wrap. Man, Layla Ali can't box, but she can punch like a motherfucker. That's one thing I
No,
did
she
notice for the
cannot.
box. She can punch. She don't nobody dig the body like Layla Ali do, and don't
Who
nobody
was she
sit
fighting?
on their punches
No
like
cap.
Layla Ali.
Was
She
she
can punch.
fighting? Was she fighting 2-time Olympians? No cap.
I don't know who the hell she was fighting, but she was fucking them up.
Boxing,
But at the same
women
time,
even
y'all
allowed to
gotta
box back then
understand,
in the Olympics?
this
All I'm
was
saying
the
is she can punch.
beginning of female boxing. It was
Was she
during the
was she
time
fighting
of the
3-time?
beginning of female
This wasn't the
boxing.
beginning of female boxing.
Yeah, she was fighting a
Yeah,
bunch
that
of
was. That
bunch
was
of
like
part
around the
59
time.
is
beginning.
she got 59 fights. Shit. She was moved up in weight to fight Layla Ali. Got beat down, but she was already like a boxing.
How
She was
come
in the
we don't
boxing
know
hall of
Layla
fame.
Ali fighting none of the other great fighters at the time?
Who was the great fighter?
Christy
Like Ann Wolf
Martin.
lost to Valerie
And Wolf,
Manhood, Valerie Manfood, whatever the fuck they. Ann Wolf lost to
So,
her, and Layla Ali knocked her out twice in a row in the 4th round.
so styles make fights, bro.
That's crazy. That's crazy. There you go, being a Clarissa Coochie Cumber. There you go. There you go again.
That's some diabolical
That's what I'm
shit.
saying. I'm
Man,
thinking Carissa,
y'all are
Layla
crazy.
Ali
Who is
put
that?
hand,
oh
all
man.
Layla Ali talking that
Bro,
shit because she knows she put hands on Carissa. She knocking her out.
Y'all
She
know I
bigger than
gotta
Carissa.
give
She's a
two
bigger
sis a
woman.
hard
That's a
time.
bigger, stronger. It's like George Foreman coming back at 45, whooping on them dudes. It's the same shit.
Nigga, no, it's not, bro. She was never.
Mm-mm-mm.
Better at
Man.
I ain't gonna lie, they got better at boxing skill. They got better at technical boxing and footwork and all that shit. But they still don't be moving their head. It's still rudimentary. It's still they ain't good enough to stop a puncher like Layla Ali.
All
They
right,
ain't
I
good
need
enough to
help with
deal
my
with that.
parlay. So somebody feel like helping me with my parlay real quick.
Layla Ali would get done like Christina
Wait,
Hammer.
shut up. I'm asking for help with my parlay right now.
She get done worse than Christina Hammer.
I need help with my parlay. Y'all ready?
Clarissa Shields
You
is
talking about
bigger.
tomorrow night fights?
What you got? What you
Yeah,
got?
I got
All
Lawrence
right.
Okolie for KO. I got Valdez. I got Mark Masayo by decision. Gary Russell by decision. I got Diego Pacheco over 6.5 rounds. I got Picasso stopping. I got Figgy stopping him. I got Barrio stopping. I got Bam stopping.
Yeah, you fucking up with Barrios. I don't think Barrios is trash. I don't think
Man,
he's gonna be
Manny
able to
is
Man,
stop fucking
172
Pacquiao.
years
man,
old, bro. I don't
I don't give
care.
a fuck. Barrio is garbage.
Mario
Like I'm talking
Barrios
about
is
like
gonna beat
sewage.
motherfucking
Man, you
Pacquiao.
silly. Like
And you
the
calling
fact
that
that
man
you.
trash like short.
He
That's
going the
Come on.
distance
crazy.
with that old ass man.
The man
Who?
a two-time,
Why do
he a
y'all keep
two-time
saying
champ.
that?
Barrios.
NHA, what did the old
Barrios?
man do? NHA, what did the old man do in his next fight?
What you mean?
What did the old man do in his next fight after he fought Rolling?
After he fought
Well, he
Rolly.
knocked somebody out, yeah.
Not the motherfucker
That's who
out.
you talking about?
Nah, he talking about the
Grandpa got
last
in that
dude.
ring.
He was
I'm talking about fucking Pacquiao.
You look like Master Roshi
What
from
happened last time
Dragon
Pacquiao was in the
Ball.
ring?
He got beat up by a kickboxer.
That's what I'm saying.
Did
Y'all
he?
sit here really
Yes.
disrespecting
He
Mario.
got beat up
It's
by a
unbelievable.
kickboxer
In
and then got beat up
Japan.
by Ugas.
In
Yeah, the same
Japan.
kickboxer Ryan Duck.
He got hands put on his ass by that kickboxer.
He got
Fuck
he
out
got
of
feet put
motherfucker.
on his ass.
He looked like
You
he
Pac-Man
see
look.
never
Ryan
needed
Duck,
to
that
get.
I
same
don't know
dude.
how he found himself there. Who
He
told
looked
him
like
to go
he
to
never
Japan?
should box again. That's how Manny Pacquiao looked in his last fight. Like
Hey,
that was the end of his rope.
Mm-hmm.
this is
Man, all his
Manny's
unfound
retirement money, man.
catches
Not
up,
only
man.
that, remember, Manny got beat up by a kickboxer.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
that's
we
what
just
we're
said.
saying.
That's
He
what we
got
just
the
said.
shit beat out of him. I don't think he's gonna do that. I mean, he could
I
be
don't
in
know.
shape, but being in
I
shape
think
ain't gonna
he was
win you the fight.
on
He not in
Barrio.
Yeah,
shape like he used
Yeah,
to be,
he
yeah,
though.
gonna
yeah.
lose a
He
fight.
in
I
old
just
man
don't think
shape.
Barrios gonna knock him out.
I think
Yeah,
Barrio's gonna
Barrio. I
stop
think
him.
a lot of people sleeping
Yeah,
on
he
him.
Nah.
is.
I think
He gonna stop
you
him.
know why I think Barrio's gonna stop him?
Because
What?
he a warrior.
Nah. Ain't got nothing to do with
Ninth
Barrio.
round.
It's that nigga just
Them
old, bro.
tattoos on me,
He
your
just
warrior.
old, bro.
I got it. Ninth round.
How many times I gotta teach you this lesson, old man?
TKO. Ninth round.
They gonna stop it. Manny gonna get beat up and they gonna throw the towel in because he gonna be like, damn, we gotta stop this elderly abuse.
Another love
Hold
I
on,
TKO.
mean, if he beat
who's Gary fighting again?
versus what's his name? That'd be interesting.
Who the fuck is
Like,
Gary fighting?
He fighting
Uh,
Hugo, I think it's Castaneda or some shit
yeah,
like that.
Castaneda. Yeah.
Yeah.
What
yeah,
I want
I,
to
Gary's
I
fighting
mean,
know,
anyway.
Gary get on my nerves, bro.
He calling out
Yeah.
Even when he was fighting, he would just fight once a year, and he never. He was. I feel like he was always missing something, and I could
who?
never put my finger on quite what it is. It's
But
like
he never
he'll
had ring
start
rust
off the
though.
fight. Hold on,
Who
he
you
was
talk about? 2 Cent.
Gary
Gary
Russell.
Russell, Mr.
I
Gary
want to
Russell.
know
That's why I
why.
got
Missing,
the
I want
missing
to
in
know
decision.
why
action. That's
Lamar.
his problem.
That's why I picked the decision because first of all they got the decision at plus money. First of all,
For
So he
Gary
gonna get stopped.
no Gary. They got Gary to win by decision at plus money.
But what's the
Well,
play? What's
So what
the
they think he gonna
They
get a
want him to
strategy?
stop?
stop him. They think he gonna stop Hugo, but Hugo don't get stopped like that.
what I'm trying to understand is
What's it at though?
what the
Because I
fuck
might
is
fucking
going.
bet him.
Why Lamont got
Plus
more?
160 for the decision.
What weight class he fight? 130 or 126?
130,
Oh,
130, 135.
He fight 135.
He
Yeah.
not about to
When
stop
did Gary Russell
nobody at
get
Yeah,
on?
135. But
140.
he
Nah,
been out
yeah,
the ring
he
for
moving
3
up.
Yeah,
years.
So I
140.
don't know. I'd say it goes all the distance. And
That's
he
what I'm
might not
saying.
even
That's
rush it
see, y'all
'cause,
see why I picked the distance, right?
Yeah, that's
yeah,
risky, man. Gary's
he
been
not
through a
knocking
lot
this
too.
dude out. Hugo's a
Shoulder
tough dude.
injuries,
Hugo's tough, bro.
death of Batman and his pops. That brother's been through a lot.
And I wouldn't even bet on him for no win. I wouldn't even
Yeah,
bet
I
on his
wouldn't bet
fight
on
at
it
all.
You
either.
should bet Hugo gonna take that fall now.
I mean, granted, Gary never really shows ring rust, even though he'd be out for like 2 years. He comes back, he looks
He do
sharp
show ring rust. He looked trash in his fights. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He was only fighting once
against
a
Mark
year,
Sayo.
and by the 6th round, he looked like he falling
No, you
apart. Like
can't
it's
say
like
that. Even in the last fight, he looked good. He looked
He
good.
looked
He just
good.
threw that
I tell you
shoulder
what,
out.
Yeah, he
he
did.
had
He
one
threw that
arm.
shoulder out.
He was catching that dude. He was catching shell. I don't
I
even know how he won
mean,
the fight.
Oh, you
he
talking
don't,
Now
I
he
don't
beat
like.
Wario
I think
ass.
I
Check
think he
this
gonna win
out.
off skill. He gonna win off just boxing ability. You know what I'm
Watch, he
saying?
Yeah,
gonna look good at the beginning of the fight and by the end of the fight, especially if it's tough competition.
Hugo's
That's how he
decent,
lost to Loma. That's how he lost to Loma.
now you
but
know why he
he
lost Loma? Because he uses his speed at one speed. He always throws punches fast. That's why he lost. Loma timed him.
He didn't. By
Yeah,
the end of the fight, he wasn't doing what he was doing at the
yeah.
beginning of the
Loma timed the
fight.
shit out of Gary Russell. Gary Russell's fast and he puts his combinations together, but then he does that one speed, and Loma just timed the shit out of him in that fight.
yeah,
Although I
Hugo only
think
been
he's still
stopped
gonna draw
once.
because he
Hugo
got
only been stopped once. So
knockdown.
But a 3-year layoff, Dondrick.
that's why I got him by decision because this gonna be some home cooking, man.
And who was training him? His dad passed,
He gonna
so
win 6-4, man.
shit, his brother.
That's another thing. They none of them really look the same. This
Now
last fight for the
Anton
other
look
one
better.
was
Nah,
great.
Anton look
Antoine put
good.
hands on
Yeah, he
Anton
Mario
looked
looked
ass.
good.
good.
Yeah,
I just
Anton looked
said
really
he
good
looked
last
good.
fight.
But before they had no Anton was struggling a little bit for about 2
Yeah,
fights.
Yeah.
man, his
But
dad passed,
I
man.
don't, but the
I
other
mean,
brother,
Gary Russell. That was really sad.
Tonio ain't never been that good though. So I never thought Tonio was that good. So
He was
Nah,
getting the
but
amateurs. He
Antoine,
was getting
he's
the
a
amateurs.
different. He's
nah,
a different.
Antonio the other one, Gary
Oh yeah,
Antonio.
yeah.
Yeah,
Gary
they're both
Antonio.
Olympians,
Yeah,
aren't they?
He's never been that good.
nah, yeah. I think.
Antonio's just a sparring warrior.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
but
now.
Antoine a dog. They already talking about a unification with Subriel, and I got Antoine.
Yeah, I got Antoine.
I got
Hey,
Antoine
Antoine
beating
nice.
the shit out of Subriel.
Yeah, Turkey seemed like he fucked that up because he ain't even. I felt like that fight should have been next.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
Got
one I'm
Turkey.
looking forward
Again,
to
that
Well,
shit
well,
is
didn't
that
Turkey like?
B50.
It's like didn't Turkey put someone in there with Supriel to like ensure that Supriel had someone else?
yeah,
Dalton Smith.
yeah.
Right. So I don't think Turkey's interested in that, and that's what gets me like, oh, he wants the best fights. He wants to fight to better his situation, which is okay. But Dawson Smith, I think, is the mandatory, and that's fine. But then also Puelo has
A
a
rematch clause.
plus that
Hey, 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 Joe.
right that he
Well,
has
Mark
said
Roach
like
and Gary Russell look like they're trying to
Hey,
fight.
Hey, y'all
Heyman,
let dude
Heyman,
talk.
Heyman could just pay both of them.
That nigga, Lamont Roach trying to look past niggas like he bigger than what the fuck he think he is, bro. That nigga
Hey,
bugging.
man.
right. It's just
Salute
like
to
okay,
Lamont,
so
man.
like my thing is he's
He'll
saying
be sleep singer.
so if Puelo, the champion, gave you an opportunity and he has a rematch clause, and then the second that fight's over, you get in like, oh no, he's the fight Dalton Smith, and
Yeah,
now he's saying, oh no, wait,
that's
he
what
has
I'm saying.
like
He
that's
should have had a. He should have had a rematch clause in there or something.
He did. He does.
That's
And
what.
Turkey said, "Fuck it."
Yes.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's the problem. They like saying he's so good. Quavo had. I know PBC fighters ain't getting there without a rematch clause. He has a rematch clause.
That's
Turkey is saying, and the minute the fight was over, he put that Dalton Smith guy in there, like, oh, you need to fight him next. And now Turkey's saying, well, he can fight the winner, but that's not how rematch clauses are supposed to work.
right.
And, and
I got the perfect plan. Heyman could just step in and say, you know what, Subria, I got you. Come over here. I'm gonna pay
Nah.
you. I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna give you this. I'm gonna give you all this back
For
end
what?
money. We gonna make this fight. What you
For
mean for
what?
what?
For what?
Who is Seabrail
What you
signed to?
mean for what? Is
For
to
what?
give us the fight because Turkey's not giving it to us.
Al Heyman is not going. If you're gonna get a big back, Al Heyman not gonna stop you from going to get it.
Yeah.
He's
All
not
right.
gonna
So
stop you
so
from
what we
going to get it
complain? Why we complaining about Turkey then?
because he's
Confused.
fucking up the fights how they're supposed to be.
Oh.
Nobody
So
saw
why can't Al
What are
Heyman
you talking
come and
about?
save us then?
wait a
Why
minute.
the
Ain't Al
fuck he
Heyman to
got to
save
save
you?
you? Why he can't just do
So
what he's
you're
supposed to
saying,
do?
so you're saying that
What
basically,
you
I
mean?
want to clarify what you're trying to say. You're saying that fighters' contracts mean nothing, right?
That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. He got that Johnson. He bouncing on that Johnson so hard.
You know what? I think
Boing,
you know
boing.
what? I think that fat meat is greasy, and we need to stop arguing with these folks until it happens to someone they like because they're not gonna get it. No matter arguing
Nope.
we're gonna do,
I don't remember the rematch.
they are refusing to like comprehend. Oh well, Al Heyman should just. At the end of the day, you're supposed to honor the rematch clause, but y'all keep playing with it. Keep playing with fire. Once it happens to your favorite fighter, don't come crying to people and wanting us to gather and
When did they talk about rematch clause?
you'll
I
be
don't
Devin,
stuck.
remember
He been had a.
Devin,
He said that as soon as the fight was over, he had a rematch clause. Because even Sabril said it in the ring that he
Yes,
had a
and
that. Okay,
rematch
yeah.
clause.
what did he do?
So
He
why don't he sue him?
Well, they can
Because
still make,
he
because
made
he's gonna get because
Because
you know what
what?
it'd be smart for
wait
playoffs
a
because I'm
minute.
gonna get paid for the step aside money.
Okay, that's what I'm
yeah.
saying.
Okay,
Okay,
then so
Now
why are
do
you
you
mad?
okay
because he shouldn't be doing it.
NHA,
That's
hold on,
why.
listen,
so
time out.
basically
Y'all sound
NHA,
like some
NHA,
whiny little girls.
Man, you sound like a hoe. Shut your
NHA,
hoe ass up.
so y'all
NHA.
Bro,
integrity y'all
Turkey, stop
integrity
Turkey.
I'm a
NHA,
suck
if you're not gonna
turkey.
have a mature
Boing boing
conversation,
boing.
hold on, Andre.
y'all
If
gotta
you're not
take
gonna have a
Hack his
mature
knee pads
conversation, bro,
away.
we just
Mean
not
old
let's
Turkey.
y'all are so easily bought, bending up.
Man, that's crazy work, bro.
NHA. If you're not gonna have a mature conversation, bro, just let's not even do it.
Like
Yeah.
all
Just
right, like
listen.
all I was asking you is
What
okay.
I'm saying is very
How
logical.
long Jupe is talking though? Go ahead, Jupe.
Before we even get to the conversation of, oh, well, why can't Al Heyman do XYZ? Okay, you're literally saying, okay, forget the rules and regulations and respecting people's rematch clause. You're saying forget all that. Turkey, you're literally skipping over the fact that Turkey is is disrespecting the rule of law because he's in Saudi Arabia. You're literally
Mm-hmm.
not honoring. Like, y'all claim belts and championships mean something until the champion says, "I'm owed this rematch clause." Instead of saying, "Yeah, you know what? You're right. Turkey should respect the rematch clause." You're saying, "Well, Al Haymon needs to do." Like, you're literally saying that your integrity can be bought to win a argument on YouTube. Like, y'all are like, it's
Talk to him, Jupe.
I don't know, man. I
crazy to
think
me.
it's
Tell
Like,
him
I
Jeep.
don't care about that anymore until it happens to someone you like. Like, at the end of the day,
I don't
now
like none of these fucking fighters.
could y'all calm yourselves for a second? You're literally disincentivizing people. So when you start seeing fighters saying, "Nope, I'm not gonna like all this mess y'all got with Boots right now," and why he won't go over there, this is why you're disincentivizing people to work with him. Because let's say Boots goes over there, he gets cut, and somehow it goes to the cards, he loses, and now he
yeah.
wants a rematch. He's gonna go through the same BS, and you are gonna be like, oh, well, he didn't get like at the end of the day.
Rematches aren't guaranteed
Yeah,
though.
yeah, your argument sounds
And
so
if
disingenuous
it's
because
in your
y'all
contract,
hold
it's
up,
What the
hold up.
fuck
it's
are
in
you
the
talking about?
contract.
If it's in your contract, it's guaranteed, dude. What are you talking
Y'all
about?
gonna stop cutting Jupe off and let her talk. NHA and boxing hacker, bro. If y'all gonna keep talking over people,
And
Just
y'all can't be up
I
here.
let y'all rock and then say nothing. Like y'all gotta show some self control. At the end
True
of the
that.
day, at the end of the day, like you're disincentivizing. That's why I don't want to hear. I don't care that this whole argument about Boots not going over there. I don't care because you're disincentivizing people to do so. Because you knew that Puelo had a rematch clause, and what did you do? You put Dalton Smith in there, like, oh yeah, and now you're trying to fight him because you know that most fighters, you can sue him, but the average fighter doesn't have the resources to sue you. They don't have the money to go against the kingdom of Saudi or freaking Arabia, and he knows that. And y'all are like, you're literally disenfranchising people who are billionaires, and I know y'all not billionaires. Like you're going against your own interests. Like it's crazy.
It's crazy. Tony Reviews, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
I don't even know what y'all talking about.
Oh, okay.
We shooting the shit, man.
But this is the thing though. How y'all bring up, so y'all concerned about, the integrity and rematch clauses? The same motherfuckers who said, "Oh, Bud should have just said fuck Spence and fought Boots instead," right?
Who said that?
I'm confused.
Who
Who
said
said
That
that?
that?
got that,
Huh?
that has nothing to
Who
It'd
do
be
said
the
with what
that?
we're
same
talking
people
about.
making the
I
arguments and
knew you
shit.
was a
Hold up.
Talking about
buttercup. I
I
knew
am a
it.
Buff fan,
I
but
knew it.
I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy.
Knew
Y'all
it.
care about rematch clauses, but motherfuckers will call Bud a duck because he didn't want to, say because he was still in negotiations with a
Bruh,
rematch
what
clause
you
with
talking
Spence.
about?
Call him a duck for
NHA,
not fighting Boots.
Could you
Yep.
point
NHA.
out
Nigga,
the
he
people
wasn't able to
here?
fight Boots. What are y'all
Could you
talking
point out
about?
the people
No,
here who said that?
time
Because
out.
I'm
Because
confused.
we're not about to argue whatever NHA is talking about because it has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Yes,
Right.
it
That has
What?
nothing
does.
to do with what we're
It
talking
doesn't,
about.
bro. It doesn't,
It
bro.
doesn't,
Y'all
it's not
voting
even
for
But
close.
you,
Y'all, but
you have
y'all
to
want to talk
know.
about integrity only when it benefits y'all.
Nobody's
Bro,
talking
it
about
had nothing to do
integrity,
with no
bro.
Bud, bro. What the
This ain't
fuck are
got
you
nothing to
But
do
you,
with
talking
you,
about?
I'm
integrity.
just saying.
This
I
has to
just
do
brought
with
up. I
a
just brought up the point
contract.
to point out the
You just wanted
hypocrisy.
to bring up Bud, bro.
Who is y'all? Who is y'all? Because
yeah,
I'm a Bud fan.
you have nothing to
So
worry about in this scenario,
That
right?
nigga
Because
bugging,
if
I'm
bro.
there's a
confused.
contractual agreement, the fighter will just sue the other fighter.
That's
No,
what I'm saying.
You
No, they
can't do that.
won't.
no.
Yes,
You're
you
not
No, they
gonna.
can.
The
won't.
contract is with
What are you
And then,
talking about?
Finesse, you
Hold on, hold
gotta
on,
have
hold
the
on,
right
hold on, hold on. Hold
negotiations
on,
Why can't he
hold
now
on,
with
hold
fight
on,
the
hold on.
Sue?
court
Hold on.
Turkey's
Let
to
not,
me
see
say something.
Saudi
Turkey's a
Let me
arabia.
show.
say something. Let me say something.
He's not
How many of y'all boxing hacking? Do you study sports law?
Nope.
No, he don't.
no, I
Guess
don't.
who
No,
do? Guess who do?
I don't know. A sports lawyer.
Me.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
you in trouble,
You
Hackett.
do
So the
everything, bro.
contracts are different in sports
The
law.
contract, when you got a rematch clause, you can either go straight through with it, or you got to get them step aside money, or you have
Right.
to renegotiate. The
Right.
problem is
Okay, cool.
Turkey didn't give them a chance to do any of that. Turkey already forced a dude into a fight that he didn't even agree to.
Yeah, they take him to
Then
arbitration.
he can still
No,
sue
Taking to
him.
arbitration
but
is
the
not a big
thing
deal.
is, you're not getting the
He can
problem.
sue
When
the
you have
fighter.
so much money, it doesn't matter.
You're not
He should
suing Turkey,
Exactly.
brother. I thought you did.
Turkey should shut up.
Could y'all please listen to this man? Like, could y'all like
Listen,
exhibit self control?
Turkey should be like, okay, you got a rematch clause. You can fight Puello, and then y'all, whoever wins that fight has to fight Dalton Smith. But instead, he wants to get his UK fighters because he clearly likes more UK fighters than he likes American
Yep.
fighters because he controls them more,
Mm-hmm.
and he's forcing them to fight Dalton Smith when even they weren't going to be mandated to fight Dalton Smith yet. They were going to be mandated to do the rematch because he had a
Contract.
rematch clause. But
Who put the rematch
y'all don't
clause
see
in the
the problem in
contract?
that. Y'all don't see the problem in that. Y'all don't care because it's Turkey. It's Turkey. Because you like Bud so much that you like Turkey to whatever Turkey does, you're fine with it. That's
No,
stupid.
You
no. Your
sound dumb,
That's
bro.
rematch.
that's how you. That's who you are, bro. That's the only thing. Only thing you. As soon as we start talking about stuff, you said, "Oh, but when Buddy
Puelo could
came, when
sue
Bud
the
came out."
fighter,
No,
not
we're not talking
Turkey.
about Bud.
Relax, guys. Look,
Puelo could sue the fighter, not
yeah,
Turkey. What the
he
fuck
But
are
can't
you
sue
why?
talking about?
Why would he use his resources
What?
to sue somebody
or arbitration.
when it's probably?
He
You know
has a
how long
direct
Hey,
case.
litigation is
shut the
going to
fuck.
take. You know how long litigation would take.
NHA, you gotta let
Mm-hmm.
people talk, bro. Like,
Yeah.
you're not gonna be
Because
able
he's
to come
saying
up
some
here.
dumb shit.
No,
Right?
that doesn't mean you
And
get to hold on.
Let him
That
fin-
doesn't mean you get to cut people off,
yeah.
bro. That's
He
not how
doesn't
that works
understand.
up here. You gotta have
Don't
some
let us
type
know
of
when you're
panel
done.
etiquette. If you don't
I'm done,
agree,
bro.
that don't mean you get to start
Okay.
yelling and screaming
You know
over
what?
people.
Yeah, but
Hold on,
there's
let
an issue
me
with what
finish
he's
before you
saying. Hold
start.
on. Let me hop in. Dalton Smith was made a mandatory way back in February. So Turkey didn't make nobody a mandatory. Dalton Smith was already the mandatory for the title.
That don't matter when you got a
Regardless,
rematch clause.
hold on, paid in full. Regardless who won, I don't care. Regardless of whatever their contract says about a rematch clause, Dalton Smith was already the mandatory way before, months before. So I don't even know what we're talking about
Bro,
right
that's
now.
a breach of contract, my nigga. What are you talking about?
Bro, what does that have to do with Dalton Smith being the mandatory?
That's
He still
cool, but
wouldn't
they
get the
gotta run
fight.
their
You already
The
rematch
agreed.
first,
rematch is
bro.
precedent over the damn mandatory.
Let me
I
explain
see a
to you.
pattern here.
Wait,
I see a pattern here. Only
I see the
certain
pattern
only
here
certain
too.
people get to cut
You
people.
niggas is dumb. That's the
No, we're not gonna
problem.
do that. What you saying sounds dumb as fuck. Dalton Smith has nothing to do with their rematch.
Exactly.
Nothing. Dalton Smith already was the mandatory before they even agreed to fight each other.
Yes.
So at the end of the day,
Cool.
what are you talking about?
You missing a point regardless of the fact.
Tony's correct though.
You're missing the point, paid in
Yeah,
full.
he's 100% correct.
I don't understand how these people be so slow to understand
Whatever
shit.
agreement they have worked out is irrelevant to Dalton Smith because he was
Yes.
already named the mandatory way back in February.
Yeah, you sign a contract doesn't mean you get to avoid your obligations.
You don't avoid your obligation.
Yeah,
Your
you still have-
rematch would take precedence over
There's
your
no-
mandatory
it's a different thing.
because it's another.
No, it doesn't. Let me give you a
It's
prime
just like
example.
a gift.
No. Listen, let me give you a prime example.
Tell the IBF that.
Hold on, I'm about to give you a prime example right now. Alexander Usyk, Tyson Fury had a
Thank you.
rematch. Daniel Dubois was called as the mandatory. Tyson Fury and Usyk, the winner, which was Usyk, got stripped of the title. Just like Terrence Crawford got stripped of his title when he had a rematch clause with Earl Spence, but he also had a mandatory called. So at the
You know
end of
why?
the
Because
day,
they did not
hold
negotiate the
on,
fight.
I'm not
Time
done.
out,
At
time out,
the
time out,
end
time
of
out,
the
time out.
day,
Let me say this. Hold on. Let me say this because y'all missing the whole point of the argument, right? Nobody's wrong here. But the point that we're saying is even if that is the mandatory, if we have a rematch clause, let's sit down and discuss my options.
Exactly.
Right?
there are no options.
Because I can offer the mandatory
You're not
with
entitled
step
to
aside
options.
money.
No,
Bruh.
You see, that's the thing
I
with
can't.
Turkey.
Y'all
problem
stop
is
talking
2
over
cents.
me. Y'all stop. Hold on, because I can offer the mandatory step aside money. So we
He's not
haven't
taking it.
discussed anything. You just hopped in the ring and was like, "This what you doing next?" That's the issue here that we're talking about.
Exactly.
Dalton Smith has already said he's not
None,
taking step aside money. He's already said it. He said it way back in February. He said it
you
numerous
say
times.
that, but we can sit down and negotiate. Turkey got unlimited money.
2 cents. There
Give
is
him an
no
offer he can't
negotiation. There
refuse.
is.
You can give him
Here's
an
the
offer
fact
he
of the
can't
matter.
refuse. Why y'all keep talking over me, bro? They can get that man an offer he can't refuse. But whatever y'all are saying, cool. But the whole point is, you're not about to hop in the ring after my fight and tell me what I'm finna do. We're gonna talk about it after I'm done fighting. That's what I'm talking about, bro. Y'all act
Oh,
like
they
y'all
like
don't understand
dictators,
that.
There's
girl.
nothing
They
to
like
talk
Y'all
about.
dictators.
act like y'all don't understand that. It is
Matthias didn't have
something
no
to talk
problem
I
with
don't
about.
that.
understand what's being
Y'all
said,
act
but
like Matthias had a problem with it. He was
about
like,
to
yeah,
act, hold on. There's nothing to talk about. Dalton Smith is the mandatory. He was named the mandatory before. Dalton Smith has all of the power. If Matias Puello want to have a rematch, they're
So we
going
can't
to
talk
get
about me
stripped.
dropping my belt. Yeah, we
No,
can't talk about me having to be
first
stripped.
of all,
No,
that's a
Dalton
lie.
Smith
That's
is
a
fighting
lie.
for that title.
Tony, you're lying because the reason both of them got stripped is because they did not negotiate with the fighters. That's why,
Wrong.
because they could set the fight up for after
Wrong.
they fought their rematch. You're
Wrong.
not. You want to bet? Go look it up. Go
You go
look it
look
up.
it up.
Because Bud
Tyson
refused to
Fury.
Technically
negotiate
right,
with.
Tony, you tripping, bro.
He
Tyson Fury.
refused to negotiate with Boots.
That's the issue,
Tyson Fury got
which is
stripped.
why he got stripped.
Tyson
No,
Fury.
no.
No, he
Alexander
didn't.
No,
Tyson
Usyk
Fury.
got
Usyk
First of
got
all, it
stripped.
stripped.
was Usyk.
No,
Usyk
you're
refused.
wrong.
Usyk got stripped.
Son,
Usyk got
you're
stripped.
wrong. You're giving out lies. What you need to do is actually go do what you said to do and look it up. They tried to
I
call
did
for
look it up.
no,
I did look
you
it
have
up.
not. Okay, I let you talk. You
Crawford
finished.
said he
Now I'm
was
about to
not
tell you the
fighting
facts of the
Boots. That's
matter.
why he got stripped. He said he's not
Exactly.
fighting
He
him.
openly
That's
He
said
put
not
it in
that.
what happened.
writing. That's
No, it's
exactly
not.
what
If you go
happened,
look it up,
bro.
when the
Oh my
fight was
God.
called for was
I don't want
during
to
when
talk
he
about
had
Crawford.
When the fight was
well,
called
that's still
for,
waste
he
heavy.
already had a rematch clause for Earl Spence Jr. that was supposed to happen. Nobody knew Earl Spence was going to keep delaying until the fight never happened. But the fact of the matter was, he could not fight Boots because he was already contractually obligated to fight Earl Spence next. He would have breached his contract had he done that. Thus, he got stripped. Same thing with Alexander Usyk. He was already contractually obligated to fight Tyson Fury in a rematch.
Oh, that's
Thus,
the
he
same
got
thing
stripped.
happening with the Turkey situation. So what are you saying? You saying that
What I'm telling you is this is the point I'm making. If Matias chooses to do a rematch, okay, then he's getting stripped because
No,
Dalton
they
Smith
wouldn't.
That's not
No, he
true, bro.
wouldn't.
Because he could
No, he
talk.
wouldn't.
That's
That's up
not
to the
true.
sanctioning body. You're a liar.
already said
Exactly.
it.
Just
That
what?
don't matter.
When?
As
Go
long as he
look it up.
petitioned the fucking the sanctioning bodies and say that he will uphold his mandatory based on the winner, bro. Like they will pass that shit. What are you talking about?
He had
What the fuck
Matias
about no
has to fight.
mandatory?
Matias
Get out of
has to
mandatories
fight.
all the time.
He has to fight Dalton. If he does not, he will be stripped. Period.
Okay, we're gonna
Matias
see.
is not even mad, bro. I don't know why y'all mad.
hold on.
Matias
D
cool.
Free, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the panel?
What's good? What's good? Now
What
I
up?
hear
What's
y'all
up?
talking about these rematches and the strips. I gotta disagree with what Tony said
Thank you,
because
bro.
the Earl Spence and the Bud Crawford fight, when Earl said he wanted the rematch at 54, Bud said no, it's got to be at 47. I won the fight, it's got to be at 47. Earl wanted it at 54. The fight had already got called off. Remember, Bud was the one that came out and said Earl did not put in he didn't sign for the rematch clause. He didn't put the paperwork in. So the rematch was off the table. Then that's when they said, okay, Jerome Boots Ennis is on the table. He's the mandatory. Are you going to fight him? He said, it's a high risk, low reward. I'm not fighting him. That's when they took his belt.
Thank you.
You're making up shit.
It had nothing to do with
You're
the
making
Earl
up
Spence
shit.
rematch. Dog, it's on the interview. It has
That's
nothing to
what I'm
do
Y'all
with
are
saying.
it.
Relax,
liars,
relax,
Tony.
relax.
It's
He
nothing to
lying.
do
He
with the
lying, bro.
rematch.
NHA, I'm gonna have to put you in the
Lies.
back, bro. I'm gonna have to put you in the
Like,
back because
damn,
you
big
just can't
bud,
be
dick out your mouth.
talking over people like that. Go ahead, D Free.
Yeah, no, like I said, he did the interview. He said it's a high risk, low reward. I'm not getting nothing out of it. And that's
Right.
when they said, well, you're gonna either fight him or you're gonna get stripped. And that's when he said, I'm going to 54, and he fought Magnum off because Earl
Right.
Spence didn't fight.
But niggas gonna still find a way to argue this shit, bro. Like, that shit
Mm-hmm.
crazy, bro.
But anyway, I mean, listen, y'all be cool. Y'all cool. Y'all enjoy all of this. Y'all enjoy watching Terrence Crawford fight in the fight of the decade at 3:30 in the afternoon on a
That's
Saturday.
right.
Y'all enjoy
All right,
that.
so
Yes,
I'm
sir.
watching
here we gonna go.
football.
Here we gonna go. We gonna talk some fucking facts right here. All right. I don't care about no
Mm-hmm.
interview because if we're gonna go by
Talk to him,
interviews,
Tunnel.
if we're going to go by interviews, then we're gonna go by the interviews where Boots Ennis was already offered the fight on BLK Prime and offered the fight before that out their own fucking mouth, and they turned it
All that
down and
was
didn't want to
cap,
fight
bro.
Terrence
Mm-hmm.
Crawford.
Cat,
Oh,
bro.
that's
Here we
How
gonna
cat.
you
Well,
go.
that's
talking
cat
about
Good.
now, right?
No,
BLK
no,
Prime never
here,
All
hold
offered
that
on,
him
was
no
NHA.
cap.
fight?
We gonna go
How
by
can
the
they
facts.
offer him a
Here's
fight
the
and they
fact
never
of the
had the
matter.
fucking rights to Terrence
Here's the
Crawford?
facts.
What are you
Here's the
talking about?
facts. Here's the facts. So Terrence Crawford and Earl Spence Jr. fought in 2023 July.
Oh my
Then
God.
guess what
Nuts,
happened? The
bro.
IBF mandated Terrence Crawford to fight Boots Ennis in November.
To
Guess what?
negotiate, not to fight.
Wrong. So
To
furthermore,
negotiate to start negotiations.
Facts. They had to
oh my fuck.
negotiate.
Oh my fuck.
See, yeah,
You
you
were
goddamn
wrong. You
lying
were
Crazy,
again.
wrong.
bro.
You're
Do you
lying again. They
do you
never
want
send
me to
you to fight.
John,
They
I
send you
know
to
you don't know
negotiate first.
boxing. I
You
know
have
you
to
don't know boxing.
negotiate the
I
fight
know you
first.
don't keep up
You
with
have to
shit.
negotiate
I
the
know
fight
you
first.
just
I
mad when
promise
people
you to
talk
do.
about other people, but
I
y'all
promise
people
you
Hey,
you
and
do.
you
always
know
don't
what,
like what I
Tony?
say. Because I'm
BLK
giving you
Prime couldn't offer
I do this shit all the time on here.
bro.
I can
BLK
bring up the
Prime can't
links and
offer
I can
shit
bring up the
because the
articles
fact
and
they
show
don't
how
own
you're
the rights
wrong.
to
If
Bud.
you
What are
want
you
me to,
talking
if
about?
you
He
want me
not
to make you
signed
look
yet,
like an idiot, I can right now. I can pull it up for you and show you
bro.
how you're wrong.
Okay, all right,
So you
bro.
want me to show you how you're wrong?
Go
Because I
ahead,
love to
Prime, my
do it.
nigga. You been talking this whole time. What are
No,
you
I ain't
talking
even got
about?
a
Like the
word out
shit you
because
saying not
Barbell keeps
making
chiming over me.
sense.
So here's the fact of the matter.
Fucking BLK Prime
Earl
offer
Spence and
anything and
Terrence
they don't even got
Crawford.
no, they don't own the
Earl
rights to the
Spence and
nigga.
Terrence Crawford was supposed to fight again in December. The IBF mandated a fight a month before that in November against Boots Ennis for Terrence. He couldn't take it. He was contractually obligated to fight in December. That December date got delayed to January. Then it got delayed again. But he had already had to have fought Boots in November, which he could not do. Thus, the IBF stripped him.
My nigga, that's
If
not
you
true.
gonna say something, look up the
How the
timeline.
fuck can
Look
you
up
fight
the
somebody
article.
without negotiating with them, bro? What are you talking about? You bugging, bro.
Okay, so I'm just gonna pull it up to make you look dumb. Here we go.
Okay, go ahead, bro. You done said it like 3 times and still ain't pull up shit.
The fact of the matter is, he never fought Earl Spence.
The fact of the matter is, IBF don't give a fuck about rematch clauses and shit.
Okay.
And the
They
difference
don't.
is,
But
guess, and the
the
difference is,
fighters
hold on,
of
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Hold up.
What?
Hold up.
Hold on. What
The-
sanctioning
Hold
body?
on.
What
Let
sanctioning
D3
body?
finish. Hold on, Dondrick. Let D3 finish.
Okay, go ahead.
No, the IBF don't care about rematch clauses, but the fighter can take a step aside. It's all up to the fighter. If the fighter say, "Okay, I take a step aside as long as I get my shot next,"
Thank you.
the IBF has nothing to say about that.
Facts.
That's up to the fighter.
It's in the background, the shared screen.
Most sanctioning bodies don't care about rematch clauses, but it's up to the fighter to take the step aside money. If the fighter said no, I don't want to take it, then they gotta honor the mandatory. If not, then they will get stripped.
We going off Google, nigga? Oh my god! Oh my god!
Well, I guess Tony was
Oh
right.
my God.
That's wrong because you don't get context from AI. They give you a brief overview. You have to go through into detail why things didn't happen. Just like
Then pull up your facts.
shut up. I let
Pull
y'all
up your
talk. I let
facts.
y'all talk. I let y'all talk.
Nah, we
I
don't
let
want to hear
y'all
you
talk.
talk. Pull up
I
your
let y'all
facts.
talk, bro. I let y'all talk.
I know you don't like facts. I know you don't like reading them, but
I don't care. I don't even care no. I don't even care no more. Bro. Shut up. All right.
Yeah, you don't care no more because you're
Whatever.
fucking
Man,
wrong
shut
and you see
up,
it and
bro.
you know it because you're an idiot.
You're
An
wrong,
idiot
bro.
is somebody
You're
who sees
wrong,
things
and I don't
know and
care.
know.
I don't
You
care
can
about
see
this,
it on
bro.
the screen. How the fuck am I wrong?
Because I just Googled the same thing and the same thing popped up, but I can find more things. I'm not going to do all that.
You Googled and the
Oh,
same
no.
thing popped up. So your
Google the
Google
same
proved me
thing
right.
popped up because, but
So
did
your
click
Google proved
click
me
on it,
right.
and what does it give you
You
any
dumb as
information
fuck.
on
You
what
know that.
on the
You
things that happened?
literally dumb as fuck.
Did they come up with the Terrence Crawford wanting to change the say 147,
You
not
literally
154?
just said,
Do they come into detail?
what
But
I
I'm not
Googled
going to
and
go
the
into
same
that. I'm
thing
not,
came up.
bro. Can I
What
talk,
type of
bro?
idiot says that? I Googled what you Googled and the same thing came
I
up.
Googled the
So
same
you
thing
admitted
pop
you're
up.
a
The
fucking
same thing
idiot.
popped up because it's a brief
So you
overview.
admitted
It's
you're an
not the
idiot.
same. Bro, you're a dumbass. You a
Yeah,
stupid motherfucker, bro.
Dondre,
You
just
always
bring
want
up your own facts then.
shut. I'm not. No, bro,
Pull
because
up
I
the
want to
real
ask.
facts.
I'm
Go ahead,
gonna
share
ask y'all a
screen.
question,
Show me
bro.
something that
Can you
conflicts
shut
it.
the fuck
Show me
up?
the
Can you shut
confliction.
the
Show me
fuck
the
up,
confliction.
bro? You
Show me
just
the
Yeah.
talk
confliction.
all fucking time. It does not gonna make
Hey,
you right, bro.
one mic, y'all. Come on, bro, for real.
What makes me right is I come with facts. You come with your
Not
fucking opinion that don't mean
Go
shit.
ahead,
But
Tony.
Do some
Just
shit,
go
bro.
ahead, Tony. Go ahead. What you got?
What matters is I come with facts and receipts that I can pull up on
My
the
nigga,
fly
you
because
Google
I
some
remember
shit.
this shit. I kept up with this shit. I know about this shit. You are an idiot who thinks they know with no proof or receipts. So go ahead and pull up the receipts. Just
All
like I
right,
said, the timeline was before I looked it up. They fought in
you got a
July. The
steroid shit.
IBF made the fight mandated in November. Terrence Crawford and Earl Spence were originally supposed to have a rematch in December, which means he could not have fought Boots Ennis in November. That's why he was stripped. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yo, Dondre, pull up that law book. That boxing law book. All right.
not
Okay.
boxing law, it's sports law. Two different things,
Yeah.
brother. Two different things.
Sports law. Yeah, pull that up. Pull some transcripts, some sections that prove your point.
Nah, I'm about to send something. Don't worry about it.
Ah, cool. I'm
Take your
trying to
time,
learn
Dondre.
something too.
Take your time, buddy.
Can I say one thing?
Nah, we
Yeah,
don't
go
want to hear
ahead.
you say anything.
Can I say one thing? 2 Cent. I'm
Go
not
ahead.
talking to you. I heard what he said about November that Bud Crawford and that Jerron Booth Ennis was the mandatory in November.
Yeah.
They didn't strip Bud Crawford until September of 2025.
Thanks.
I said September 2024. I'm sorry, September 2024. They didn't strip him until September of 2024 because he didn't want to negotiate with Jerron Booth Ennis. He didn't want to. He didn't want to negotiate with Jerron Booth Ennis, and you can Google that as well.
But he ain't going. That's why I said he only Googled an overview of what the fucking situation was, bro. You didn't pull up no fucking.
They stripped him in September. They didn't strip them in November. They stripped him in September of 2024.
What is shooting for?
Then he said BOK Prom offered Jerron Ennis a fight. How the fuck they gonna offer him a fight? They don't even own the rights to Bud. Bud wasn't signed to them.
They what's the name?
They didn't offer him no fight, bro.
Bozianis admitted to it, so
that's not true.
It is true. There's a whole interview saying that happened.
D Free lied. Bo was stripping November 23.
Dog, like stop. The nigga already
D Free lied.
You guys don't want
to Crawford was.
August
you don't hate Bud or something like it happened. It's not a big deal.
They ordered the fight. They stripped him in September.
Y'all gotta stop talking over people, bro. Golly.
That's boxing hacker, bro.
I'm just pointing out he lied. Crawford was stripped on November 2023.
I'm on ESPN.com right now. They stripped Terrence Crawford in
November 2023.
Of 2023. He was supposed to go in negotiations right after Earl Spence fight, July. Then you have August. It says right here in August of 2023, he was supposed to go in negotiations with Boots Ennis. He did not. When September came around and it was clear that they were not
got stripped.
That was
all be lying for nothing.
Tuesday, you gotta show that Cook sign again.
He got stripped in September.
Tuesday, show that Cook sign.
Of 2023, a couple of months after winning the belt.
Because the nigga wasn't willing to go into negotiations with Jerron Booth Ennis.
Hold on.
Why he got stripped.
Hold on. How did he get stripped in September of 2023 when you just said that they ordered the mandatory in November?
He got stripped in November 23.
Okay, listen to me. They ordered the fight for November of 23. The negotiations were supposed to start in August of 23, which they did not. By September, you have to have a turnaround time to be able to make the fight. By September, it was clear that he wasn't going to do it. He was going to fight Earl Spence in the rematch that was supposed to happen in December, and they never went into negotiations. That's when he literally got stripped.
They ordered what fight in November? What fight was November?
The whole time that was going on, the whole time it was going on, the IBF made Boots Ennis the interim IBF title holder. The whole time.
What fight was supposed to be in November?
Terrence Crawford, Boots Ennis.
The IBF don't tell you what date that the fight is going to be.
Okay,
bro, you lied. You said he got stripped. You said he got stripped in 2024.
Listen. If they mandate you to fight somebody by X amount of time, they most certainly do mandate when you have to fight by.
No, they don't. They give you a date to negotiate the fight. They don't give you a date to have the fight. They give you a date to negotiate the fight.
We also arguing this.
Bugging, bro. You bugging, bro.
Y'all, wow, man.
This nigga bugging, bro, and he's
telling the truth. I don't know why it's
not, bro.
The motherfucker just straight up lied. Said Bud Crawford was stripped in August of 2024. Just made that shit up. And he's talking about somebody's lying.
It's all been made up all night long. It's just ridiculous. I even put it on the screen and it's still being argued. It's ridiculous.
You going over the overview of the situation.
They said they made the fight for November.
Exactly.
It's diabolical, y'all.
The IBF. Okay, here we go.
Slow ass up, bro. You don't even know what the
bro,
fuck
like you literally read on the screen. Y'all arguing about it. There you go.
And he was wrong, my nigga. What are you talking about?
How can he be wrong when it's on the screen? Bro. What's wrong with you, man?
Box hacker, now you being irritating, bro. I'll put you in the back. All right, y'all. I've been on here for about
Oh,
five
thank you.
hours and 40 minutes. We're gonna go around the panel, let everybody get a 2 cents off. Thanks everybody for joining me today. Thank you to everybody that helped support the channel, whether you help support it through the Cash App, through the Super Chats, or just by simply punching that like and subscribe button. If you're listening to the replay of this live, be sure to let me know and drop it below your 2 cents. We're gonna go around the panel, let everybody get their 2 cents off. Boxing hacker, we're gonna start with you. What's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Yeah, what's up, Jason? Great show, especially the women's panel. Y'all did a really good job. Although y'all hate on Turkey for no reason.
Oh, here we go.
I'll never understand why people get mad that Turkey's trying to give free fights. I mean, hey, but to each his own. One thing I did want to point out, and I was trying to explain this to Jude earlier about this whole PBC, you eat what you kill type situation, right? No, that's not how it works. At the end of the day, like you get a percentage of the back end. So who chooses that percentage? The company does. And how they choose is based on their business model. It's always based on the company's business model. You're getting paid. They say, okay, we can afford to pay this person a percentage of what we're going to make off of it. It's not you eat what you kill. It's literally the same thing when you have a regular job that pays you commission versus a job that pays you a full base salary. A job pays you commission, you get a lower base. That's how it always works. If you're a waitress, you're making money on tips, right? And then you get a lower base. But then if you just can't pay a base, you get a higher base. That's the only difference. And at the end of the day, when it comes to turkey and when it comes to PEC, yeah, their business models are different. However, it's the same concept. They're giving the fighters a huge incentive to come over there. So like when people say, "Oh,
How
Turkey's
are they business models different, but it's the same concept, boxing
same
hacker?
concept is they're giving them huge incentive, more better than the rest of the people in the market to come over to their side." That's the reason why fighters go to Turkey. It's not by force. It's not by through slavery. It's not by through no chain gang. They choose it based on the incentives they're getting. The reason why they were going to PBC was the same reason. And it's two shows. Like I said, it's two shows. It's two people holding two shows. And and like I said, to me, Turkey's doing a great job at because look at it this way: like we're getting good fights. Whether you like it or whether you think the fights are good or not, at least we're getting more fights. And a lot of companies are working together, which what they weren't doing before. So with that, I'll salute the panel and chat. Take care, y'all. Have a good night.
NHA, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Salute to the panel. Salute to you, to Sam, and the other two queens out here. But just follow what Hacker was saying too. It's like this whole turkey slander got to stop. I mean, because it's so hypocritical. But I give some of y'all a pass. Maybe y'all wasn't following boxing heavy when the PBC first got in the scene. Actually, when El Heyman first got on the scene, he was criticized for the same exact shit. You know what I'm saying that Turkey's getting criticized for overpaying fighters to incentivize them to join his staff, join his fucking stable. That's why he has the biggest stable in boxing because he was able to overpay these fighters to get them. There's nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? If y'all like the boxing, y'all want the boxers to get paid, y'all shouldn't care how they get their money. Cool. Al giving you, what I'm saying, the lower up the guaranteed and shit in the back end. Fine. Y'all, if the fighters are cool with that, they're cool with that. If Turkey want to give you the big upfront money, that's still life changing. It don't matter. You know what I'm saying? The back money and back end or whatever the goofy shit y'all call it, and upfront money, if they equal the same in a short and a long term, it don't fucking matter. Me personally, I look at a bird in the hand is worth more than two in the bush. Give me my motherfucker up front. If it's going equal to the same or somewhat near the same, I'd rather get my shit up front so I could double and triple as quickly as possible. But I just find, like I said, I find it hypocritical. Like we criticizing, this man for paying these boxers a boatload of money. We call them slaves. We call them, what I'm saying, they tricking off and this and that. It's like that shit is wild. It's like We should at the end of the day, we should care about. Okay, the fighters getting paid and we getting good fights. I don't give a fuck if it's the PBC, if it's Top Rank, Eddie Hearn, or whoever. If they're paying the fighters and we getting the good fights, that's all we should be. I could care less about the promotional companies because at the end of the day, they worry about their bottom line and that's it. They don't give a fuck really about the fighters. Even Al Heyman. I'm not gonna say you know what I'm saying every you know what I'm saying he wasn't good for the sport, he wasn't good for his fighters and shit. But at the end of the day, yeah, his number one priority was his fucking brand, and his goddamn business, and his business model. First and foremost. And let's not forget, I hate to have to keep, I'm not trying to bash Al Heyman or anything like that, but we have to point out he is a manager and an advisor. So he's actually double dipping off his fighters. Wrong with that because if the fighters are cool with it, hey, I'm cool with it too. If they still able to make their money, that's cool too. But that's all I got. Y'all be easy. Have a blessed rest of y'all week.
All right. Thank you, NHA. David, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Hey, excuse me, I ain't mean to fall asleep. Boxing Hacker does that sometime when they go into a long montage. But my 2 cents for the day has got to. All right, I'm gonna use 1 cent, then come back to the other one. Right, Devin Haney and Bill Haney doing a surprise wrench in the plans and trying to move the move the goalposts because they know they put themselves in a position. Well, Bill put them in a position, and these guys, after you already negotiated everything, you're going to decide you want to throw a monkey wrench in there and say, "Hey, you got to do 24/7 VADA testing." The same test organization that was put together by Victor Conte, a known steroid cheat and the fields of baseball with Barry Bonds, track and field with Marion Jones, boxing with Shane Mosley. Why is this man still allowed to be around in the sport? It doesn't make any sense. He is a known cheat. And he has friends within the organization that he put together to try to catch those who cheat. Now, every major B-side boxer is on snack. Shakur Stevenson, he went and got a six-pack out of his snack pack. You got Devin Haney, he looks like a zombie, but a cut-up zombie with his cheeks soaking in on snack. Now look at Bud. Bud has gained so much weight off of the snack pack, it's ridiculous. And it looked like most of it's muscle. Well, people don't understand. Muscle don't do well with boxers because you lose flexibility, and it will make you slower. It'll make you slower. So I'm just waiting for when is there going to be another option put in this, like USADA. USADA should be the alternate that people could use for testing, blood testing before and after fights. And whoever represents you, like Victor Conte, should have no knowledge of when the test is coming so that you could go ahead and purge your system. Then when they leave, jump back on it. It's ridiculous. But that's what one of my main sense was on today. Victor
All
Conte,
right.
the snack pack, and all of that. And I want to
All
say
right,
peace
David,
and
thank you for
blessings to
coming up.
everybody. All right,
All right, all right.
one love.
Tony Reviews, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Yeah, you share my screen, please.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
All right, share your screen. Here we go.
All right, this is just to show when Terrence Crawford was actually stripped of his title. He was stripped on November 7th. It says right here, article wrote November 9th. If you go back on your calendar and look when Tuesday was before the 9th, it was on the 7th of November in 2023, not September 2024, but November 7th, 2023 is when he was stripped for not fighting in November, which is what his ultimate deadline was, which could not happen because if you read this whole article, he had the immediate rematch clause exercise against Spence and Crawford right here. That's why. That's why he was stripped. So I don't cap, I don't lie. I can come with receipts that say timelines. I pay attention to boxing. Some things I forget, sometimes I'm wrong. But most of the times, if I'm telling you I got receipts, I'm going to be right. So there's really nothing to argue about facts. So again, the sanctioning bodies can strip you. That is within their power. It's within their legality. They are literally the ones that give you the title. So you have to play by their rules if you want to fight with their belt. And they dictate that as the arbiter of it. You can go to their rules and they have bylaws and their own guidelines that tell you that when they say you have to fight a mandatory, there is a deadline date set. If you cannot make that deadline date, then they have the power to strip you. That's what happened to Terrence Crawford. That's what happened to Alexander Usyk. Both of those happened very recently. In fact, we also saw it again because it happened with Beevil and Better Beef, where they have the trilogy already allegedly signed, which now we're finding out that might not be signed, but allegedly at the time it was signed. And that's why Benavidez picked up the WBC belt, because Beevil was going into a contract with another fighter instead of fighting his mandatory. It's happened throughout the history of boxing. You have to obligate your mandatories. Sanctioning bodies do not care about rematches. They don't care. You either fight the guy you have to fight or get stripped. That's just the bottom line. I don't know what the topic was tonight. I don't know how we spun out of control to Terrence Crawford, because he ain't even in a fight coming up. I really wanted to talk about the Manny fight. I got Manny beating Mario Barrios because I think Mario Barrios is trash.
Stop it, Tony.
We'll see if the 46-year-old can pull it off. We've already seen other 46-year-olds win titles. Will Manny be another one?
No.
That's yet to be seen. And yeah, thanks for letting me on. Sorry I caused a big uproar, but it seems to happen when I come on here.
All right, Tony, thank you for coming up, giving your 2 cents. Mr. Greg, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
This has been a wonderful night. I
Thank you.
enjoyed. Actually, really enjoyed because you had more ladies on talking, and as usual, you can always hear everybody's point clearly. Everybody wait their turn. I just love seeing that, and they had some insightful things to say. Um, I think this is the first time I've heard Jupe. I think, but I remember seeing her name. Either way, she was a good person to hear her point of view and how she handled Hacker. She showed a lot of patience. I salute you to that for that, Jupe. The subject matters that we talked about were great. I'm looking forward to probably trying to. I hope I'm here to watch the fights tomorrow. I don't know. Somehow I must have walked away because I didn't even know Tony Review was here, because I had to walk away for a minute. But I missed what happened. But apparently something crazy happened if the table got turned over again while I was away. So, and yes, that does happen with Tony. So, that's his MO. But overall, I enjoyed myself. I guess we'll see how the fight. Are you going to watch the fight tomorrow and come on and do a pop up? 2 cent. 2 cent. Hello.
She might have froze, Mr. Greg.
She might go. Yeah, I was going. I hope. Anyway, I was always asking me that, but I'm looking forward to some fun night tomorrow night. Just to see some fights. I don't think Manny's winning tomorrow. Uh, I think Usyk has a chance of losing tomorrow as well. I'm certainly gonna have a good time watching Gary because I haven't seen him in quite some time. So I look forward to him at least, coming on and doing his thing and everybody enjoying themselves. So that's about all I have. Like I said, today was a wonderful time, and I'll see y'all may possibly Sunday. I think that's about it for me. Um, oh, she's gone too.
Yeah, StreamYard probably kicked her.
Oh, that's terrible. Kick the host out. Is Jupe still? Jupe, are you still there? Jupe?
Hi, yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I just wanted to give you a compliment. That it was good. I know you've been on before, but this was the first time I really heard you in depth. So I just wanted to say it was good to hear your perspective on things as well. Hope to hear you again. That's about all I got.
Well, same to you. Same to you. You gave a lot of great insights. You seem like you have a lot of information that a lot of us don't have. And so, thank you so much for giving us your insight, and I appreciate all of that. Like, I learned a lot from you.
Yeah. Will you be back next Friday?
Yeah, I'm gonna try. Like, my schedule's a little,
Yeah, because it's all well, Fridays before we get for the men to come on and start raging, the ladies get to come on first.
I know, and that's what I love about it. Cause like I used to always listen to like YouTube, boxing talk.
Uh
But
huh.
seeing it like all the ladies got together, it just felt it's a different vibe. And I'm like, oh my god, because now I know there's other women who love boxing like I do.
Yeah, yeah.
So this kind of like gave me the push, like, okay, I'll click the link.
Well, yeah, that's a good thing. Hopefully, some of the other ladies come on as well. Because I mean, it's always good to listen more than just talk. And as men, we get to going at each other. That testosterone just kicks in, and it be like that sometimes. But two since you back.
Yeah, I'm back. My internet tripping. I had to come back on my phone. It just went out. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. Are you going to do a pop up tomorrow during the fights?
Yeah, I'm definitely probably gonna be on tomorrow doing the fights.
Oh, okay then. So I try to hop on and when the fights come on because they all are on Netflix, right?
I believe
Nah,
so. Yeah.
well, not all these fights on the Zone and PBC.
Oh, I'm wrong then. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, one's pay per view. Two of them are pay per view. One's free.
Okay, well I just got to buy whichever one because I hate when they all over the place like that instead of in one place. But hey, that's how it goes in the days world of boxing. Anyway, I enjoyed everybody.
Man, one place for me.
Yeah, so I'll see y'all
All
tomorrow.
right, Mr. Gray.
Alrighty, bye.
Dondrick Noon, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
I appreciate you ladies for holding it down. Y'all got me through a lot. I was off here studying and listening to stuff, so it was a good time listening to y'all. Y'all gave us a different perspective. It was pretty good. Like I was saying, a lot of misinformation came out today. Just like they said, the IBF stripped Terrence Crawford for not negotiating, but it's okay. Terrence can try to be right. He ain't never right. And just like they said, like I told y'all today, didn't Mauricio Suleiman come out today that said Poyo was fighting for his rematch? Oh yeah, I wouldn't bring that up though. But I digress. Thank y'all for a good night, and I see y'all tomorrow, man.
All right, Dondrick. Jude, thank you for coming on the panel today. What's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Oh, thank you. Oh my God, this is such a dope show. 2 cents, I love it. So my final 2 cents is that like I'm so excited for this weekend. So many good fights. Just to address a few things, stuff like a couple people took a little shots at me all throughout the show. I feel like I have to reiterate for another time. I feel like the biggest uh, argument today was, about the differences between Al Heyman and Turkey Al Sheik. Again, I have no issue with Turkey entering boxing. I have no issue with it. I feel like you want to, as long as you're contributing and growing the sport, I'm fine with it. I feel like the problem is that he's not growing the sport, and that he's actually shrinking the sport in one particular market so that he can own it and transport it to his, because for his own national, for their own nation's objectives, right? Because they're trying to expand beyond oil and they're trying to build tourism. So again, the difference is that they keep saying that, and I think it's NHA, whatever that account that was on here earlier. He keeps saying, "Oh, him and Boxing Hacker keep stating that they're both overpaying their fighters, are paying the fighters a lot, and that's why people go to them." No, the reason why people flock to Al Heyman versus the reason why people are flocking to Turkey are two different reasons. Fighters like Al Heyman because they get to profit off of their work. So if I produce $1 million, I'm getting at least 850,000 of it or 900,000 of it, right? The reason why people are going to Turkey is because, hey, I can't produce 200,000, but I want 1 million. And Turkey's going to give me, I don't know, 500, 600,000. So it's at least double than what I can produce on my own, right? Because at the end of the day, he's going to overpay until he corners the market. The problem is that they don't see that once he corners the market, he will no longer have a reason to pay you that money. Versus Al Heyman, who came from Budweiser Fest. I think people forget the lineage of who Al Heyman is, and the fact that he came from the tourism business, the concert business. Like you have the Jacksons, every big artist you can think of, Whitney Houston, Bobby Brown have worked with this man and made their highest payday with him. So like boxing is nothing for him, right? So he's done these things and been able to make sure that you get as much as possible off of your own work and labor. You can't just come into Al Heyman's organization and get 500,000 off nothing, right? He's just not paying people. He's empowering people to generate funds, and because he's doing that, he's growing the sport. Like look at Tank. Tank has grown the sport. My little cousin and nieces and nephews, they are in love. They know him. They might not know boxing like I do, but they know him. So when he fights, they're engaged. That means he grew the sport. Turkey is not growing the sport. He's taking people who are already in the industry who might not be bigger stars and paying them bigger money to put them on a smaller platform. You're shrinking the sport. So I just want to make that clear because that keeps getting repeated. Anywho, beyond that, I'm excited for this weekend. I'm excited to see Gary because I'm a big Gary Russell Jr. fan, and I'm happy to see him back. I hope Dubois does well against Usyk. Not that I like Usyk because I love Usyk, but I just want to see Dubois get his second chance. And I feel like Zoo versus Vandor is going to be exciting. The whole BAM's going to be exciting. And thank you so much for this opportunity because, like, oh my God, 2 Cents, you're allowing like the ladies to talk boxing. And as a woman who loves boxing, that's not something that we get a lot of opportunities to, find other ladies who like what we like. So thank you for the opportunity. I had fun tonight, and that's all I got.
Thank you, Jupe. Thank you for coming up. Appreciate you on the panel. Your insight is always needed. And we will be doing this again next Friday. Every Friday is ladies' night, and it's finally growing. We had the panel full of ladies tonight for about 3.5 hours. It was only the ladies up here cooking. Then we finally let the fellas on the panel, and then you see what happened once the fellas got on the panel. We got all out of control. People up here capping, be making up stuff, not being honest. Y'all know how it go. But thank y'all for joining me tonight, Friday night, ladies' night over here at 2 Cents Boxing. Thank you to everybody that supported the channel, everybody that punched that like and subscribe button. And if you haven't already, be sure to punch that like and subscribe button. What's up, Tony?
My bad, my mic was muted. Really fast. For everybody who's listening to Don tell his lies and capping again, this is what I want y'all to do. Go to Brunch Boxing. You can listen to Mauricio Suleiman. He clearly states out of his mouth that Dalton Smith is the mandatory. And later he says Puello requested a rematch. He never said that he was getting the rematch. He said he requested it, but Dalton is the mandatory. This is what I'm talking about. People be lying. Sorry, 2 cents. That's it. I'm out.
All right, appreciate it. Listen, I'll be back again Sunday, 5 to 7 p.m. for the weekly wrap up. Make sure y'all join me again Sunday. And don't forget, next week we got Tuesday After Dark, and then we'll be back again Friday at 6:30 for the ladies' night. So we keep it going, and then you got to look out for me throughout the week for the pop-up lives I've been doing lately. People have been really enjoying those. But listen, when you see me live, be sure to help support the channel. This takes a lot of time and take a lot of effort. It's not free to run a YouTube channel. I got the StreamYard, I got the AI, I got all these things and stuff I got to pay for. So if I am putting in the work and you are enjoying what you're hearing, be sure to support the channel. And listen, if you don't want your host all in the videos, cussing you out, timing you out the chat, leaving you in the background, kicking you off the panel, come on over to 2 Cents Boxing, where we talk everything boxing and everybody's entitled to their own opinion.